Интересно, я запустил все трансляции, почему-то все равно только один канал.
Это ты вот здесь вот, да, смотришь? Должно быть, смотри, если я правильно вставил сюда, я
Ой, все, слушай, супер, ага. Гениально. Гениально. Так. А попробуем с вами звук немножко. Русский. Русский.
Я Григорию сказал, он говорит, я уже, когда вы говорили, я проверил все. Да-да. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, английский. Все, идет английский? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 121, 122, 123. 1, 2, 3. Ну, отлично. У вас хорошо, значит, у нас хорошо.
Сейчас я еще чуть-чуть говорю. Он уже работает? Попозже я все это выпишу.
У нас все время там вылетело.
Да, один и тот же. Да? Да. Что, трансляцию веб я запустил. Сейчас, знаешь, что сделаем сейчас? Запись.
с охраной разругался сегодня. Я пришел ключи взять, они не дают и все. Нам сказали 8 часов. Я говорю, я говорю, ну смотрите, когда позвонил
Не, они мне сказали, они выставили вчера. Я говорю, нам самое позднее надо открыть 8 часов. Он говорит, ну ладно, мы так раньше, примерно с 15:09. 15:09 уже чуть-чуть поздновато, потому что 15:09, когда все сидят и слушают.
И я говорю, нет, все, ты знаешь, пальцы веером. Я говорю, ребята, ну, если там один человек, который молчал, который пришел, потом, я говорю, ну, если нас там оставляют сначала, я говорю, ребята, я так и скажу, что это не сама страница. И мы стоим, а Григорий, мы его спали, что вы смотрели,
Да я скажу, Василий, просто менеджера не было, еще вчера этот вопрос, они нас выгоняли, да. Ольга просто писала какое-то время, но вчера не доделали, завтра повесили, и они нас вполне до 10 вечера было записано. И они каждую минуту считают в эфире. Повесили свет.
слушай, ну это вообще, я работаю в космосе, да, Шанель, я не помню, девочка обучает, и они повесили вообще красивый. Где пришли, начали регистрировать деньги за это рекорд. Потом они просят сделать строить 50 тысяч. Я говорю, ребята, все равно клиентов разгоняют. Я дал, потом я выглядаю, что вам говорю, ну, реклама на улице, вот они курс обучения. Какая это реклама? Ну, я говорю, да, есть. Есть, вот в том году такого не было. Мы пришли, я попросил, они говорят, запишите уже. Я сейчас только взял, запишусь. И мы ехали, я говорю, пошел. Позавчера я не знаю, как они вас там, но они, правда, надо с номером, можете взять, но они нас нет. Зал. Так, ну тоже, только. А это еще, оказывается, в 10 часов пришли вы? Ой, ел. Вот это кошмар. Вот Голицыно кажется родным по сравнению.
Идти в своем.
Сам муж, по-моему, круглые сутки.
Там я бы сказала все равно, что тоже порой.
Ну, я понимаю, ты сталкиваешься, да, я вот за свой, а тебе, конечно, там тоже есть много проблем.
Да, да, да.
Нет,
Это
ну
я
тут вот и
согласна.
номер у нас гораздо лучше, чем в Голицыно, и питание, по-моему. Тут вот зато вот отношения, ну, москали приехали. Я так думаю, да. Я тебя еще не было, мы в Красноярск приехали, отработали. Ну и в конце там спасибо, их тут, особое спасибо нашему инженеру. Я говорю, ребята, за что? Ну, москвичи, говорят, приезжают такие, а вы такой спокойный, такой, не нагреете. Ну, я говорю, ну, все страшно бывают. Ну, Марк, может, ты давай.
На рабочем месте.
Тим, вам не трудно отсюда достать? Потому что надо сесть самим, тяжело сидеть. Здесь вот вообще, смотри, сколько посадочных мест.
Ну, зато крупный план.
Ну, они на широком. Если закрыться, но просто свет очень, сейчас очень мало. Доброе утро.
Да. Как всегда.
Ясно. Да.
Мне кажется, нам надо еще этот стульчик чуть-чуть.
Ну, обязательно.
Сядем? Может, здесь Вася сидит?
Не оказаться.
Марк, я засекла полчаса после того, того, как вы начнете.
Да.
Да? Можно я возьму, ознакомлюсь? Ой, нам положили, а ручки есть. Одна ручка.
840.
Опять право. Сейчас все будет. Ой.
Тут и на английском, и на русском есть, а это только на...
No, у нас нет на английском.
На английском у нас нет? Ой, принесите, пожалуйста.
У меня
По-моему, вот здесь вот сбоку, где лежат. Там только на русском, разве?
Я брал там только на русском. Так, отключаем телефончик, да?
Да, я думаю, отключаем.
Главное выключить.
Good morning. Switching off the mobile phones is probably the most important thing for the moment. I would like to say, and these will be my opening words. I am Lena Nemirovskaya, and to my right is Yuri Sinakosov. I'm his wife, and we are founders of this school. So we are now formally introduced. Let me first say and express my very sincere gratitude to you for coming to attend this seminar. To us, this is a big award, big pleasure, and a source of great pride. And this is not in any way a hypocrisy, because what we are talking about at the school seminars for over 20 years now is not something that is very often in the focus of public debate. Not because these topics are irrelevant or not interesting to people, but because people may not be aware or particularly knowledgeable about these topics. So the question is how we can extend the horizons of our public discourse and our life within the state, within the country, which is Russia, through a very specific an important aspect, which is the rule of law and a state based on the rule of law. We have all convened here in a general attitude which might be qualified as somewhat tense. We are even at a loss in a way. We are somewhat surprised and, most importantly, tensed. I'm talking about specifically about myself because how I perceive it, how I perceive my country and the world, that my perception does not coincide with the official views as propagated by our central television. I do not know what the majority thinks, and I do not purport to know what everybody thinks or what the majority thinks. But I am very sad, and I am alarmed by a world of propaganda. Not because we do not know the answers to all questions, but it is hardly allowable to impose the worldviews, and that the development is only possible within a very great complexity of circumstances. Russia and the world again encounter these traditional, almost literature-based questions. What is to be done? We know this from Nikolai Chernyshevsky's novel, Who is to Blame? We know this from Herzen's work, To Live by the Truth. We know this from Alexander Solzhenitsyn. And now, 200 years later, after some of these works were written, we find ourselves in the same point. We ask ourselves and ask Russia the same existential questions. The school does not pretend to be able to give answers. The school only pretends to be a conductor of a discussion within a specific subject that this school has chosen. A few words about the subject matter of this seminar. Civil society, civil enlightenment, civil and civic education for the purposes of building up, developing an evolutionary path to a state based on the rule of law. This seminar will be devoted to this subject. We will be talking during this seminar about the importance of dialogue between the society and the state as represented by the government. To which extent can the society today having evolved from the 19th century, if it has the relevant place in the world? And I'm talking about the civil society. We live in a globalized world with a whole set of tremendous difficulties, and it is probably impossible to resolve these difficulties by use of force. Compromise and the ability to be responsible for another is about the new knowledge. Conflicts were resolved differently in the past epochs. The mankind has grown habitual to wars as an instrument of politics. It is hard to indeed find new forms of how we can live in peace, but we will have to find solutions. We will have to find some ways out which may not be the best ones, but still the feasible ones. And we shall also have to build a system which will take into account not only the opinion of the majority of the voters for that matter, but also the minority, which is sometimes different in its views from the majority. A critical and analytical mind, argument-based discussion, these are the skills. These are the important aspects of a life in a society. We may be willing to embrace them, or else we may be willing to defy them. In the last case, we shall simply miss the history. So it is impossible to circumvent the dialogue. And I think that every one of us, at every moment of life, and in every place where we are, make the history and make ourselves responsible for the installment of this respect for others. This, in brief, will be the substance of this seminar, such as its message and principal importance. It is also about discussion per se, because the sense of a discussion, the sense of a public discussion, and you know that our seminars are broadcast via web throughout the country, and we are indeed evolving in our presence on the web. Before I ask my colleague Inna Berezkina to impart to you some thoughts about the program that she has authored, I would like to introduce you to that team of the Moscow School of Civic Enlightenment, the people who make this school happen on a daily basis. Nobody is here, right, Marina? Nobody is here. All right. I wanted you to meet Marina Yefremova. She's right here. She's our director. If you add up the age of all of my colleagues, you will really get mine. Marina Skorikova, Anastasia Gontareva, who's behaving, Julia Lebedeva, who's our liaison officer with all the alumni. Svetlana Aristarkhova and Lyubov Aristarkhova. Svetlana is the managing director, is indeed the manager for these seminars, for us to work in comfort. But indeed, we also have Natalia Razdaev, indeed a unique person. Our officer on fundraising, a person who is so very much interested that she is able to help us with raising the funds both from foreign and domestic foundations. So we are very grateful and we're proud to work with all of you. You have also met Yuri Sinakosov, whom I mentioned, who is indeed the ideological pillar of this school. Svetlana and Alexander Shmelyov, who are not here, but I'm sure are watching us on the web, and the authors of the I-Class of the Moscow School, which is conducted every Sunday and participated by about 500 persons. Alexander Timakin, our alumni, our alumnus, well, here he is behind the interpreter's booth. He is he has making our seminars, our traditional seminars that have now been taking place for about 20 years, he has rendered a new dimension to these seminars. Having provided for the bridge with the modern world through the web communications, the internet, and for that matter, for that purpose, we have now acquired a very new face. We have a set of brilliant interpreters. Mark is there, sitting in the interpreter's booth. So we thank all the interpreters. Yelena Nemirovskaya is talking about the interpreters and complimenting the interpreters who has Yelena Nemirovskaya is talking about the interpreters who have worked and indeed is a part of their life. We have our great colleague and friend here, Sergei Tokhtamyshev. I would also like you to meet Inna Berezkina, with whom we work on a daily basis. And I would like to give the floor to Inna Berezkina for her to tell us more about the program of this seminar. Thank you very much, Lena. It's very indeed hard. It's a great challenge to talk after Lena, but because we're talking about the school, I will try to develop on some of the topics that she has so aptly positioned. This school has been for years asking questions which are and have been of material importance to all the great philosophers. What is the state? Is that a monopoly for use of force, or is that a service? What is a society? What is the law? Is that a will of the people who are able to think critically and be moral? Or is that a demonstration of instincts? We talk about the rule of law. We have to go into all the subtleties of this concept. And this seminar is like a symphony, and then our life always brings in some overtones or jazz elements, so the seminar may acquire some very interesting notes, and so we may be unable to have one of our experts who may have gone to the other side of the earth. We have a great friend from the Ukraine whom we call to every seminar, but because of the events, he said that in one hand I hold the ticket to St. Petersburg, and in the other hand I hold my draftee ticket, so we have to respect people's choices. But all of these difficulties and the complexities of life, if we make a reference to the Old Testament, we may say that these times will come to pass. And what the school is deliberating on, this school spirit will prevail, will survive, and the importance of the personal responsibility, the importance of law will continue and will persist. I'm sorry if I may start with this toast-like introduction, but I would like to thank you for attendance. Thank you very much. I would like you to meet our great friend and expert of many years, Ernst Jörg von Studnitz, who is the chairman of this celebrated German-Russian forum, active in the rapprochement of between Russia and Germany. It is one of the most important political institutions acting towards the furthering cooperation between the two nations, including the governmental and the non-governmental sector. This forum is, I think, one of the best examples of how the bridges can be built, erected, and how the topics, subjects, and complexities may be discussed in the entire palette of the social life of the two countries. Mr. Ernst Jörg von Studnitz is an ambassador, former ambassador of Germany to Russia. When we met Mr. von Studnitz, he was the ambassador of Germany. And I remember some of his brilliant presentations at the school here about the importance of education and upbringing. We have asked Dr. von Studnitz to talk about the importance of civic education. What I would like to say, before I give the floor to my esteemed friend, thanks to the Russian-German Forum and personally Mr. von Studnitz, in several days after this seminar ends, we shall go to Germany to be awarded one of the most prestigious prizes in Germany, the award of Dr. Haas. I can't say Dr. Haas was at the same time a doctor, medic, a religious altruist who came to Russia as the fates led him in Russia in the 19th century. He was with the Russian army marching on Paris after the during the Napoleonic Wars, and he then lived in Russia and is buried here in the German cemetery. He has made an amazing contribution to the Russian system, trying to better the actual lot of the persons in the Russian prisons. He tried to improve the lot of the wretched in the Russian penitentiary system. And Dr. Haas has earned his reputation throughout Russia, even within the Russian Orthodox Church, while Dr. Haas was not an Orthodox. He was called the Saint Doctor. Rush to do good is the phrase which is inscribed on the tombstone of Dr. Haas, and what I would like to do is to thank Mr. Ernst Jörg von Studnitz and the Russian-German Forum for this award to the school. Thank you. Lena, thank you so very much for your kind words that you've directed to me and to the Russian-German Forum, and we are happy to have announced that you will be our award winner, our laureate for this year, which is, I think, just a modest expression of our admiration and of our very high esteem that we hold to your school in the work that you do for the for our for the bettering of the relationships between our nations. We make incremental steps every year, and eventually, I think we will come into a world which will be different, which will be a better world. And for that, I would like to suggest that I read a paper on the political or civic education, which is the subject matter of this lecture. Today's address to the topic of political education is important and very relevant for an organization called the Moscow School, which has devoted itself, as it follows from its name, to the topic and the noble cause of civic education. How should we understand this? The Moscow School addresses itself to a human being as a citoyen, trying to impart to it the clarity and lucidity, in other words, the enlightenment. And because the school addresses men as a citoyen or a citizen, we're talking about the life of a person in the environment of his or her state, or as the ancient Greeks said, in his body politic. Why should a person undergo an education for the matter of living in the polis, in the body politic? Because a person acquires this human substance through out a very long period of study, which actually ends at the moment of death. This process of learning, the process of contact, throughout which the man's or person's predisposition interacts with the surrounding environment and the other human beings. Throughout this process, we perceive the impulses and the momentums that reach us from the outside. Thus, we have this image of impressions. As a result of that, a person undergoes upbringing and education. Political education is a very special aspect of the entire educational process. Aristotle called person a zoon politikon, or a political animal, meaning that a human needs others to survive, a social animal. We may say that one of the evidences, one of the proofs for that is that for many years we are dependent on our parents and care. The political education goes far beyond the framework of such family relationships. We take a human within the context of people who surround him. People do not live in solitude. At Robinson Crusoe, who, by the way, had a great desire to go back to a human society. The great importance of cohabitation is the experiment of Friedrich II, the German emperor from the dynasty of Staufens. an experiment which was conducted in the beginning of the 13th century, and that had a drastic consequences. The emperor was interested in seeing how speech originates within a human. He took a group of infants, of newborns, and forbade their parents and tutors to talk to them. Friedrich II believed that they would evolve a language or speech capacity independently. The experiment was a fiasco because all children died. It became clear that a human being may not and cannot survive without care, human contact, which is actualized through language.
And who is the one that understands this education in this way, and who is doing it? The purpose of this education is shaping a human being that is a human being in society of others. In order to live in a family, in society, this is not enough. Although it's so important what we see when we see evolving capacity to cohabiting with others, to paying attention to others. The society undertakes this assignment, or as we say today, with certain reason to believe so, the society should have done it, should have assumed this responsibility. The subjunctive mood here shows that in our time, it's not something that goes without saying, but it's rather a demand. However, who is the society who acts on its behalf? This is a question about institutions of education, and this question is even more pertinent as a question about who is the one who determines what will be taught, what will be the subject matter, the content of this education, which is translated by these institutions. In our modern state, it's become normal that that means the states, have institutes of education such as schools, universities, and they establish curricula and approve curricula. However, is this enough to educate people and to raise political responsibility in a state? If we look at what goes on nowadays, we would see that the readiness to show political responsibility in society is very poorly developed. At that, we cannot underestimate spontaneous activity by citizens when they see that other people are in trouble. A recent past has shown excellent examples of active social responsibility when people voluntarily and independently, on their own initiative, when they helped in times of trouble, in times of floods, fire and earthquake. This neighborly-like help in natural calamities, during natural calamities, is a good start to implement political responsibility in a broader sense of the word. One of the objectives of political education to focus attention at such possibilities of working actively in the interests of society. As an example, can I give you something that we have in Germany? We have actually omnipresent voluntary fire brigades, which are the backbone of a firefighting effort beyond big cities. At the same time, we have to point out that there are other states that do not really promote, or they may even stand in the way of their citizens willing to take part in political life. In states like this, it is thought that a public cause, that is what the Romans called res publica, should be the prerogative of a small group of people. However, history has shown that today you cannot exclude and bar citizens from taking part in public matters, which can otherwise lead to revolutionary rights, and these revolutions seek to change public order. The greatest example is American democracy. What is special about it is that it's not limited itself with the Revolutionary Act of Independence that sought to get rid of their being subjects of king in England. Moreover, the point of this was involving people more and more in exercising power and in public responsibility. First, in democracy, that was only rich landowners that took part in these democratic initiatives in the south, as well as merchants and settlers in the north of the country. Then women received suffrage, and quite a while later, African Americans. This process of expanding involvement in democracy would have been impossible if the citizens did not come up through, say, school education and self-government, together with local communities. We should not assume this public responsibility upon themselves. And this path of stage by stage gradual expansion of suffrage, this is what all modern societies undertook. Allow me here to touch upon the burning events in Ukraine. In the Ukraine, the absence of political education in those who rose against is a sensitive, substantial obstacle which makes it difficult, and God forbid will make it impossible to move over to stable structures. In Ukraine, what we see is broad discontent with what the previous government did. It manifests itself in a great number of individual protests, which, however, don't have enough strength to speak in one voice. Multiple representatives of some groups dispute and they don't care for common cause. That common cause, which is res publica, it requires that they should prioritize common interests and put them before their own individual interests. In order to get this understanding, this is one of the objectives of political education. We must admit that we're alarmed in seeing omnipresent indifference, and people are not keen in taking part in common cause. And this may be explained by many factors, such as, for example, inertness, or people may be focused on other matters that might explain why they're so indifferent. But at the same time, they feel they cannot assume responsibility. They're not good enough to... They're not capable of assuming this responsibility. This is where the demand comes in place, that necessary people and institutes can balance their shortcomings through political education. In this connection, for political education, there are two starting points. The first starting point is in early schooling age, when children are taught social responsibility and responsible participation in their school matters. But the school also teaches them how to live consciously in a state. This is where a young person evolves and grows, so that in the long run we can form in him a certain feeling of connection with the state and awareness that there are obligations and commitments towards him and others people around this. When the young person gets more and more mature, he realizes that he needs institutes where he can understand the basics of social and political life and practice it. At this place, I would like to dwell upon the experience we in Germany have accumulated since the end of the Second World War. Because of the 12-year domination by National Socialist Party, the country found itself almost nearly destroyed, and the starting points for its political recovery were very few to come by. Responsibility for the post-war rebuilding and reconstruction was assumed by the Allies, but each in its own way, in its own occupation zone. First of all, they tried to find those who were not compromised by participation in Nazi cooperation. There were few such people, but they were there. One of them was Konrad Adenauer. Then they created German public authorities at the municipal level under ongoing surveillance by the Allied controllers, who only stage by stage with every year would cut down their own involvement in this work. Concurrently, as they were evolving with new democratic and elected government, they allowed new newspapers to open. For editors of the Nazi time, it was forbidden to practice journalism. At the same time, very soon, very much like mushrooms after summer rain, we saw evolvement of various institutions of political education. First, the churches became very active, the Catholic and evangelical churches, that would set up so-called academies that dedicated themselves to political education. Sometime after that, similar institutions were set up in the reformed political parties, their youth chapters, as well as trade unions. The network of such organizations is still there today, and their work is financed by the state as well as by the churches, by the parties and trade unions. These courses enjoy great popularity, and those who attend these courses, they further come up with a vast number of civic initiatives that we see in Germany. Let me please touch upon another problem which follows from the ever-growing commercialization of modern life. For many people, among them very young people, the main objective today is about making as much money that will pay for a comfortable, not troubling, carefree, and maybe even luxurious lifestyle. As a result, what we see is very tough competition in every trade and profession where there is no room for social responsibility. This struggle of everybody against everybody destroys all the values of social responsibility that should dominate in our society. Instead, they are displaced by other values and replaced by other values of economic prosperity. This is what we see in the discussion of economists during the global financial crisis after 2008. The question is, which is right? Is it the economic science that stipulates on statistic data and calculations of success, which seek to give students instruments and tools to survive in a model world? Or is it that the citation by the German economy minister, Ludwig Erhard, who said that economy is first of all psychology? The point of this question is this: who does the economy serve for? To whom does it serve? Should it serve the people, or should it only seek to make more money? The events we have seen in the last years, they show that people still think that the latter is true. But still, if you recall that 85 richest people on earth own as much money as half of the population of our planet, only one conclusion is possible. This is deeply immoral, and this is actually wrong. What we need then is to revive an idea that economy should serve to satisfy the needs of people, not to make more profit. And these purposes we require political education, because this political education does not at all mean we will work on political matters in the narrow sense of the word. Rather than we would work on objectives that evolve as people try to go by in a everyday life, which also, amongst other things, includes economic activity. And therefore, can I go back again to political education in the broad sense of the word? It comes as no surprise that if we look at economy as something that seeks to satisfy their needs or maximize their profit, this contradiction leads to fundamental contradictions in the attitudes for curricula in educational institutions. There's an inevitable effect because of this domination of financing basic and economic sciences, where arts come last. As of today, it is economy, that is business, that determines how long and what you will study. What we see in our countries and in the world as a whole, social problems in this regard are almost disregarded, which is proved by the distribution of goods in this planet, which I referred to before. As of today, we live in a world where economy dominates, and politics just follows obediently and meets its demand. The awareness that without economic competitiveness we won't see GDP that will be enough to generate basic and ever-growing social transfers. This is why the politics and political life gladly follows the objectives set by economic community. As a result, the principle of modern constitutions no longer work, and modern constitutions that stipulate that all power belongs to people. Nowadays, it's not the case. Nowadays, all power belongs to big actors in business. They alone have retained independence, just because they're independent of competitors in terms of their own credits and loans. A free person, a free citizen, no longer exists. We are not ready to come to terms with this situation. You cannot do it overnight. You cannot achieve change, certainly. But this is not the reason to be upset or just passively wait for what goes on. No. Human life changes. If people are keen to change, if they're keen on change, then and if they actively support the change will come. And every change begins with a change in your mind. So if we just realize that we want to change the existing situation, it means we have taken the first and decisive step. In order to realize that that the evolution and the development goes in the mistaken direction, and understanding of what needs to be done to change the situation, this is where political education institutions play a great role. Ideas always come before something we do. What is important for political education institutions, they should not serve particular interests of a certain public group, social group. They should rather serve res publica, that is the common cause, to the good of society as a whole. They should not be closed to any ideas. The dividing line is just where they infringe the rights of other free people. In a free institution of political education, there is no place for religious or ethnic hatred. What should be our attitude towards fundamental political contradictions? An unresolved conflict between the Democrats and Republicans in the USA shows how the country suffers in case the political system is incapable of giving an answer to its existential questions. In the long run, everything will be determined by the outcome, whether they will find political activists who are ready to move away from the narrow interests of their own political party and those who will be guided by their own public conscience. These people certainly take a great risk of potential failure. But what people need is that such people should come by who are ready and have the courage to go along against such risks. Democracy in any way certainly requires leadership. This is where the main aspect of political education, where it is. It is not, say, just taught by a certain institution to some student. Through political education, we are dealing with a certain trait in human character which is formed in a human being as a result of decisions that he or she took, guided by his or her own conscience. Great leaders of humanity, Mahatma Gandhi or Nelson Mandela for that example, very often had to undertake a path when they would choose a life that would be full of humiliation or even imprisonment. But the result and the outcome of such life were not hatred, they were not anger. Instead, they manifested human greatness, which allowed, for example, Nelson Mandela to find peace in his people, among his people, that for a long time was split by the policy of apartheid, and he brought about reconciliation. This feeling of responsibility before his own people helped him go way beyond what common politician can do. They made him a true human being, a man, a true man. Therefore, the answer to the question, why is it that we need political education at all? The answer follows that it's not only and surely gives us necessary and useful tools to take the right decisions in our community life. It also gives everybody whatever social context he might find himself, a possibility to remain and to be a human being amongst other people. Thank you. First, I'd like to say thank you for this brilliant Russian. Everybody agrees with that, right? And for the amazing, amazing words, amazing contents that will you give us this text as a gift for our journal? Yes, please, we would like to have your in scripture. Yes, we now have 40 minutes to go for discussion. Please come up with your questions, with your comments. We give a minute and a half, 2 minutes for a question. In general, your comment would be 3 minutes long. Please remember to give your name and where you are come from. I'm alone. Kalushnikova Yelena from Altai region. I'm an economist by education, and I was more interested in economic matters that you covered. We have had experience of building a socially just, equitable state. We were trying to build a state capitalism with a human face. Do you see any countries in the world that today mostly fulfill these ideals of social justice? Maybe there are some objective indicators. I understand this income gap. Is there any system and indicators that would describe these countries? Well, you know, I'm not an economist, and I'm a lawyer. What I wanted to explain to you in my presentation, what I wanted to say that indeed there is this huge gap between those who today are responsible for
the economics and those who, and because this is their task to improve the wealth of the country. This is only natural, and but they are how to put it? Yes, so this is a reality. And so what kind of service economy should serve, and certainly the economy should serve the people's interests, and so the economic should be for the people. So the main these things, this is the main misconception of modern economists. So because they do not realize that economics should serve the people, and so because we are talking that if people are convinced that this is wrong, that the economics functions for different purposes, that people need to realize that and take action. Then I understand that there is a certain contradiction between the state that distributes socially money and other things. So then the state starts to distribute the social goods between the people, like the Soviet Union, where everyone was equal, and so the people's incomes, so the flat, so income bracket, and the contradiction with other states where the free enterprise is encouraged, where the inequality is at the basis of this system, and so I think that there are many other examples where the contradiction has been addressed. So where there is entrepreneurship existing, and at the same time, so the social distribution is just. And so this is certainly then. Free enterprise is a must, because it's free enterprise that develops the economy. And who are they working for? So in Germany. So then the small and medium businesses are widely spread. For whom are they working? So most of them are working for the good of the society. And they are and they work for themselves, but working for themselves. So they because the business, their business is for those people who these businesses employ, and so they contribute to the state. And so take another Africa, for example, is a good example. So it's a horrible example, and very salient example. What have we done in Europe to help Africa? So we have taken out all the wealth from Africa, and we try just to give them our values, so like coffee, like grain, like wheat, so that they could make money for themselves. So the coffee and cocoa prices dropped, and so now these poor people so cannot feed themselves, and so they're starving. So they could do that before we came, so at a low level, but still. So they have enough money to survive, but now under the influence of the colonialism, so they cannot feed themselves anymore. So because of this connection with the West, so this is the result of the economy of consumption that is driven by the profits, and that's the economy that is not looking at the people's good and don't care for the people, about the people. Any more comments? Okay, so good morning. Vladimir, if you could comment, you're a lawyer. We have no small business; it doesn't exist. We're only talking about that, and the state is just beginning to think about it. They're making attempts to improve the situation. What steps the state should take to quicker develop the SMEs, small medium businesses? Any development, it takes time. So it takes time. Nothing happens overnight, and so then even grain doesn't grow. You notice it takes time for anything to grow, and so we always need to be mindful of the fact that the time will require anywhere, and will be needed. So how SMEs can be developed? I think that the most important component is that the state can be likened to a general policy for civil initiatives. So the state should give a free hand to those SMEs. The state needs to provide freedom. That's the first most important condition. And the second, corruption is certainly in the way. It erodes the environment of SMEs, so then the public officials and bureaucrats. They when they take money from business, it's bad, and it's bad because under the conditions, so this free business cannot possibly properly develop, and the people will not be interested if all the money that they make will be taken away from them. Certainly, taxes. Taxes is right. There should be taxes because the state needs to have a certain budget to do certain things. And so, for example, so the state needs money for many purposes. But for enrichment of the few, so then corruption is a subject that needs to be, so that for SMEs that's a death. So large businesses may possibly survive, but for small medium it's a certain death. So the first step on the way to the creation of SMEs, small medium businesses, So we need at least to diminish, if not annihilate, because corruption exists everywhere. And so this is a common knowledge. It's just the extent of it is what that matters. Okay. Mikhail Krasulin, Yaroslavl. So we know that the civil understanding begins when the citizens start asking, so where the money goes, for example, in taxes. So that's when the civil conscience starts to wake up. So in Germany, was there a time when the employees did not pay any taxes, and then was there any period of time in Germany when the employer paid, and then all of a sudden everyone started to pay? Employees, employers. I know that it's households pay taxes, not the employers pay taxes, but the households pay. So they do this declarations, and so they put together their salaries, and then they calculate the taxes, and then they start paying to the state. And once they've done it, they naturally start asking, so where my money went? Was there a period of time in Germany when people did not pay taxes themselves? How this transfer from the payment, impersonal payment of taxes, to personal payment of taxes? So we have so this employers. The employers pay. So the employer will pay taxes. Will take money from the employee. If the employer takes the money from the employees, then the employees will not be able to pay. And but independent professions, so they need to declare. So professionals, freelancers, so they need to declare their income at the end of the year. So then they make the declaration, and they pay taxes. Yeah. So depending on the salary. But very difficult to calculate how much they made actually. And because in our country the taxes are much higher than in Russia right now, and that's a lot of money. And so to get them to write justly or honestly, and so higher than in Luxembourg or Switzerland, and so that's to calculate the just amount of tax. So this problem will still take a few years before it's settled, but one day, so it will settle. So now Switzerland and Austria and Luxembourg, so they are ready to, so they're ready just to tell how much money they have on their accounts. So foreigners' monies on their bank accounts. So this was actually the people who took their money out of their countries and placed them on Swiss or Austrian accounts. So that will become public knowledge because they didn't pay taxes on the money that sits on their accounts. And now the Switzerland and then the other countries are ready to provide this kind of information about these hidden liquid assets. Komi Republic, thank you very much. Very interesting. Mr. Ernst Jörg. I'd like to ask you, Ernst Jörg, a question about education. You were talking about education of a free citizen. And do you think it's possible, free education, free citizen, is it possible along the lines when, for example, the state makes only one history book? Is it possible to have a real free education? So if there's only one history book, is it possible to educate a person in free manners? I understand your question very well. So can you? I doubt that. I doubt that because educating a free citizen, if there's only one book, history book, should be. I doubt that it helps to develop freedom and to educate a person who will be free-thinking citizen. I think that the most, because the most important in any democracy is to educate people who can think for themselves, and so because conscience and freedom and conscience, public conscience, can exist only in a society if there's a plethora of books. Because if only one book determines what's right and what's wrong, so then freedom cannot develop. If there's only one book. Freedom provides for versatility. Good morning. Thank you for the lecture. Akulin Viktor, Primorsky Krai, the Far East. Two questions, and one, if I may, is so the colleague was asking about education, so I might just follow up on it. I work in education, and I watch my students and I analyze the situation, and I get the impression that we study math, we study literature, Russian, and other, but we don't know what life is. So no one just teaches us life. Maybe just experimentally, or maybe just as a part of the reform of education, to introduce two more disciplines. That's the science of love and the science of science, and then the science of love and the science of science. So please, York is trying to speak Russian, so no one can catch up. So neither the interpreter nor shall I? Yeah. No, I understood. Yeah. So your opinion? Maybe we need just to make a certain reform in education and to introduce two disciplines, special disciplines. And I talked to many principals of many schools, and so maybe just it would be a good idea to introduce these two new disciplines, like the life, the science of science and the science of love. No. Any public matters discussed at school is good, and because the students need to learn to acquaint themselves with life in general, and political life is another part and parcel of education, and and how can you? And this is only natural. And the goal of every teacher is to students or pupils at school is to give an opportunity to students to acquaint themselves with everything that surrounds them, to learn more about everything, so that they could make the right decisions, and then to see what they like, what they don't like, and follow their own paths, and that's good. So the wider, the better. Okay. Okay, question 1.5 minutes and comment 3 minutes. I'd like to. So we'll discuss the whole session, education, about the books, textbooks. Our famous historian of Russia will talk about that, and so we'll have a separate session for that. So for the questions that you raised, you're saying right, but I think that we should not be taught how to live, but how to live with each other, how to live together, how to cohabit, how to respect each other. So that's exactly what in the Western schools is done, because at 5 and 6, when they go to Western school, so they learn how to to come to find common ground, how to understand each other, how to respect each other. That we are not taught that, and so in our schools we're not taught something that this school is doing. So what is the state of law and order? What is the civil society? So how can you establish your business, establish your business and run it straight if you don't have an independent judiciary? How possibly you can do that? How can you come out with another viewpoint if you are not allowed into those who hold those discussions? So we're all right and we're all wrong, but we need to find a common ground. So we need to understand if there is not a public discussion even on the first channel of public TV, how can you possibly arrive at any solutions? How can you possibly address any issues if there is no rostrum and if there is no podium for discussions like that? And since you're involved in education, you need to be mindful of that. Because you're involved in education, so we do have institutions, but they're not independent. We do have hence they are inefficient. So how to do that, I have no idea, but how to improve it. I think that we need to change ourselves from the viewpoint of our general, wider understanding of what the world is all about, and not weight this paternalistic attitude on the part of the state towards you. And because the society wants, but society is accustomed to the way of life. And then those who want to realize themselves. And so they are just put in the straitjacket of the system that does not allow for freedom, for free thinking. So how to get out of this this box of consciousness? Mr. York, thank you very much for your presentation. At the beginning of Bashkortostan, Eduard. Thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. So we spoke about the economics, and then you spoke about the great political leaders, Nelson Mandela, and so you spoke about the Indian politician Mahatma Gandhi. And I recollected Mahatma Gandhi as saying that the world is too huge to meet everybody's demands, and the world is very small to satisfy the human greed. So what are the sources of global greed? Because so how come that only 3% of the population have 80% of the global wealth, and how the civil society may fight this global greed? Global greed. These things cannot change. This thing can't change overnight. But if we're convinced that this is wrong, this is immoral. And it means for us that we understand the issue. Then, so then, if we realize that we'll never become a billionaire, so maybe you'll become a billionaire, but we'll never become a billionaire. I will never become a billionaire. But if you're convinced that this is the wrong way to proceed, and if there are more things, more important things to take care of, if you understand that this is wrong, that will be the beginning of the change of the situation. So it cannot be done all at once. And so people should understand that this is immoral and that it should not be done. For example, take a good example of Bosch businessman. Everyone knows that Bosch, a big businessman. He was a very rich guy, and but when he died, and so before he died, he decided that all his wealth. So he decided not to will it to anyone, and he set up a foundation. And he set up a big hospital, So then he decided he would make many programs and so education programs in Stuttgart. It's a charity business, and he gave away all his wealth to those initiations. And so if the rich people are like that, like him, then it's good, because what they make, so they will give the lion's share of it to for noble causes, and certainly, and then wealth is not immoral any longer. If it is disposed of if they're not buying new yachts and new islands, and if they don't have this ostentatious consumption pattern. So this is immoral. So yachts and islands is immoral, definitely. So then the question. So please introduce yourself. Speak up. Good morning. Anatoly Petrov, St. Petersburg. Thank you for your contribution. My question, I think, will be very important in the context of the events that are unfolding right now. You answered it to a certain extent, but I wanted to ask it anyway. So what's happening in Ukraine? So there is an opinion that is verbalized that what's happening in Ukraine is the birth of a new civil nation, free civil nation, and the civil society is being born. And there is another opinion that it wouldn't have happened if the situation had not come about, whereby the people had to fight for their freedom, sometimes using violence. So this is the birth of the civil society. And so there is another opinion that owing to this, so then the Ukrainian civil society will develop along the lines that it should have started falling much earlier. But now just was certain that the newly born civil society will develop in the right way, because they have gone through some violence and through some disturbances, and then they will be staunch supporters of democracy, and they will go much further. So do you think that the birth of any free society should be associated with violence and revolution? So the Ukrainian issue is quite big, and I can only give you some ideas, delineate them in general concerning this situation. I'm confident that Ukraine is a country that has its own independent substance. I'm convinced, even if there is a great deal of difference between the east and the west of Ukraine, but still, these are the people who, even Yanukovych, so he wanted to be independent, even he wanted to be independent. He did not want to be just a sidekick of Russia and part of Russia. And this conviction of the Ukrainians that they wanting to be independent. So the Ukraine may be different, but so we are the Ukrainians. So it's there. It's this feeling is there, but the difference, the split, the gap between is huge. The precipice, because they did not. Because there was one idea. How the West and the East can coexist? That's the tall order. So this has not been addressed. So the West has a history of their own development in Europe, and so then it was part of the Hungarian Empire. Yes, Poland. So the western part of Ukraine for many years was part of Poland, Hungarian Empire, and so that's why they gravitated to the west. And even the east did not gravitate so much to the east than to the west. It was Ukraine. So it was the outskirts of Russia, and so even in the east, so this independence is felt there. but they have never been developing their own statehood. The state institutions have never been properly developed or formed, shaped. And I think that it would have been the right way if they could found the proper federal structure for there. So because there is a great to provide great autonomy for Crimea, for the East, for the West, a great deal of autonomy. That would be the best approach because until now in Ukraine they did not want to develop federation approach, a federative approach. Because of the difference between the West and the East. Now the writing is on the wall, so we see what we have. So if you are to develop the future of Ukraine, so you need to understand the differences, and then you need to develop it jointly, but at the same time understanding the uniqueness of each of the components of Ukraine. And so that if people want it, that's possible to do that, then a new state can be formed on this basis. I'm a member of the discussion, no more than that. My unprofessional opinion is I think that in Ukraine right now, so there is this tortuous, difficult search for identity. It's the search for identity, how to find in those fragments, different fragments, something of common nature, and then bring them back together so that to find a good foundation. And the same is true for Russia, because Russia is looking for its identity as well. I think that through this conflict, Russia is beginning to realize that Ukraine is not its territory anymore, and it's a different country. And so different country with which you need to live side by side. And so for Ukraine, what you need for flourishing is both the West is needed and Russia is needed, but Russia needs that as well. Russia is learning how to live with Ukraine. So very difficult lessons, history lessons, but they need to be learned. And I think that for any civil society, for any nation, it doesn't exist yet. So it has not yet taken shape. So maybe I didn't get it right. I know that at the foundation of each state, so there is a consensus of the people who live there. So this is the foundation, the base of any nation, and this consensus is not there. It's not developed. They know that they want to be Ukrainians, so they have this notion, they have this urge, desire just to be independent. But for this, they need to develop the proper institutions. And so they need to identify who they want to live with, because constitution could be a good foundation for us. I'm talking about Germany. So we had a great deal of discussion, 1949, 48. So great debate. So what was that one work? Just writing our fundamental law, which was the constitution, and the basis was the consensus of all those who lived there on the West.
In our country, of course, was divided, but this consensus has been observed until today. Take the example of the United States, a country whose constitution was established in the 18th century, and this is the basis of the consensus of the Americans. Indeed, it is very important to continue with the basis and it is important that this consensus should survive, should be deepened, and we should express a hope that the Ukrainians may keep up this consensus, and then they have the future in front of them. Microphone. Thank you. Dmitry Lintrek from Estonia. Three moments or 3 points that unite us. Number one is values. I propose that we speak about the values of freedom. The second one is justice, and the just and the independent courts, and then competition. The third point that unites us. My second question, if we understand that the European Union shares these values, and I can say that as a European citizen, I believe that they exist. I come from Estonia. I represent the Russian School of Estonia, and I have the Institute of Patriotic Technologies in Moscow, of which I am the director. So the values that we have in Estonia, the national values, the unified history textbook presupposes that the Estonian SS were the fighters for the nation. The Latvian textbook also has a general statement supporting the pro. Do not receive answers. We know that there are relations between the parties, but we do not have a competitive environment in the European Parliament where we would have been able to pose questions in all their urgency. So if we talk about justice, how do you, as a diplomat, because you have a great insight, I have my grandfather was German, and to me the opinion of Germans are very important, and the understanding as to how we should build relations with the European Union. Now, I would like to ask you, are you interested in the opinion of Germans or the citizens or Germans? No, citizens. Very difficult question, which is indeed relevant not just in Estonia but also in Latvia, for that matter, which is, of course, a direct consequence of our history. And as a German person, I think that we're talking about the occupation of the Baltic states in 1939. The occupation, we should call that name. This was an occupation and not a willing entry into the Soviet Union. And of course, the Baltic peoples, specifically the Estonians and the Latvians, and probably Lithuanians in the less degree, but they do exist. These problems do exist. The fact of and the presence of the Russian ethnic minorities, which have indeed come to live in these states as a result of the 1939 occupation. All right, but this is irrelevant. The percent, but it's a big ethnic minority, a big group of people. The sufferings of these ethnic minorities, of the Russians, of the peoples, of the autochthonous peoples of these states, these sufferings are still very fresh in memory. And the question of integration is of great importance. Integration of the Russians. But I think that the integration is again and should be the result of discussions, debates, interaction, cohabitation, joint work, cooperation, give it whatever name you wish, but people have to meet, they have to go halfway on both sides. And I think that it would much have been facilitated if the Russians in Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania were prepared to learn the languages of the countries of their residence, because this would have then understand a great leap towards better understanding. In the south of Finland, let me take another example, there is a big Swedish community. These Swedes, however, all speak Finnish. Of course, they also speak Swedish because Swedish is their maternal tongue, their native tongue, but they live in Finland, and because they live in Finland, they speak Finnish. They have learned Finnish. They know the language. They can converse, communicate in it. I am sure that if the Russians in the Baltic states had spoken the languages of these countries of their residence, this problem would have almost evaporated. You may disagree. You may well disagree. That is fine. I'm sorry, young man. Please do not violate the standing order of this seminar. If you may please take your seat. If you wanted me to express my opinion as a German, I indeed took the liberty to express my opinion, sir. Thank you. Microphone? Microphone? No, thank you. Ruslan Tsarev from Kostroma. Let me go back to the topic of the Ukraine. I agree with you to say that an optimal option for the Ukraine would be a federalization. It is very hard to... Could you please regulate your mic a little bit? Federalization. I was in Kharkov 2 days ago. I was there at a pro-Russian meeting, and I think that there are more hopes. Could you please repeat your question? Let me go back to the Ukrainian topic here. I was in Kharkov in a pro-Russian rally, and I think that their expectations are somewhat higher, because the people believe in Kharkiv that if they become a subject of the Ukrainian Federation, then they would have a great autonomy. But I think that they're in for a surprise. I think that this would not materialize, and that their expectations would be deceived. And the second question. Yes, please. that I have expressed an opinion, nothing but an opinion, with respect to the possible ways of resolving the crisis in the Ukraine, and I think that we should just leave, all move towards a compromise, a consensus. A compromise does not consist in getting 100% of your demands satisfied. A compromise presupposes a peaceful coexistence. Otherwise, there is no compromise. Your last question, yes. Yours is the last question. Thank you very much. Thank you for... I'm Denis Grekov from the Altai region. You have spoken about the practices of the civil enlightenment after the World War II in Germany. They existed and they were introduced in a specific historical context when the country was indeed almost demolished and the state had been dismantled. And under a different historical context, when the Nazi state was still there, and could there have been any practices of the civil enlightenment that could have in any way influenced the situation at the time that the Third Reich was performing the Anschluss? Do you believe that there can be any critical mass of intelligent people who would then preclude a catastrophe? Let us try to be more concise in our questions. No, I could understand your question. Yes, I understand. If I understood you right, there's some new ways, a new understanding. Well, I wanted to well, you know, I cannot predict the future. I cannot predict how the situation will evolve in Russia now after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Even after the collapse of the Nazi state in Germany, there was still a very interesting superimposition of the different feelings, even from the times of the Weimar Republic. And so there was some democratic background which gave rise for the political renaissance in my country. I mentioned Konrad Adenauer, and Mr. Adenauer was a democratic politician since his young days. He worked for the benefit of the civil society for many years. 12 years under the Nazis, he was literally under constant threat of going to a concentration camp. So there were a few Germans who could develop the new Germany. I'm sure that Russia has people who are in a position who can develop the democratic statehood in Russia. I'm more than sure that there are people like that in Russia. But of course, after any revolution, after the if the old it is always difficult to have the generational gap. It was a little bit easier in Germany because under the regime of the occupation by the Allies, the old say, so to speak, the old Nazi guard or the Nazis were not allowed to enter the political and social life for a specific period of time. And these people, interestingly, was a problem that persisted after the collapse of the GDR or the unification of Germany, because we still have quite a few old-timers in the German establishment in the East. In Poland, these people, the old-timers, were indeed excluded from the political class through solidarity. But not so in Hungary, not so in Czech Republic, not so in Bulgaria. And so the problem of old-timers in these Eastern European countries is still quite acute. The French Revolution was quite easy. The guillotine was the instrument. But I think that this is a progress, that we no longer govern with a guillotine. But it is always difficult to live and work and with the old-timers, the people who are simply not prepared to change. And this is something that one needs to withstand, that we need to counteract it. But it's quite a male existing problem, a relevant problem. I think that we've had a most interesting session because we have been able to pose questions which will be in the focus of this seminar for the rest of this week. Thank you so very much, Mr. Verstudnitz. Thank you for this great introduction into the subject matter of our seminar, an ability to lead a meaningful discussion is a great asset. I would like to address all of you with a request to be more concise in formulating your questions. Thank you ever so much. Thank you for this direct participation. Now, we have decided to introduce you to our alumnus of 1993. And as many experts agree, he is one of the most interesting political analysts in Russia. He is from St. Petersburg, and now he is an expert, and he will present his book, which is about the time the name of his book is Out of the Pen into the Fire, Russian Politics After the USSR. Thank you so very much for the invitation. Indeed, it is my great pleasure to come back to school in 20 years and what we debated 20 years ago we mainly spoke about the issues which are posed in this book. I will raise it for you. I will allow you to take a look at it. My only request is that I get back this copy, and I shall gladly present this book with an autograph to the one who probably gives the best response. 20 years ago, we discussed very urgent questions about the future of the Russian political regime. Will that be a democratic or an authoritarian regime? Today, I think we can make some interim conclusions, and there is a sad consensus among the experts that over these 20 plus years we have seen a rollback from the political and civic freedoms, and this is and has been registered by the expert agencies and the news agencies. But it is not just important to name the symptoms. It is also important to give a diagnosis and try and understand why these specific changes have been such and such. If we try to make an analogy between the medical diagnosis and the political diagnosis, then any person who talks about regularities of political shifts in Russia, we can have three big groups. In the Soviet Union, there was a joke about the three schools of thought. One school of thought is the optimists who are getting ready to war with the U.S. There are those who learn Chinese and are ready are learning Chinese, and there are those who can war with any nation and thus only learn how to use the AK. This joke might still be somewhat relevant, but I can now reformulate it. There are three thoughts of school in Russia today. The pessimists who believe that Russia is incompatible with democracy because of its specific historical path, some sort of a hereditary disease that cannot be treated with the available medical institutions and the medical instruments. There is also the belief that we should blame the Russian experience, the historical experience of a country which is incompatible with democracy. Some go even further and say that Russia has a very long-standing anti-democratic tradition coming from the Moscow Rus. But in any event, we are seeing and referring to this very unfavorable past. There is also another view whereby this post-traumatic syndrome, the collapse of the Soviet system, the difficulties in outlining mapping the new countries and the geopolitical events, if we take a look at the experience of different countries, we may see that such geopolitical changes might have taken centuries. So such a post-traumatic experience, as some observers say, had led to this post-traumatic syndrome, which is very hard to treat, but one may hope that it will dissipate as the economy develops and evolves, as the country gets richer, and that these traumas will gradually be overcome, and thus the country would heal and go for democracy. And finally, there is the third approach, of which I am a supporter myself, is that this approach is to say that there exists a very strong political interests related to the fact that the politicians in power are not interested in democracy. There are different definitions of democracy, but I think that the most primitive definition of a democracy, which is at the same time the most ample one, was given by Adam Szwersky, an American political scientist of Polish descent, who said that democratic system is a political system where the parties lose power during the elections. And a politician which is not interested in democracy would tighten his or her grip on power, not to lose power during the elections. It appears that such an approach may be founded in the political experience of different countries, and also the immediate observations my immediate observations in the 1990s. When new institutions were springing up, including the Moscow School. So the subsequent development has shown that such a viewpoint may well be viewed as politicians may well be viewed as agents of anti-democratic standing. Well, this does not to say that the politicians are all goblins, and that we're talking about the politicians act in their own interest, and we have to understand that
this motivation plays paramount role in. We should not go deep into other extremes, into a Hollywood film sort of movie scenario, like there are good guys, there are pro-democracy, and bad guys who are against democracy, and they're fighting. No, it's not the simplistic case. It's not in fact true. The thing is that in true reality we find things where people who come into government under democratic slogans, but they behave in a very much not pro-democratically at all. But if you look at these explanations from the perspective of analysis, what we can find out from today about today's Russia, we would see there is no objective reason to think that Russia is incompatible with democracy. In terms of socio-economic development, our country, well, is better well off in terms of GDP per capita than most countries in the world. In terms of social inequality, which was discussed in the presentation by Mr. Sputnik, certainly Russia has become much more non-egalitarian country rather than the Soviet Union, but the levels of inequality are much lower than, say, in many democratic countries, say, of Latin America. In terms of culture, again, if we go to the data of many cross-national studies, we would see that Russians are not that ideal democrats. That's true. Very high level of intolerance, very low level of interpersonal confidence. All these aspects, well, put it this way, do not make us very happy. But to begin with, Russia is not unique. There's nothing unique about Russia here. say the level of trust in Russia is low. So what? Secondly, if we look at these survey polls, we would see that at the very basic primitive level, Russians are pretty much Democrats. Russian citizens want the country to have free election. They want to have freedom of expression. And I would not put it this way, that in this sense, today's Russian thinking is deeply anti-democratic. It would be wrong to say that. As to the lack of democratic traditions, again, in many countries of the world, the heritage is not much worse than what we see, or much better. And if we look at what democracy has set in many countries, from Mongolia to Beijing, so critical as we may be towards our own country, we should not think that Russian heritage is somewhat worse than Mongolian. What about interests? Indeed, none of politicians want to abandon government, abandon power voluntarily. And they're all fully interested in avoiding these dangers and perils. Then we should ask, if things are that bad, and in point of that, politicians and government in every way promote and want to prevent democracy from setting in, then why do political leaders, why very often they have to go for free elections? Very often they have to really lose power, and this has to do not only with politicians in the countries where democracy has been around for many years. It's clear in case of a conflict with the Congress, American president will not certainly send tanks to fight against, to fire on the Capitol Hill, not because such a great proponent of democracy, but he will be punished severely for that. We're speaking about the countries where these democratic mechanisms were not in place, and politicians still have to go for free elections, which was the case, say, back in the 1980s in Brazil, in South Korea, in many other countries of the world. But in order to understand where this all comes from, this democratization, let's look at the limitations for politicians. Why is it that they don't always can grab power and keep it? Several answers. First is, we see sometimes acute conflicts between elites, and the only exit from this conflict would be to set the rules of the game which prevent monopolization of power, which was the case, say, with England, as they described the Glorious Revolution in England in the late 17th century. Two parties that mistrusted each other, and after many attempts, failed attempts to address the situation, they had to come up with a political system which has been, in UK, has been around till now. On the other side, politics is not about the struggle between the elites. First and foremost, it's participation of the masses, it's class struggle. And if we look at the European democratization and democratization, say, of Brazil or South Korea, these processes went under greatest pressure put on them by the masses. Politicians had not really much choice, either, let's say, go for democratization or face revolutions and acute domestic conflicts. And therefore, in several countries, they had to make a choice like this. A second explanation has to do with international influence, countries from developed democracies. There are two mechanisms in place here. First is linkages, that is, well, typical movement impact of Western Europe and EU on the Eastern European countries after the fall of communist regimes. And there are leverages, direct leverage from developed democracies. For example, in the Q&A of Mr. Studnitz, we could hear how these mechanisms worked in Western Germany after the Second World War. And finally, a very important role is played by ideological ideas entertained by leaders of authoritarian regimes. Very often they not so much go for ideology, but there are cases when leaders go for democratization, thinking that this will be good, will bring good for the countries. The example of Michael Gorbachev says that if he had not done anything, he might still continue to be the Secretary General of the CPSU. And all those political changes that we have seen in the Soviet Union would not have taken place. If we look at it from the perspective of what happened in Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union, we would see that none of these conditions for democratization was not in place. All the conflicts of elites that happened in the 1991, which saw the collapse of the Soviet Union, 1993, which saw conflict between Yeltsin and the parliament, 1999 and 2000, when the question was who would head the country after Yeltsin left. All these conflicts ended in just one side winning, the other side losing. Mass involvement in Russia was very low. What I mean, involvement not at like going for election, but just manifesting protests. Moreover, there is an excellent study by Graham Robertson. He analyzed domestic statistics by the Ministry of Interior. It turns out the strikes in Russia at the time, only one factor played, like conflict of regional elites with the federal government. But regional elites would provoke strikes to get areas, in terms of wage areas, to people who worked for the budget in the federal center. And it had nothing to do with mass modes. And we must say that the process went on till the process of 2011-2012. International influence on Russia, whether somebody like it or not, it had very little and very limited role for a number of objective reasons, not just because Russia is a big country with big economic potential, export of natural resources and so on. I want to develop this subject. And ideology certainly did not play any important role after the collapse of the Soviet Union, quite the opposite. The lessons that we learned in post-Soviet policy after Gorbachev's time were that you can't believe anything seriously, and any values can be expressed only in dollars or in euro. But if democratization does not take place, what takes place instead? Well, very conventionally I put it like Russian political trajectory. I split it into two major time. From 2001, early stage, not very successful stage. Why was it not so successful in building authoritarianism? Because the Russian state was weak and they could not use the enforcement apparatus, because 1999 economic decline took place and oligarchs and local tycoons, local elites were capturing. There was all this versatile coalition that was around the leader of the state. That's why to build the successful authoritarian regime, that was impossible at the time. After the year 2000, the situation has changed dramatically. A very good economic growth before 2008, consolidation of the Russian state, strengthening of its administrative potential, and decline of both regional elites and groups and economic interests, as well as a more consistent and goal-oriented building of ruling coalition. It led to Russian government that became very effectively build institutions that stood in the way of democracy in terms of electoral and party system, as well as the work of the parliament, as well as split of power between the center, federal center, and the regions. And I must say they were quite successful in this. If we sum it up, what is this institutional carcass of today's Russian regime? It dwells upon three pillars, three rules that are given in this slide. First, monopoly on decision-making. That's the gist, the point of the Russian constitution. There's a lengthy, boring document that has nothing to do with reality. It's called the Constitution of the Russian Federation. Yes, indeed, it's nice. And secondly, and there is another real constitution that was Vladimir Churov of the Central Election Phrase, he put it into 3 words. Putin is always right. This is the true constitution. Rule number 1. Rule number 2, it's a taboo, an open competition at election. Election certainly plays a role. Certainly, it matters. It's not election like what we see in North Korea, where there's one candidate who receives 100% of votes. No, it's not the case. Moreover, even opposition takes part in election. However, they've set up formal and informal rules for election that exclude the defeat of the ruling class, of the ruling group. I won't give you exact names, you know. And existing, in fact, hierarchical subordination of subnational governments to a higher level. In the Russian slang, we call it vertical of power. This is as it's known in Russia. And certainly the question goes by, can we leave this sort of balance? Can we exit this balance? Usually, when they talk about it, then certainly they keep speaking that will have impact of external shock. Say oil prices might go down, or there will be ethnic conflicts, or there is whatever. Whenever everybody says, will Russia disintegrate? All these are external shocks which it's impossible to predict. If we go beyond these external shocks, we would see that one of the most important factors that stands as an obstacle to leave this balance is that this exit will be very painful and very complicated. The quotes from the manifesto of the Communist Party can be reworded in a very different manner. For example, in case that the change of regime, Russians have something to lose, at least substantial part of Russians, and those chains that they keep wearing by the will of today's regime, they're not really that heavy. In terms of, or onerous in terms of individual freedoms. Yes, we enjoy them, civic and even political freedoms we enjoy. Overall, Russian citizens feel very much at home, very much comfortable, and what stands to win in short term, they're not really obvious. Yes, we understand the costs and the price we'll have to pay, but whether we shall win, that's very... So this ineffective balance is set in place, and it's supported like self-sustaining sort of. And in my view, this is a problem is underestimated, including those who speak with criticism of the Russian political establishment. In other words, if you change one bad political system for another, which possibly it might be good, but the change for the other system would be fraught with many costs. And many Russians have remember having seen this change of Soviet to post-Soviet regime. That's why I think this problem is that still has to be tackled. What we saw quite recently was a wave of protests during the election of 2011-2012, which somewhat slightly tried to impact this balance. Again, the data say that this balance is upheld by 3 main factors, such as lie, fear, and economic prosperity. What we see there is economic prosperity in Russia today is now questioned, not because the rate of economic growth has gone down, and it's hard to expect in the future, even given the best scenario, that Russia would experience something very much like what we saw back in the year 2000. Well, this is something we could not. Another problem, that level of economic well-being, which we see on the one side, does not support the status quo from the advanced electors who are better educated, are well-off, live in big cities, but it's not enough to support the loyalty of people living in the province, in the periphery, low-skilled, aged, with less education, who ask a question, okay, but why is it that this economic well-being, why does it not help us in our everyday life? Fear. Well, it's very important demonstrative effect of these mass protests, because Indeed, those who were discontent with the regime saw that in point of fact they were not alone, and the spread of alternative sources of information certainly played a role. Government had to make colossal efforts, to put it this way, to minimize risks in overcoming fear. And finally, lies. Well, here I give a well-known quote by Lincoln. With time, lie loses its effect in terms of it makes government take some very great effort. If we look at the response and the reaction we saw by this protest, we saw that there was this inconsistent tightening of the screws, which was not about that the regime tries to improve its self-image. No, it's termed that the alternatives seem unattractive and unrealistic. So if you have a job which you do not like and they pay you very little pay, say, or you're not very happy, a very poor boss, but you know that you don't have any other alternative, then even you are not happy with your job, but will still continue working there. So this phenomenon, support by default, it's typical of Russian political regimes too. The question is, what is it that we are looking at today? Is it some kind of temporary imbalance when we return to previous trajectory, or are we seeing really some fundamental and serious and system-wide challenges? I would put it this way, that in point of fact, we, as we ask this question, we try to understand what will happen next. And political science is very ineffective, like any other science, in terms of making forecasts. Sometimes people give you some forecast which came true not because they're smart, they just accidentally saw it. It's just, I'm no exception here, and I'm not very good about making forecasts, but I thought to just come up with several possible outcomes, and in my book I look at 3 or 4. We can assume that the status quo may remain. Further, what do they call, situation will continue when this regime will try to continue to rot. Before people of this age will just, they will just leave. Or we can assume there will be a turn towards tightening of the situation, more repressive regime. Russian regime is, for that matter, very low repressive in terms of repressiveness in the global measure of authoritarian regimes. For some people it's good news, for others it's not very good news. Such regimes have their own difficulties and have their own problems. In case, if we sum up in one expression, these regimes break down and they are not very flexible. They can break down. And thirdly, just creeping, as they call it, creeping democratization, inconsistent, which took place in many countries during, say, quite a long while. If we look at what happened, say, in Brazil, for example, it took 11 years. In South Korea, it took 7 years. In Poland, it took 9 years. And as a rule, it's not some kind of consistent process. It's rather like a revolving, a sort of movement, like pendulum-like movement, with many zigzags, many turns and bends. So these archetypic trajectories. I suppose we would see something like combination of several factors. I would say, put it this way, opposition parties and politicians at that stop the anti-regime presentations by urging Russia to be free. It looks like a motto, but if we stop thinking of this, about this urging, and rather instead look at the situation in a broader context, looking at the comparative historical perspective, we would see this is the point. Russia will be a free country. The question is when, how will it happen, and what will be the costs that Russia will have to bear in its path for freedom. Those who study Russian politics right now, it's a very interesting time. In the very near future, it will not be a boring subject at all. In terms of citizens, what they think, well, democratization in Russia will hardly be light or easy, no. I would put it this way, what is going on nowadays in Ukraine it's a relatively light scenario compared to what Russia may undergo, what may expect as God. It does not matter that it will be, but the book that I referred to, it's on sale in shops, it's available online, electronic version is on sale too. I now drafted the version in English with certain fears. I think that maybe it may become obsolete before it goes out of print. And I suppose I will stop at that and will be very happy to take your Q&A comments. So please, you will be presenting here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Volodya. Well, I will go back 20 years. What is the point of this school in this context, which is going through many hardships here? Well, I would put it this way. 20 years ago, when both myself and Vladimir Rожков and many others who were first students at this school, and at that time we were at the early stages of our career, we listened to a presentation by Ernst Gellner, who's gone and who was an outstanding intellectual. Alexei Mikhailovich Salmin, who is no longer with us, outstanding Russian intelligentsia man. I suppose we learned some lessons back then, and in what we do and what we continue to do, we have been doing during the next 20 years, certainly a certain role is played by the education we received at this school. I very much hope that those who were here at that time, we were few, and now look how many people we have in the audience. We hope that we can discuss among them this question. Maybe say in 10 years' time we will see what was the role the school played now. Okay, those who did not ask questions in the previous session, please raise your hands first. We only have 25 minutes to go. Sergei Bakhtanov from Vologda. Tell me please, low electoral turnout at election, 15 to 20%. Does it mean that citizens do not need democracy or do not understand what democracy is like? And can such turnout figures be in healthy democracies? In point of fact, what I can say is that low turnout at municipal election, it's not something specific to Russia. As a rule, it's in everywhere. It's substantially lower than what you see at national election. But I think that in the case of Russia, the citizens are perfectly aware that little, if anything, will depend upon the outcome of this election. And they understand that real turnout has nothing to do with their life. That's why they attend so poorly. Uryadova Anna from Yaroslavl. What do you think about post-Soviet space? Is there some logic, or do you think every region goes its own path? There is no logic that we can see. Surely there is none, because each post-Soviet country had its own starting conditions. Some faced acute conflicts, say, between separatism, because of ethnic rife, and others did not face that. Some were objectively under greatest influence by the European Union, whilst others not. Overall, post-Soviet countries, it's like a laboratory, how you can imagine the political development, how it might evolve. And it's hard to imagine that one day, say, Lithuania or Turkmenistan belonged to the same state, only 20-some years ago. But there is fundamental common problems that are related to the mechanisms of democratization, and we can see them very much, like economically more developed Belarus is now further away from democracy than, say, poor and Moldova. Thank you. Alexander Gladyshev from Volогодsk, from Vologda region. My question to you, Vladimir. Vladimir, what do you think? Why is it that government today fears civic enlightenment? They're doing right in fearing civic enlightenment, Because people who are more enlightened, who are better educated, they start to think, they become more publicly active, and this public activity, social activity, in terms of addressing the problems, say, of their own yard or of their own city or small town, as experience has shown in protests of 2011-2012, it's only one step away to political activity. That what follows is understandable response and reaction, either like putting a limit upon it or pursue some own propaganda effort that will stand in the way of civic enlightenment. Sergei Kovalov from Volgograd. My question about demographic situation. It was an open secret that the demographic policy of Russia nowadays in a rough crisis, and much was spoken about balance. Balance implies there are several parties that sort of balance one another. What would happen if one of the parties would just disappear? God forbid. I will be quite honest with you. I'm not a specialist here, and I'm not ready to seriously analyze demographic policy. I would put it this way. A time horizon that politicians operate in, it's not related with generation change, generation gap. What happens after Putin leaves this world? Putin doesn't much care about it. You're broadcasting it country-wise. Think of it. Nikita Molchakov from Moscow. It's not a question, it's just a comment. Please, I want to link your previous presentation and yours. I think that the main problem which you focused upon, and the root of what problem, is that Russian political culture and political system, no institution such as political responsibility and its actors. You started with a quote, who should be the main person in country. It means who should be responsible in the country, that's it. Whereas the previous speaker focused our attention, he spoke about the same matter and said that readiness to undertake social responsibility, that it's poorly developed. Experience of Germany is very indicative here, to which how it worked. This message of business links may lead, plagiate, may lead to people having to resign. So my question is, how do you take this on political responsibility? Because in textbooks it's often bypassed. In public discourse it's absent. In the discourse of government, Putin only once said that our politics should be accountable, should be responsible. Please. Well, accountability or responsibility, it doesn't arise from your head or from your heart. No, it comes to their mind when they see election turnout, when the voters punish politicians for, say, for poor management of the country, or say the city or town,
when they were not behaving decently, but until this kind of punishment doesn't occur, so there will be no liability, no responsibility at all. We can't talk about that. And Anatoly Savchuk, who I quoted, so he lost the elections in 1996, and so the people punished him, and then so the guy who was head of his election campaign, so he didn't do what he was supposed to do. Vadim Misky, Kiev. I would like to ask a question concerning. And so the situation is under. So how will it play out? So what kind of changes in the optimistic, pessimistic scenario? How will it play out? And what's the role of the protest movement and the disturbances, the public disturbances in Ukraine? How these disturbances will impact Russia? Yeah, I relate this process of the democratization affects or impacts the authoritarian regimes. So there's kind of, it's a demonstration. It's there. It's obvious. It's you can see it, and so then one wave generates another wave in the adjacent state. But there's another viewpoint. It's not only the people who are learning from each other, but the autocrats are learning from other autocrats. So they're learning from, and I think that Mr. Putin is watching these events very closely, and his team and his near circle, they certainly do not want the Russian regime, collapse same fashion like in Ukraine. And so I expect that that the policy of tightening screws has been taking place for a while. It will continue. In which forms and shapes this tightening of screws will continue, we don't know. It's too premature to speak. I won't be able to discuss that right now. I don't know, but it may happen that then there may appear some unpredictable implications. So it will be more interesting. It's getting more and more curious. My question from Georgia: how the civil society in Russia can impact the process of democratization in Asia, and what are the most efficient instruments to do that? Effectively, so they'll be different. So then the public protests is one way, street disturbances. Then the support of different independent low-level activities, starting from the independent media support and all the way down to different forms of alliances among the citizens to address the issues of non-political substance ecology, so then the sick kids problems. Then civic enlightenment is a big issue, and so against this big background, so plays a very important role. Effectively, we can say that so then the state propaganda has a very strong effect. It may fail to have a strong effect for the already enlightened citizens, educated, cultured citizens who know politics, and so through internet, who watch through internet and can just state their points of view. But for other citizens, so this information is not sufficient to make judgments on the basis of superficial, uncertain evidence. So, for example, so there's no explanation to the Russian citizens about what's happening in Ukraine right now. And so the situation is changing overnight, but I don't think that we will have any clear understanding of what's happening in Russia even in 2 months' time. Then in Georgia, those who are watching the political developments, then specialized sites, they know better what's happening there. But effectively, so this impartial picture of what has been happening in Georgia in the last 10 years after the Rose Revolution, very few people know about that and understand, can make any sense of it. And so that's why the civil society should pay attention not only to each other, but those who surround us. Zanetsa, Kurskaya Oblast. My question has to do, how do you, about the upcoming reform of self-governance? And so then Timchenko, why the authorities need that, and what will be the impact, short term, mid term? So the drafts of these reforms have been brewing for a long time in the last 10 years, but never got to the level of their implementation because the final smothering of local autonomy. 2 reasons. First, it has to do with economics. And it's related to the fact that although the municipalities so that made money, so they took the money from them, and the second, that municipal politics is the area where the independent political activists get their education. And so they will control them even more rigidly now. And midterm, I think that the implications will be very destructive because this self-governance in Russia, the fate of self-governance institutions in Russia is going through very difficult times, and I don't think that the reform will be implemented in the form and shape that it was the way it was designed. Good afternoon, Vladimir. Turskola, thank you for your insights. What will be the scenario and the results of the federal elections in the State Duma in December 2016? Very often we think up something, but in reality a completely different thing comes up. That happens very often. So the Kremlin is trying to minimize the risks. And so the changes in the election systems that have been introduced, so then one mandate districts, single mandate districts, and so then the Единая Russia party, that it will, I think that they will certainly they will rely on the independent deputies, so simple single mandate independent deputies. So there was some kind of new amalgamations of non-party type, but I don't know how the opposition will act, because the signals that we've been getting in the last year, they may have mixed messages we're getting from them. And but we don't know what the economic situation will look like and what the public feelings will look like in 2016. We don't know anything about what the expectations of the authorities will be. So will they be very scared that they can lose power in elections, or not very much scared about that? And then we don't know anything about this tightening of the screws, to what extent all the screws will be tightened by 2016. Vladimir, my question, Kuzmenka, Primorsky Krai. Now we depend on exports. So then oil, commodities, gas, etc. So we depend on other countries. So is there in Russia are there any projects of lowering this dependence on commodities, on exports, so that we could stand up against the upcoming risks, stand up to the upcoming risks? Because if the European Union or the US, if they stop buying our oil and gas, what we are going to do? And very brief, I'm not a specialist in international economics, but if there is a certain reshuffle of global economy, it will manifest itself slowly. It will not occur immediately, starting from Monday. No one buys Russian gas and oil. No, I think that more promising prospects will be that Russia may become an attachment to China, and will be selling oil and gas to China. So there will be, yeah. Okay, I don't want just to end on such a depressing note. I will need to end on a cheerful note. I cite a Russian observer. My question has to Kalushskaya Oblast. A short comment and about the self-governance, a very good issue. And So all the monies are taken from the municipalities. So where else can they make money? How they can survive if the municipalities are taken? Money goes away, is seized. So we talk about a poor medical service, health care, education, and then the mayor says, I can't do anything, I have no money. So then they actually, they only get money for construction, housing construction. This is the only area where they can get any money. So people cannot even get land for their buildings. So they're not even owners of their own backyard because, so they're not sure that if they build a small cottage, then next year, since the land is not yours, that a big apartment block can be built next to your house. So the political system may change, but the houses, the real estate will stay. And I think that Muscovites will agree with me that in the last 20 years, Lushkov built so much that life ceased to be, is not as happy as it was because of so much housing construction in Moscow. I agree. I take your statement and point. So what's the difference? Because the people who are involved in politics in Moscow and trying just to put a squeeze on self-governance, and then land, getting title for land, owning land. So that's related. It's all related. Many citizens do not see this relationship, and that people are complaining because it's very bad in my backyard, but at the same time they don't see why it happens, because what the Russian authorities do in the area of taxation, regulation of different rules, and so how it impacts their lives. And I think that one is related directly to the other, because now people are beginning to realize that there is a relationship between the state. So this is what is related to civil enlightenment, civil education. So what's happening in Kremlin is not just settling scores among the powerful oligarchs, but who are trying to divide the property, but how the citizens will live, and until that is settled. So we cannot expect the citizens live decently. The municipal elections, so supporting, fighting for their rights, and so what is so this seminar, another seminar of the kind of this civil society school. It's very important what's happening here, because to disseminate knowledge and enlighten the citizens is very important. Wonderful presentation, thank you very much. And so he's a graduate of our school. So where is the book? Where is the book? And I'm good as my word, and I would like to thank the last speaker. I remember that you are from Kaluga, and I didn't get your name, so this book goes to you, as with autographed. And so others certainly have a chance to read it. So in Ozon internet shops, they're all available. Thank you. And since we have new people here, I'd like to say that our agreement is the active participation, our discussion. And we have a joint agreement that we need to stick to the program. And so So then the coffee break is exactly 30 minutes, and we start at 12 sharp.
Нет, нет, ну
Ребята, я еще хочу одно объявление сделать, организационное тоже. У нас места не закреплены нигде, то есть если вы видите свободные места за столом, а люди опаздывают, вы можете свободно садиться за стол без проблем, потому что у нас как бы регламент, мы стараемся и вас не задерживать, и спикеров не задерживать, так что видите свободные места, садитесь и вообще постарайтесь в течение 5 дней как-то перетасовываться, чтобы каждый имел возможность быть ближе к микрофону и иметь шанс задать вопрос. Спасибо.
Где наш гость из Киева, которого я там видела? Так, количество... Я еще не заметила первого раза, кто, откуда, где, но к концу дня буду замечать. И мы договорились, что все приходят вовремя.
So we agreed that everybody comes on time, no one is late. That was the agreement. That was the agreement. We need to really start on time. So we begin our session. Next session, which I think is very important for all of us, because it translates our subject matters and our issues and problems to a different level, to a global level. And I would like to introduce you to the expert from Turkey, who has been with us for 4 times already, and so we're happy to have him at our seminars. Honored. His name is Hakan Altinay. So first time I heard him, I saw at Sonya's recommendation, when he was talking about something about global civics, because we're talking about national civics, but he's talking about, he takes it one step higher, this is global civics. So the passion and so the knowledge of the subject matter, and I was impressed, and it's just amazing, outstanding. And when he suggested that we translated his book, we did it, and we were happy to do it. And that's a wonderful Russian book now. It's in Russian, and most of you have this book. And so then there is Ina Biroskina and Matvey. So she is a wonderful translator who made this translation. And so this book, and I will, if you allow me, I will say something that I thought was very important and very well made. And I will try to read out loud the conversation of Altanais with Solana. Solana is the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain and the head of the European Council on International Policy. And Hakan asked him, what do you think? Do you think that are there sufficient instruments to manage our global interdependence? And Javier Solana answered, today in the world there happen very deep changes, and among them meta processes of globalization is taking place. So we have no other choice but be independently responsible. Mutually responsible, because this mutuality, this interdependence is the reality that we have to admit, that requires very responsible decisions. Now just we're facing another issue. So who is the main actor in on issues of interdependence? So a few years ago the answer was simple: the state. Now the state, in the classical sense, meaning of the word. So new actors appeared and added, and so we have outgrown the older systems. So the European Union is a good example. But now we need to move forward, and we need to create something that you refer to as global civics. That's what Hakan was saying. So on the basis of the civil society and internet, we need to move further. I don't think it will be a big explosion. So it will be a slow and steady process that will be very attractive, but we cannot expect that it will happen quickly and will go by leaps and bounds, because we need to take into consideration the history, politics, economics of different societies, and the best way to get the ball rolling for this process is dialogue. And so this full understanding of what our seminar is all about, I decided to make this preamble. So for Hakan tonight to make his presentation and to congratulate him on the occasion of publishing his book in Russian, and to thank Ina for the effort.
Thank you so much. It's great pleasure to be here. As Elena said, this is my third time at the Moscow School of Political Studies, and I have to say I've been so impressed with what Elena and Ina and Sonia have done that we have been motivated to establish a similar school in Turkey. So you all set a very high standard for us. I've been uplifted by the discussions I've participated in and I've witnessed the last two times, and I'm sure it will be even better now. As Elena mentioned, I work on a theme called global civics, and intentionally it has nothing to do with Turkey because the Turkish reality suffocates me. But every so often events, significant events happen, and it becomes difficult to stay oblivious to them. So let me give you a 3-minute update on what's happening in Turkey and then move quickly to global civics, which is the part that I care more about. In the last 12 years, Turkey has had a great ride. The economy grew from $200 billion to $800 billion, so 4 times increase. Our debt to GDP ratio was 120%, and we were paying sometimes 30% real interest rates. Now, debt to GDP is 35%, so from 120% down to 35%, and real interest rate is 0. All this relieved extraordinary amount of budgetary resources, so we upgraded our healthcare system, education system, infrastructure. 10 years ago, 10 million people flew in Turkey a year. Last year, 40 million people flew. The number of airports doubled. And so compared to 10 years ago, Turks live like kings. Unfortunately, our prime minister drew the long lesson from this. He assumed that it was all his doing. So he has been too successful for his own good and has stopped accepting any criticism. He now thinks that there is no legitimate reason one should not like him. So if you don't like him, you must be a bad guy. There's another person in the country, Gülen, a very charismatic religious leader who cooperated with Erdogan for a long time. He too harbors rather grandiose ideas of what he can do. He thinks he's a force for good. Both men think they are the best things that have happened to Turks and Muslims. So they, one would say, harbor messianic complexes. And currently they've disbanded their limited liability partnership, and they're going after each other. So the biggest sport of all Turks now to wake up in the morning and listen to leaked videos and leaked phone conversations about each other. So, for example, today's conversation was how the Prime Minister was pushing the media owners to, make sure that their favorite advisor goes on TV, who should get which tender. He advises his favorite businessman who has bid the highest price to outmaneuver his rivals. He feeds information from closed contract dealings. He's pressing his justice minister to make sure that the media, another media boss he hates, gets the maximum fine in a judicial proceeding. It's all very unbecoming. It's the trust and civility in the country is melting like an ice cream that fell on an asphalt on a summer day. And so when these two guys with messianic complexes play Russian roulette, the first fatality is amount of civility and trust in the country. Having said that, this is not why we are here today. So let's get back to civics. Global civics. I don't know whether this exists as a class at Russian high schools, but at least in the United States and in the UK and on good days in Turkey, there is a class called civics at high schools. And there you'll learn about, your obligations as citizens, your rights as citizens, that you should pay taxes and vote and minimal amount of civility in societal relations. But that all assumes that there is a state. Since we don't have a global state, what would a global civics look like, right? Can we imagine a civics, a social contract that exists between peers that predates a state? So that's our subject. Is it even necessary? Is it feasible? Would it be useful? These are our questions for this morning. To kick off this discussion, we have a documentary, and I have copies for you. It's 55 minutes long, but we'll only watch the first 10 minutes, and it also is available with Russian subtitles. So let's take a look, and then we'll start the discussion. Let's make sure I can... We have an issue with sound.
You would like there will be sound?
We are supposed to hear him.
Паша, не слышно его. А сзади не видно.
Today, the web interactions among people all around the world is much higher than it ever was before. Direct communications, direct trade, across all kinds of borders. And the real issue is that governments can no longer think of themselves. They're really only one part of the overall system. It's not a series of states and people are under them. It's the state plays a role in the whole thing, but individual people have a much bigger role than ever before. And that's just going to accelerate, it's going to continue. In many places, the questions of language come into play, the questions of geography come into play, and those kinds of relationships may become more influential in many cases than some faraway government agents. So, yeah, I think the world is changing in a lot of interesting ways.
The world is indeed changing. Our lives are increasingly a function of what happens in other countries. Financial engineering in the United States determines growth and employment in many parts of the world. Carbon dioxide emissions from China ends up determining crop yields and livelihoods in Bangladesh. Or a nuclear leak in Japan, or an epidemic from Vietnam ends up determining public health in many parts of the world. This is a new state of affairs. This level of interdependence is unprecedented. And we need a map and a compass to help us navigate this new and interdependent world. Now think about the way we drive. Every day, millions of people get into their cars and drive at 50 or 100 kilometers an hour. One wrong move in the steering wheel and everything can end badly. But we drive carefree, because we have a reasonable expectation about the way that other drivers would behave. If anything can happen anytime, we couldn't drive the way we do right now. We would drive far more slowly, far more cautiously. We have some expectation of the way that other drivers would behave because we have long established rules, conventions, habits. It is that mental framework that put our mind at ease. In an increasingly interdependent world, we need a comparable mental framework. And a key part of that mental framework would be global civics. Responsibilities that we take on and rights that we are ready to claim. You know what? Let's actually talk about this. The documentary is available in CD form and is over there if anyone wants to get a copy. It's also on YouTube, so you don't need to. You don't need a hardware. It's done by the Chinese director that you saw. It was filmed in 9 countries, and we ask people about these issues, whether they feel they have any responsibilities to people who happen not to be their compatriots, and whether they want other people to feel responsibilities to them. They are construction workers, taxi drivers, but also, you know, Nobel laureates or people like Jimmy Wales. And I have been impressed by how thoughtful they are. And so if you want good news, if you want to feel optimistic, you may want to take a look. Let's start with one obvious starting point. The amount of interdependence is increasing, okay? So what happens in other countries has a bearing on us, and what we do has a bearing on other countries. Now, we can ignore this. There are certainly international relations scholars who argue that, you know what, interdependence have always existed, so nothing to worry about. But I would argue that very few people would want to be helpless slaves at the mercy of forces that start from afar. We have spent the last 200 years becoming greater authors of our lives. We assume that we write the storyboard of our lives. And now that storyboard is being co-authored by others, right? We share the authorship of our life with others, with other people whom we don't know. So how we are going to share that authorship is a very tricky question. So if one option is to ignore increasing interdependence, the other one is to say, you know, global governance would take care of this. We cooperate, United Nations exists. You know, I arrived here yesterday, I expected my phone to work, it worked, so someone must have agreed to do something. You know, my credit card works, the planes are coordinated across sky, so yes, interdependence is increasing, but we know how to manage this is one school of thought. I'm not convinced with that argument either. I would argue that for us to lead full lives, we need to know what sort of a social contract informs our increasing interdependence. I need to know what sort of rapport I can have with you, and you need to be able to count on me if we are living in an increasingly shrinking world. In the documentary, you saw a reference to traffic, and I think it's a good reference. If you couldn't count on other drivers, if you couldn't have a reasonable expectation for how the road would behave, even the most powerful car, even a Humvee, would not give you enough peace of mind. You need to have a sense of the way that other drivers will behave, and you need to make sure that the road is not going to take a sudden 90-degree turn. Now, that series of expectations we form through experience. We know how to interact. Starting from childhood, we form expectations. And I would argue that we need now a new map, a new series of expectations for how not just our neighbors would behave, but also how people with whom we share a planet and our destinies, but not our countries, would behave as well. Okay? Some of this is self-evident. In a way, of course, we should have an expectation. But at the same time, we have no forums that will force us to think about our relationships with people who are not our compatriots. We are told what the social contract is in the case of a nation state, but at least to my knowledge, except for a few enlightened schools that are part of international baccalaureate program, for example, no part of our education forces us to confront these issues. Now, one way to get there is to do a couple of thought experiments. For example, one of the experiments we suggest in the book that's now available in Russian is to imagine that we have a hypothetical conversation with the 7th billion person who was born a couple of years ago. And if United Nations decided that it was a baby girl in Philippines, but it could have been anyone. So if we were to brief, we the learned people of the Moscow School of Political Studies, if we were to brief a newcomer to this world, who could have been born anywhere, about what sort of life she could expect, what would we tell her? We could, for example, tell her that she would live twice as long as her grandmother, because life expectancy has now exceeded 70 years, and this is very good news, because for most of human history, until 100 years ago, life expectancy was less than 35, so good news. We could tell her that the world possesses sensible public health measures, that we have eradicated smallpox and may see the end of polio and malaria in her lifetime, and that after the SARS epidemic, the international community has agreed on something called the International Health Regulations 2005, where you are now legally obligated to cooperate, and this is good news. We could tell her that she could expect to receive 11 years of schooling, and that this was another very good news because her grandmother would only have 1 year of schooling. And furthermore, within 10 years, half of humanity would have access to all the information in the world through a device that she will be able to hold in her hand. And this would be unfathomable for the tycoons and the encyclopedists of previous centuries. So that too is another good news. We could tell her that inequalities do exist, but they have been dropping in terms of life expectancy and educational attainment. And that even in income inequality, although most popular media suggests otherwise, that there may be a drop. Although the world is very unequal in terms of income, that inequality may be dropping. These are all good news, but we would need to tell her some bad news as well. That we would need to tell her that in the unlikely event of facing a genocide, she's as unprotected today as she would be 100 years ago, despite all the profuse statements about not allowing genocides to take place again, that we have abdicated our solemn responsibility to protect in the past, and we have been remarkably unreluctant to form real measures against pending genocides. Maybe most importantly, we would need to tell her that first unknowingly, but in the last 20 years, in full knowledge of what we were doing, we have set in motion dynamics around climate change that may very well prove irreversible in a very short time. That if we burn all the hydrocarbons in the world, and we seem to have no intention of not doing so, the median temperature will increase by 8 degrees, which will mean 12 degrees over land, and that we will bake the world. That the luckiest generation in human history, the ones who are leading longer, more peaceful, more capable, healthier lives than any other generation before them, that is us, will also go down in history as the generation that baked the world. Now, why is such a thought experiment necessary? I find it necessary because I need to know whether I have any responsibilities, and if so, what they are. And I also need to know about what is going right. There are too many doom scenario enthusiasts who want to get me into action by causing panic. But the key generation that needs to act is the youth, and it's very difficult to motivate youth through fear. I need to know what we have done right before I can start talking about what needs to be solved. So we need to give ourselves credit for having extended life, for having healthier lives, more capable lives, more peaceful lives than any other generation before we take on things like climate change. Such an accounting also allows me to see that it is possible, that unlike people like Peter Singer, who argue that unless I admit that I'm ready to give up all wealth and all sovereignty, none of the global problems can be solved, I think we have actually achieved a great deal, and there are sensible ways of talking about rights and responsibilities. Now, you may say, all this is fine, but this assumes that fairness matters. But I have studied international relations, and I know that only interests matter in international relations. And so we should not kid ourselves and talk about fair solutions and doing these disinterested accounting of where humanity stands. Clearly, there is a school of thought in international relations that argues that the only thing that matters are nation states and interests. and I'm not going to dispute that interests do matter, but I would dispute that they are the only thing that matters. The world has been changing. We have gone from a G1 world to a G20 world, and very soon we will need to include the societies of G20 and not just their governments. At the end of the Second World War, the United States could pretend that it could solve most global public goods problem on its own. Then it needed Europe. Then we got to G8. Now we need G20. And for something like the solution of climate change, you need the societies of G20. Now, it so happens that societies are far more multilateralist than their governments. For example, when you ask people whether their countries should obey international law all the time, or whether they would want to allow their governments not to obey international law when they think it's not in their interest, about 55% says obey international law all the time. About 35% says, okay, if my government doesn't want to obey international law, they shouldn't obey international law. The 55%, the majority, holds in countries known to be unilateralist, including United States, China, and India. Most interestingly, when you go back to that 55% and say, does everyone else in your society think like you, or are you a member of a minority? They say, no, I'm a member of the minority. Think about this. They're 55%, and they think they represent the minority, because when it comes to international relations, we all assume that we need to talk like Kissinger. So through documentaries like this, what we hope to show is that this 55% that wants to obey international law, even when the government doesn't think it's in their national interest, they are not only not alone in their own country, they're also not alone in the world. That there is a sensible Chinese and Brazilian and German and a Turk and a Russian on the other side. So rather than being marginalized by wannabe Kissingers, I think we need to draw strength from each other. This research has been, we've asked these questions through different questionnaires. For example, we ask people whether they want to obey a WTO ruling against their own country. They say yes. We ask in China whether if Burma stops international aid after a cyclone, whether military power should be used. Chinese say yes. When, again, citizens are asked whether they feel their government is too cooperative internationally or not cooperative enough, majority say they are not cooperative enough. So all this notion about lay nationalism needs to be revisited. There are other kinds of research that support that fairness matter. For example, there is this experiment called the ultimatum game. I don't know whether any of you has participated in such an experiment before, but this is a game where Elena and I are given 100 rubles, or actually I'm given 100 rubles, and I'm told to split it with Elena. Now, it's unclear whether Elena and I know each other or will meet again, so practically we can assume we are strangers, okay? So the question is, what will be the split that I offer to Elena? She doesn't have any say on what the split should be. She has two options. She can either say yes, in which case we each get the share that I propose, or she can say no, in which case both of us get nothing. So I give her an ultimatum, but she has a chance to respond. So this game has been played for 30 years in all the countries in the world, and so we know how people behave. So take a moment to think about how you would behave if you were in my shoes. I have 100 rubles. I'm told to split it with someone whom I don't know. How am I going to behave? How would you behave? I teach this stuff, so when I ask my students, you know, they represent most of the time how the general public behaves, but every so often there are a few economists, so they say 99 to 1, okay? Because they've been told to maximize return, and that the second person would be foolish to turn down even 1 ruble, because that's 1 ruble she didn't have a minute ago, right? That's the maximizing Homo economicus logic. Well, that's not what happens. The average split is 55-45. It's not 50-50. I favor myself a little, but it's also not 99-1. But most interestingly, offers worse than 75-25 are rejected by the person in the second position. That is, Elena says, why does Hakan get away with getting 75 rubles? I'm willing to give up my 25 rubles to make sure that he doesn't get away with unfairness. That is, humanity is a species that is willing to pay a personal price to uphold fairness. This is something that we have learned through evolution. I mean, forget about all these National Geographic documentaries where animals tear each other's limbs apart. Yes, clearly there is competition in the world, but there is phenomenal amount of cooperation as well. And that cooperation is built around ethics of reciprocity. We learned this, that this is not me being altruistic or Elena being noble. This is the only way societies survive. In nature, the only group that does not need to abide by ethics of reciprocity is the top predator. A shark doesn't need to do this. An alligator doesn't need to do this. Everyone else has to cooperate. And in the world, in today's world, there are no longer sharks. We are all in traffic. We all need others to behave. And even if a small group doesn't behave, the whole world goes to basket case. So does fairness matter? It does, even if Kissinger tells us otherwise. Now, what would a global civics, would you like me to? What would a global civics look like in such an interdependent world? Okay, well, I'll share, guys. Take something like 55-45, exactly. I would even be more minimalistic. I mean, I would grant you that any global civics that would make sense has to be minimalist, okay? It cannot be maximalist. We need to start as modest as possible. And I will try to argue that even modest global civics helps us a great deal. How do we greet each other? By shaking hands, right? Does anyone know where the custom is based, where it started? Cultural historians tell us that it was the ancient Greeks, and the main motive was to show that I wasn't carrying any knife in my hand, that I came in peace. This is apparently the basis of the military salute as well, that when you salute, I'm supposed to show to a soldier that's coming from a distance that I'm not bearing any arms. In Islam, the traditional greeting is Selamun Alaikum, which means I come in peace. In Judaism, the greeting is Shalom Aleichem, almost the same word, and it means the same thing. In Christianity, Pax Vobis. In India, when people say Namaste, they mean I revere you, I respect you, and it's immediately reciprocated by the same word, where both sides confirm their equal worth in each other's eyes. In South Africa, people say Sawubona, which I kid you not, and this is not from Avatar, it means I see you. That is, you are deserving of my regard. I see you, I recognize you, and everything that comes with that recognition. I think that should give us a food for thought. Why is it that different cultures from different parts of the world have chosen to greet each other more or less the same way, where an interaction starts by ruling out harm and by confirming each other as peers, that's not superior, not inferior, and in deserving of equal regard and equal rights. Jared Diamond wrote an interesting book called The World Till Yesterday, where he reviews what we can learn about humanity from the tribal ages. And he says, in the tribal ages, basically there were three types of people you could interact with: the friends, your enemies, and strangers. And strangers you always had to assume were enemies, because there was no benign reason, if you were living in a tribal world, that you would run into a good faith person, because we were living in isolated parts of the world in small numbers. Now that world changed when we started living in more complicated societies where we had to interact with people we didn't know. We couldn't afford to assume that they were strangers, they were enemies, right? So immediately we started finding out ways of ruling out harm when we meet a stranger and establishing some sort of a rapport that would guide our interaction. This is why greetings from all around the world always has to do with harm, eliminating harm as an option, and coming up with one contract that will govern that relationship. Now, we have come to a world, we have gotten out of our tribal age, and even out of our towns. We now need to establish a similar social contract, a binding contract, with people whom we will never meet face to face. So how would that look like? It is difficult. But if we could agree, for example, that do no harm is a beginning. It sounds simple enough. But if you commit to doing no harm, I'm not asking any favors, and I'm not committing to make any favors myself. But do no harm should be simple enough, right? Because what is the opposite of do no harm? That I will do harm? Short of being sadistic, that wouldn't fly. So at a minimum, we should be able to ask our global peers that we could agree to a norm like this. Now, the moment you agree to a norm like that, you would need to amend your decision tree where the welfare of 7 billion people become a constant factor in your decision tree. By doing ABC, am I doing any harm on billions of others? And with just that small step for you, we have a giant step for mankind. What else can you do, should you do? I would argue that Russia matters. There are very few countries that has been mistreated by the international order as much as Russia. So your answers to these questions matter as a country, your answers to these questions matter as individual human beings. This is a conversation we can start but will never be able to finish. Global civics will always stay a draft. It will be a placeholder. As our national civics is a work in progress, that we never feel we have come to the last word. Global civics will be even more so, that it will always be a draft. But that draft will be incomplete if you don't get involved. What are ways to be involved? There is a documentary that generally works better, which you can screen. We have a book, which is now available in Russian. There is an exercise called Dialogues on Global Civics, where two young people debate these things, and it is being co-authored by hundreds of people. So it is a crowdsourcing experiment. If you were to organize a session, a workshop in wherever you are, you have the chance, if you're interested, to become co-authors of a text that's living and evolving. And finally, we have established something called the Global Civics Academy, where these issues are being thought by, star academics from around the world, including Javier Solana. Sergei Guriev is a member of our board, and we have academicians from, Harvard and Oxford and Fudan and, University of Johannesburg, and so. You or anyone else?
Bring him to the school.
Of course, I shall.
You try.
Yeah, I shall try. And this is an online course. It's free. You can take it for credits, and you will get credit from the Global Civics Academy, or you can audit it, which means you can listen to the lectures but don't need to do the homeworks. And every year, a limited number of successful students are receiving a paid fellowship. So this is also an option that is open to all of you. Or Elena and Ina keep inviting me to come back, and
yes,
I do this every year. Again, this is a conversation that will not be complete without you. So please take an interest, get involved. You'll always be welcomed, at least where we are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elena.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Hakan. Thank you for this passion for a good cause. What I would like to see in this seminar, for this seminar, to be universal and global. This is one of our purposes, and the subject that Hakan Altınay has brought up is indeed relevant for every society and the civil society on the planetary scale. The states will not go away, the sovereignty will not go away, but I think that the societies will continue to expand their functions and roles, especially in resolving the conflicts and the crises. Several questions. Yes, please. 1, 2, 3, my lady, yeah, and you. Yep, fine. Yeah, please try to be concise in your questions. Denis Gavrikov from Astrakhan. How do you see the practical realization of global civics? Who could be the subjects of such global civics in the international arena?
A very good question. The most standard political science assumes that civics is possible after a state, after we have a public authority, public sector. But there is now new scholarship that studies how cooperation and norms emerge. Okay? For example, there is sort of work of Edward Wilson, Robert Axelrod, Paul Zangintas, Christina Bicchieri, and they all, both psychologists, evolutionary biologists, sociologists, have been looking at why we cooperate and how we cooperate. And they have found out that we all start with cooperation and then reciprocate either cooperation or defection. Okay? There are even simulated experiments where if you adopt this as a strategy, you have organic cooperation emerging. In other words, I think we'll be able to build this cooperation without getting a world state, that you and I will do this. And especially the young people will need to do this, because for the first time in human history, if you're a 20-year-old, you have more shared interests with other 20-year-olds halfway around the world than you have with the 70-year-olds in your own country. Imagine, if we cannot fix climate change, if you're in Canada or in Congo, it's not going to matter. So the 20-year-old Canadian and 20-year-old Congolese has more shared interest on this vital area than they have with the 70-year-old Canadian and the 70-year-old Congolese. Now, there are multiple forums for 70-year-old Canadians and 20-year-old Canadians to negotiate their interests. There are no forums, unlike this one, where the 20-year-old Congolese and 20-year-old Canadian can negotiate their interests. So it's an experiment. We know again from this scholarship on how cooperation emerges that language is key. I need to be able to talk to you, to test norms, to communicate norms, or if Elena is misbehaving, I need a way to communicate to you and complain to you about Elena not being pro-social, for example. So language is key, and yes, we live in a Tower of Babel. And I will study Russian. I know the next time I'll try to do this in Russian. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that cooperation will emerge organically, but for this, we need more forums and more engagement with each other so that this doesn't become a fleeting cooperation. I think we have seeds of this. This nascent thing called global public opinion is mattering more and more. Already in 2003, just before the Iraq war, you heard complaints saying, this thing, the global public opinion, has become the second superpower in the world. We don't like this. You have people like Leslie Gelb, which argues that, United States should have occupied Cuba at least 8 times if United States was behaving with the standards of 19th century, and the only reason it doesn't do so is because it doesn't want to be ostracized by the global public opinion. So, is it a formidable enough force for us to trust and let be? Can it be shoot and forget? No. Clearly it needs to be built. It's a work in progress. It's a fragile thing. But I'm glad that we no longer live in a world where BBC and CNN are the only meta-narratives that are available, that there are others, that Al Jazeera is, or the Chinese, and everyone else trying to put forward an argument. It's a much more encouraging world to live when countries don't compete about the size of their missiles, but they compete about their ability to harness aspirations. When the Brazilians and the South Africans and Turks and Chinese and Russians want to speak for something that's larger than themselves, that's a good competition to have. And because there are new entries into that competition, this becomes a more meritocratic marketplace of ideas and narratives. Does it mean that it's finished? Absolutely not. I would say we are at the very beginnings of this. We are in a very rough and tumble way, a bit like a child that's learning how to walk. We are learning, we are feeling our way. We are sending sonar messages and trying to hear back something. We are trying to discover our new universe. And I would say the first signs are encouraging. There are very many thoughtful people around the world that want to do the decent thing and the right thing. This notion of the world as a unforgiving, wild, brutal area is a Hobbesian myth that I don't think exists.
Под конец нашей сессии он вас всех, и меня тоже, конечно, я уже...
Towards the end of this session, we shall, I think, all be persuaded about the necessity of a global civil society. Yes, please. My name is Azamat, and I am from Bashkortostan. How do you assess the contribution of the Turkish educational establishments into these ideas of global civics, if you understood my question? The Turkish schools in Russia. Yeah, the global network of Turkish lyceums, which is often called Fethullah Gulen schools. These schools operate in Germany, in Russia, in Central Asia.
These Turkish schools are a new construct. They are established by the Gülenist movement, which I referred to in the beginning. I think they do good work. I would want the movement behind the schools to be a bit more transparent. But then again, Vatican doesn't publish its books either. So, there seems to be a lower threshold for transparency for faith-based organizations. But all in all, I would say they're good news.
Спасибо. Рука, я вижу девушки какой-то, не вижу какой. Нет, рядом, у окна.
So,
Introduce us.
Anna Tsiganova, Higher School of Economics. My question comes from the different perception of human behavior. There's the concept, not in my backyard. It says basically that incentives for civic activism are stronger when the issue is strongly connected with your life directly. It comes from rational choice theory. The second concept I want to mention is the concept of free riders. Basically, it says that many people strive for common good. So if I'll get it anyhow, why should I bother? So the question is, what do you think, where does the incentive for such global thinking come from?
Thank you very much. Very good questions. Apart from this ultimatum game, there is a version of this game where 5 of us are given 100 rubles, and we can contribute up to half of this to a central pot. Every money we contribute to the central pot increases by 50%. So think of it as tax. The more tax you give, the faster the pot grows, and then you get higher share than you have contributed, provided that everyone contributes high enough number, okay? When this game is played over several rounds, contributions go down because Elena pays her tax voluntarily, but she sees that I don't pay as much, so she feels like she's cheated, so next round she doesn't pay that much, so contributions go down. You know what increases the contributions? If she's given the option to punish me for not paying my share, that is, if she contributes 10 rubles, and if I haven't paid in my share, I can be fined 20 rubles. That is, if we have a way to punish free riders, cooperation increases. This is key. We need to make sure that free riders either pay a monetary price or a reputational price. This is why global public opinion matters. We may not be able to hit George Bush in the head for having invaded Iraq illegally, but he needs to pay a reputational price. Or next time we amend the International Criminal Court statutes, which has been done, by the way, in Kampala in 2010, from now on, crimes of aggression are part of the ICC statute. So next Bush, and certainly next Tony Blair, if they carry out an illegal war, there will at least be the theoretical possibility that they will pay a price in terms of their freedom. Other research shows that about 15% of the people are free riders. About 20% obeys laws and pays their taxes even if they are made to feel like suckers. The important group is in the middle. They follow both sides. They're willing to give cooperation a benefit of the doubt. But if, as one would drive in Istanbul, and suddenly everyone is using the emergency lane and you are the only idiot stuck by not using the emergency lane, you know, if half an hour passes, there is no guarantee that you are not going to jump and use the emergency lane as well. There needs to be a price, either a traffic fine, a tax fine, a reputational price for being a free rider. Otherwise, we won't be able to sustain cooperation globally.
Спасибо большое. Значит, запомним, что Хасан вел важный...
Hassan introduced a very important notion for civic society, which is reputation, prestige, transparency. We mark those words, we remember those words. I would like to give the floor to you. The floor is yours. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Jamrad Aliyev from Dagestan. I haven't met Hakan before, but I quite agree with what he has to say about global citizenship, global civics. If you look at the world, man was alone originally. Members of his family were considered human, and everybody beyond his family are not people. They're not human. You can kill them, you can enslave them, whatever. Later on, members of his family, of his clan, yes, they're human, they're my brothers. Then this was expanded like the tribe, then religion. Only members of my nation are human. Only members who profess the same religion are human. So it should follows is that everybody is my brother, but there is a division, a dividing line. If you think that somebody who kills, who steals, he cannot be my brother, do you think this dividing line will work? Do you feel there is a dividing line here? For me, is he a human or the one who do not kill, who do not steal? Do you see this dividing line here between those who belong to you, who are civic persons or not? Do you feel the dividing line is here? Do you see this difference? Thank you.
I'm not sure I understand the question fully because I couldn't hear the sound as clearly as possible. My point is that nation state is not an artificial construct. And I think throughout human history, we have seen that people want to cooperate with other people with whom they share a language, a history, a tradition. And that's fine. I would want to take the nation state as a given and see how much cooperation we can achieve with the nation states. I would also say that I wouldn't have argued for something like global civics if it wasn't for something like climate change. Because people like us already in the 70s were complaining that poverty in the South, we need to solve it because it was in our rational self-interest, because poverty in the South would have meant terrorism, pandemics, migration to the North. Well, I think we need to be honest enough and say, for all these three problems, there was a nation-state-based, hard power-based solution. So I'm not a knee-jerk globalist. I know that there are so many things that I cherish about being Turkish that I won't be able to explain here or anywhere else. That has to do with music, that has to do with literature. I read Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, but I'm not sure I get the same richness that you guys get. So nations are not artificial constructs. And so we don't need to battle with patriotism or nationalism. The question is, how do we make nationalism and patriotism compatible with an increasingly interdependent world, okay? So there are people who argue that multilateralism is patriotism. You cannot achieve what you need for Russia, for Dagestan, for Turkey, for the United States alone. If you could, of course you wouldn't cooperate. But this is no longer a world where even the most powerful country can get its way by itself. Forget about middle powers, you know, even the most powerful country cannot get its way. So we do need to cooperate, and so it's a moving target. And for us to get, if not the best point, but at least an optimal point on that curve, we need to keep talking to each other. And I don't know whether this is an answer to your question.
That is good.
Okay.
Дарья Чернышова, do you hear me? Nowadays,
This global civics is developing organically, and it seems like to be the self-organization, self-controlling. For that, we need to know the rules and some predictions what to expect from others. But can it in future lead to some institutionalization for some global government? That is the question. Thank you.
Excellent question. Let me throw out a few alternatives on what concretely this self-organizing conversation can produce, okay? So we said do no harm. Simple enough, right? You can agree to it, I can agree to it. Now the next challenge may be, okay, I'll do no harm, but do I also need to get out of the way of people who may do some good? I don't need to do anything, but if others want to do something, should I at least have a minimal responsibility to get out of their way? What do I have in mind? You know, we have this fantastic theory of responsibility to protect, right? That you're supposed to go and help if there are grave human rights violations. the problem is who's going to intervene? You know, national militaries. Well, they have their own calculations. But is that faith? I mean, since the time of establishment of the United Nations, there has always been the idea of a UN volunteer army. Why is it that it hasn't come into reality? It's one thing to ask nation states to send their sons and daughters into harm's way where there is no national interest. It's quite another to ask them to get out of the way of United Nations organizing a volunteer army. We have had a noble tradition of going and fighting for ideals from the time of the Spanish Civil War. Why is it that we haven't allowed this to be organized by United Nations? But try even sneaking in a sentence about this into any United Nations documents, all the permanent five gets ballistic. Not only do they not want to intervene, they also don't want anyone else to intervene. That they want to hold on to the monopoly of intervening. Now, that to me is unacceptable because this is just too selfish. And so maybe one thing we can do in the version 2.0 of Do No Harm rule, which says don't do any harm yourself, but also if possible, get out of the way of people who may do some good. I think we can ask our governments to say, you know, stop being an obstacle in front of an idea that's as old as the United Nations. That's, now, there will be questions about how to institutionalize this, so that it's not packed by just Turks and Russians because we go and fight in our favorite wars or something. But this is possible. But the idea can be enshrined. So when the deliberation thickens, when it becomes robust enough, when you and I and our friends in Germany and in South Africa and others say, you know, this is one thing we want to see, that we no longer want to live in a world where if any of us faces a grave risk, the only recourse we have to is national militaries, then I think those sort of things will start, they will give us the building blocks of the institutional global governance that you want to see. Make sense?
Maria Melnikova, a School of Journalism and Mass Communication from St. Petersburg. Mr. Haken, I have a question to you. Tell me, please, what's your take on this? If there were no successful experiment of national strategic experiments in Russia that gave birth to internet today, could we speak today about global society at all? Had it not been for the successful experiment that accidentally produced internet, could we speak now about global society? Вась, что там, не слышит он, что ли? Или он без наушников?
You're right, if we didn't have internet, if we didn't have, I would say, Skype, or these new massive open online courses and YouTube, and have this extraordinary ability to engage each other horizontally, clearly we wouldn't have this sense of belonging to the same community. You know, you may know the work of Benedict Anderson, who wrote Imagine Communities, where he describes a nation state basically as people who inhabit an informational ecosystem. That, you know, Russians were the people who read Pravda, right? That Brits, right, in the old days. And, you know, Americans are the people who read New York Times. That you don't need to know all of them face to face, but you know what they are reading. You act in the quiet comfort, knowing that they know the things that you know. Right? Now, nowadays, you know, Benedict Anderson wrote this in the early 80s, probably it would have been the movies, that we all watch the same movies. The jokes are about the same movies, right? And more, it's about what we share online. When these protests took place over the summer in Turkey, in the beginning, in the first days, there were 2 million people on Twitter. Within 1 month, there were 12 million people. So 10 million people joined Twitter in 1 month. They all were extremely confident because they knew that, you know, another 11 million people are reading the same things that they were reading, and they were acting in the assurance that they weren't alone. and that information circulation made them member of the same community. So you are absolutely right. If it wasn't for the information age, even the climate change wouldn't give us the feeling of shared destiny.
Спасибо большое. Пожалуйста, девушка. Сейчас сегодня...
Thank you very much. Now we have just gender-based principle today.
I made notes so as to make it fast. Now, speaking of interdependence, which you are mentioning a lot, in such a state as China, interdependence and the ethos of interdependence existed for thousands of years, ever since Confucius, and it was perfectly working up until the moment when China encountered the West, which was the middle of 19th century pretty much. And ever since then, China has been going through the, well, pretty much political collapse up till now. And what the global civics suggests is the idea of building a society on the European individualistic values, as far as I understand. Or maybe you could clarify that, given that these very values destroyed the Chinese system of public responsibility and socially responsible citizens. What would you comment on that? Thank you.
You guys
I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Maria Guleva, St. Petersburg.
Great. You guys don't ask bad questions at all. These are all excellent. You're right in pointing to Confucius in giving us one of the narratives about interdependence and responsibility. There are others as well, and I would like to review them with you. But I wouldn't say China was a paradise before the Westerners got involved. That there was already a debate in China between the legalists and the followers of Confucius.
They also had no-Confucianists and Mohists and all the rest of them.
Right. So it wasn't a, yes, Confucianism wasn't uncontested, and what I find interesting is the new Confucianists like Tu Weiming going back and reinterpreting Confucius given Enlightenment and given our current levels of interdependence. So for all of us, there are canonical texts, and there is what we make of them given where we are. Confucius would have read very differently in 18th century, and it reads differently in 2014. One thing that has been interesting about the relative decline of the West is that none of us, we no longer just compare ourselves with the West. We have started to compare ourselves with each other, right? So, you know, there are interesting articles about Ubuntu and Confucianism. Or Islamic Sufis use a language that would be identical to, again, Ubuntu and Confucianism in terms of how they conceive the self as an interdependent being, both generationally with nature and with others. And so for me, this is not a continuation of Western Enlightenment at all. This is a conversation where everyone is involved. Sure, we can find ammunition in Kant and in John Rawls, but something like the Golden Rule, which basically exists in all faiths, is equally welcomed as well. So if we could watch the full documentary, and if you look at the dialogues format, for example, we go out of our way to make sure that each symbolism is welcomed, each faith, each worldview is welcomed. And what we find in all of them is that there are open-minded and cosmopolitan interpretations of Islam. There are also rather bigoted and narrow interpretations of Islam. So it depends a bit, it certainly depends on the text, but it also depends on your intentions. So if you want to reread all these texts, not just Kant, not just Rawls, but any of these worldviews, you find in them enough language, enough commitment to fairness and reciprocity, and enough recognition of our interdependence that you can weave together a tapestry that would be strong enough to hold us in this interdependent world, and would also be authentic enough that everyone can recognize their particular color so that you don't need to give up your religious or ethnic worldview identity to join this conversation.
Вот молодому человеку из Владивостока, который так долго ехал, а
The
потом...
young man from Vladivostok who took so long to travel here. Thank you very much. Well, this is my question. Please remember to say your name. Well, my question is policy of cosmopolitanism. Igor Kuzmenko from Vladivostok, the far east of Russia. Well, I waited so long to ask a question, so sorry, I'm a bit anxious, a bit nervous. Policy of cosmopolitanism led to the fact that the Western world used it when the Soviet Union was collapsing and a new Russian state was evolving. In this way, they ensured good things for themselves. They, this way, saved our brains, sort of, quiet our Russian brains. Well, it may lead that this policy of global civics, it's a new format of cosmopolitanism and way of brain drain, sort of, because today patriotism in this country is very much down. I personally feel it on the example of when I work with school students, well, among today's generation, and to say that they very much love their country and they're ready to build here in this territory rather than live elsewhere to Western countries, well, to Russia, to European Russia, and to travel abroad, to emigrate to China and to Europe. Thank you. Well, Rosprarif, is that your name, that you have all that it takes for intellectual capacity, and around you there are people, and you are not afraid of anything, but to give the company its name, it's a true patriotic. Is there a special reason for this? Rosprarif Russian breakthrough. Yes, there is good reason. Yes, we're shaping a new system of education based upon the facts which we have today in science, not among what we have in our textbooks that is taught at school. Because too much difference between what is now discovered by science and what is being taught at school. Oh, I see. Thank you. Is it only science alone? Elsewhere, why? There is science, there is just research spirit in people, because what we do, we work in questions of, say, of fundamental basic questions, but also our heritage, because if you do not know the past, you will not be able to know the future. Oh, I see, Lena says. Oh, I see. Thank you.
The question, but I'll try to answer what I understand. I heard you mention cosmopolitanism. That's one term that I don't use intentionally, because I think we lose a lot of people when we talk about cosmopolitanism. Outside, I would say Western Europe and maybe the East Coast of United States, cosmopolitanism is either an insult or the name of a cocktail. And I don't want to lose anyone. I mean, if I even want to talk to neoconservatives in the United States or nationalists in Turkey, that if you grant me that the question is legitimate, that is, do I have any responsibilities towards people who happen not to be my compatriots, then I'm happy. If after going through a thought exercise, you decide that you have no responsibilities to people who happen not to be Russian, that's perfectly fine. I just don't want this to be the default answer, that I want us to arrive here after some reflection. If you can imagine a world where you don't care what non-Russians think or do, great. I can't imagine a world where I have no interest and no demands on billions of people whose actions have a bearing on me. But if someone can conceive of a world where they can go at it alone, that needs to be a completely legitimate answer. So this is not for me a gimmick to turn everyone into cosmopolitans. quite to the contrary. I think all views are extremely welcome. In terms of migration, as far as I understand, you think of this as a bad thing, especially if it is done under economic duress. Now, there is a lot of data from economists which argue that forget about overseas development assistance, the thing we need to do is allow for more movement of people, not less. iPhones and Audis are moving far more easily around the world than people do, right? Now, it need not be like Turks going to Germany where they go and stay and have families. But you can have a way where you have temporary movement of labor. For example, someone in Senegal gets a 2-year permit to come and work in Turkey. They will receive half of their money when they go back, and they won't be able to stay in Turkey by marrying, right? So the understanding is that it's limited from the beginning. Now, studies have shown that this increases the welfare both in Senegal and in Turkey far more than if Turkey was sending over money. Now, there are parts of the world which is very resisting to this idea, for example, Europe. But I think it needs to be part and parcel of a larger deal. If Swedish Volvos can come easily to Senegal, I don't understand why few Senegalese cannot go to Sweden for a limited time. So I think there's a conversation to be had, but I don't have the concerns that I think you have around migration. So I think there's an intelligent way to.
Only wish to say many people probably want on top of that to add that nobody is stealing nobody's brains. Brains is like money. It lives where it feels more comfortable. It doesn't stand in the way of thinking and living within the Russian culture where it was born and raised. And if creations are created here, may I tell you that many people come back. There's no point. Indeed, there is Silicon Valley, which is 70% made up of Russian mathematicians, and you cannot hold them back. Create them conditions for experiment, and the way they understand their well-being there, trust me, 50% of them will go back. Living in elsewhere, in somebody else's culture and country, it's courage and it's very hard work. And in point of fact, it's very hard. So you'd better live at home, within your own culture. You had better do something at home. And because it's important in a human sort of perspective, and it's simpler, but this is how life evolves, and it depends on social conditions too. Thank you. Thank you. It's Albert Karimov from Yamalo-Nenetsky Autonomous District. My question in the light of this global civics. You view at this as about uneven distribution of income, of revenue. The same question was raised by a German colleague who was saying like 85% who control like half of the population of the world. And there are superpowers that are economically developed. They would not be very keen to share what they have with less developed. There's national... You know what Lena says? Mike, please. Just says that our experts, please, none of you have finalized your question. Please come up with your question so that I could translate it. Please, given this global civics, what is your view on uneven distribution of income across the globe? Thank you. That's it. Of resources, of income, of whatever, among countries, among people.
and across nations in global civics, right? Right. Okay. I intentionally leave out redistribution when I talk about global civics because I feel the issue of inequalities and redistribution basically hijacked all talk of global ethics and global civics. There is much we can do before we get to redistribution, I feel. That, for example, the do no harm rule would mean extraordinary costs in terms of climate change. If we accept doing no harm, we will need to find the safest high level of emissions, which ecologists tell us is 20 gigatons by 2050. We now are at 50 gigatons. In 2050, we will have 9 or 10 billion people. So it will basically mean 2 tons per person. Now, the Americans are at 20 tons. The Europeans are at 10 tons. The Chinese are at 7 tons. So everyone is going to need to decrease, short of Africans. Now, here there is no redistribution. This is just basically saying, I am not a sadist. I'm not going to hurt people intentionally. If you allow for some trading, carbon emission rights trading, there's an excellent German climate group in Potsdam, and they've done the numbers. It's going to be significant, much more money than we distribute around overseas development assistance. So without even getting to redistribution, we are able to move a lot of money around without using the term social justice. But you're right, this is something that we need to follow. I am heartened that inequalities in terms of life expectancy has been dropping since 1930, okay? It's significant that even in non-functioning weak state or no state places, health improves. There is something about medical technology and pharmaceutical technology that has meant that even poor and non-functional societies meant life has been increasing. There has been educational attainment disparities decreasing since 1950. In terms of income inequality, the world is very unequal, but all of that inequality has been created between 1820 and 1950, and not the last 60 years. This is important. We are acting as if inequality is something recent. No, inequality was created in the 19th century. And there is some sign that there is now convergence, that the rest of the world is catching up with the advanced West. When you look at, in fact, Branko Milanovic, a friend of ours, has produced the best data on this. The big winners of the last 20 years has been the global elite, the global 1%, but also the global middle class. Not the Western middle class, but the global middle class. So all those workers in China, Brazil, India, their incomes in the last 20 years have increased more than the global elite. It is still a problem that the Western middle class hasn't gained anything. So can we sustain democracy in a world where global middle class makes an alliance with the Western elite at the expense of the Western middle class is a huge question. And of course, the worst of it all is wealth inequality. Clearly, the top 2% has more wealth than the rest of the world. But by Oxfam's count, 30 people in the world, the 30 richest people in the world, have more money than half of humanity. And clearly, this can't be acceptable. But I would rather have a world where wealth is this unequal, but life expectancy is decreasing, the disparities in life expectancy is decreasing, disparities in education is decreasing, and the income inequality is holding steady. Because at the end of the day, money is not a goal, but a tool. As long as lives are improving across the board, that is good news. It doesn't mean we need to stop caring about this. But I would say there are more urgent things than inequality per se. Because if we don't get the climate change right, the people who would suffer the most are the poorest and the ones that had nothing to do with creating this problem. For half of Africa, we don't have even meteorological stations measuring temperature. So when we will need to argue historical responsibility, we will not know how warm or cold Congo was 50 years ago. So getting that part of the formula right, to me, is far more urgent than a problem that's big, but is not getting worse. I hope that makes sense.
Спасибо большое, Хакан.
Thank you, Hakan, very much. And I think that's a beautiful, illustrious lecture and great presentation. And I think that everyone is impressed and is confident. And so I would like just to sum up, to recap what Hakan was saying. So he was not offering and he was not suggesting any recipe. And what he said was that we need to think in a modern fashion. So we need to think in terms of global civic terminology, because there are certain issues that can be resolved only at the supranational level. Because some things can be resolved certainly locally, but there are some things that go above, and so that's acquiring greater and greater importance. This is supranational level, and this is a very important point. And our ability to think who's richer, who's poorer, and this ability to think about it, because the world lives in a bad state, and it's unequal, and it's not just, it's not honest, it's not fair. But the ideas of the civil society, it's not the task just what is hierarchical, what is less hierarchical, because life in its inherent form is hierarchical, depending on our capabilities, capacities, education, background, skills. So we are unequal, but we need to create equal opportunities where you can attain certain results if you set your mind on it. It's like the civil society in each specific country, because civil society is specific people. It's made up of people of each country, and so because we have 150 million people, and that's how strong our civil society is, and the same is true for Turkey. And so the main point, that he was making, I think that there are things that we need to agree upon. We need to find a common denominator upon, and we need just to avoid these things evolving into conflicts. And we need to prevent it at this level. And so there are many things that cannot be resolved only at the national level. And I think that his speech, his presentation was so passionate, so interesting, and the book made such a deep impression on all of them, because it's the first time that I listened to his presentation, and I have every kind of confidence that this idea will be implemented one way or the other. And it's a very pleasant idea, very nice idea, because the modern world, to balance it off, to rebalance this, it's not war and peace, but how to coexist. That's the main issue. So war and peace. So thank you, Hakan, very much for your kind words, for the excellent presentation, and we will definitely talk to you to get you over, and so that you will be able to come again. So you'll be able to, this is the voice from Turkey, by the way. This is very important. And so then the importance of civil society, global civil society coming from Turkey. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, now, so anyone wants to come and have his book signed, so please approach and he will sign your books. And one little question. So please be prompt, And so you exceeded your time. You didn't come on time. Now I hope you will come on time. So 2:30.
Молодые люди, я прошу внимания, я не вижу людей за столом. Как-то грустно все собираются. Так, Маринка, можно начинать, да?
То есть
Пожалуйста, вы хотели объявление, да?
you wanted to make an announcement, please. Dear participants, my name is Stepanov. I have a suggestion. All of you who are interested in the problems of self-governance, local governance, so after this seminar, so let's meet on the 4th floor in the lobby, and then in the more convivial surroundings discuss these issues. Because we have many people who are interested and would like to participate, please, I invite you all to come and talk about that. Thank you. Now just let's go on. Second half of our day. So the experts, Sergey Alexandrovich, has a challenging task. Yes, to draw all the participants back into our everyday activities and on concerning the points of the agenda, and I'm sure that he will definitely wake you up, and you will not be snoozing, and you will be all attention. Alexander Vasilievich is one of the experts of the school and one of the first Russian reformers, one of the most famous economists, scientists, economists. So he heads in St. Petersburg the center of Leontiev. So this is the center of intellectual, progressive, scientific thought with a great deal of hidden degrees in intellectual background and a great deal of relationship connection. For us, he's very close from the viewpoint of culture and his ideas, thoughts, and so he is, as an economist, he realizes and puts to the fore the importance of the development of efficient legal institutions that are very so important for the advancement of the national economy. And he, for us, is a wonderful expert in the area of economics, and he selected the subject matter of his presentation himself, and he will tell us why. So this notion is wider and deeper than just economics. And I think that Sergey will take about 30 minutes to speak. And so then the questions and answers, right? Okay, so half an hour, please. I should say that Lena did not want to approve my subject matter because it was kind of divorced from what she planned to let me talk about. But one of the social economic history, developing very rapidly. And so then politologists, the lawyers, they always look back in trying just to understand the history, because the roots go back many centuries. So they take root in antiquity and have been evolving for many centuries. And if we fail to understand how it was all organized, how just it all set off and started to sprout, so you will never be able to understand what's happening now. Very important. So how the Roman law got embedded into the fabrics of the Western Europe, and so the secular power and so the religious power, how the foundation. And that will explain how the civilization operates now, the Western civilization, and. So Byzantium is a very important issue because everyone recognizes the fact that the Eastern European civilization, so the Orthodox civilization, so by the direct disciples of the Byzantine Empire. So we go back to the Eastern Byzantium Empire. And so it's starting from Chadaev. So he's saying that it's a pity that we took Christianity from Byzantium, not from Rome, because Byzantium was kind of did not give anything to the world, did not contribute to civilization, and it was regarded as a fragment of the Western Roman Empire that was dying out, and so that had nothing to share with. So because we have very strong. School of Byzantine legacy. So when you read some other scientists, it's very difficult to understand. So when they start talking about the lineage of the emperors, and so it's very complicated. You get bogged down. You don't understand much because Byzantium is like the island of Atlantis. Or the city of Atlantis, so it sunk and disappeared. But if you just go back in history and read, and so when you understand the legacy, and so once I read, my perception changed completely. It about-faced. So, for example, how the history of medieval ages is taught at our schools. So we know all the sequence of kings in France and in England, but from Byzantium. So one chapter is about Byzantium and 22 chapters about Europe. Should be the other way around. It should be at least half and half, because we certainly need to pay much more attention to the Byzantine legacy to understand our sources, to understand our legacy, to understand our national identity, and this how it's related to the culture of our country. And so, for example, the Roman law. So the Roman law, as we know, the Roman law is one of the legal systems of antiquity, and so there were other laws, so the Hammurabi Code and some others, but there's a big difference between the Roman law and other legal systems of the world. All the codes so they went from top to the bottom. So it was just the code of the power and how it relates to the rest of the society. The Roman law, so then it was the relationship of free owners, and the state. And the state just covered those free enterprise. And so then the genius, the freedom of the Roman nation. So they delineated what property is and how this property could be protected. So for the first time. And so how the trade turnover, how the procedural backup could be organized. So the Roman law is like a will in a society. So after the will, so the sled doesn't work well, and after the Roman law, so all the legal systems are based, they rest on the Roman law. And so, for example, the Sharia law, and you see how what kind of economic results we got. So because they live under the law of Sharia, because the Sharia law puts constraints, and so then you see that the Anglo-Saxon law, and so it differs from the Roman law, and you see the difference. So the legacy of Byzantium is that Byzantium, the Roman law, achieved its pinnacle at that time, because in the early Rome, so then the Roman law acted like it's a standard common law. So then there were common laws. So this it was not codified. What was codified, but codification of the Roman law so started only in the Byzantium. So the Theodosian, Justinian's code, Codex Juris Civilis, and then the Justinian code and Justinian and so that actually codified. And so eventually the Roman law formed and took a final shape in a more or less modern form in Byzantium. And so on. And Byzantium for 1,000 years functioned against the background of the civil code. Civil code. So if you have a civil code, you have a civil society to a certain extent. That is something that did not exist in modern Western Europe, because at that time, so there were different German tribes and feuds and feudalism, and even then the Roman law was adopted in the Western law. So then the principles of the Roman law were embedded into the feudal law. And so then the late feudalism, so there were some elements of the Roman law in the 14th, 15th century, but the legislation itself was feudalism. And the Codex Justinian, then the Napoleonic Codex, Napoleonic Code, and the Justinian Code, so they were the ones that actually brought up the development of the Western Europe to a certain extent. And so then for 1,000 years, so then a certain country lives under the law of codified law of the Roman law, which is direct legacy. So Byzantium, so the people were literate, many were literate. Because in the Western world, people were illiterate. Only the monks, so some churches, and they were literate. But illiteracy so governed the world. But Byzantium, so literacy was very high, almost everyone. So because if you have rulings, have you to write petitions, you have to initiate proceedings, you need to have litigation in court. So you have to be literate, and so then settlement of property rights, and so this resolution of issues, and so it was all because people were literate, and so they were not scriveners, so they all could read and write. Then the second point is that Byzantium did not have statutes, and that was the difference. Because the aristocracy, the king, barons, and then the laity, and then the ordinary people. But in the Roman Empire, so they did not have those strata. So they were equestrians, so the remnants of the old system. So there were no estates. So there were no different estates. So like the peasants, the nobility, the military, so the clergy, so they didn't have this estates. Estates did not exist, and so then there was, so in the Roman Empire it did work well in the Western Roman Empire. So then in Roman Byzantium, so they didn't have any estates, as I said. That's why the society was very mobile, highly mobile, any free person. Slavery in Byzantium, there was slavery, but not much of it. It was kind of marginal, very small. It was most of the time it was a society of free people, and whereas in the Western Roman Empire, so then half of the people were slaves. And so that certainly made it possible for any person to make his way in life and to get up to the career ladder. So then the Emperor Justinian, so his father was a simple person, just from Yugoslavia, so sometimes the emperors were born at a very low level, so they were not noble, and still they could make their way in life, because the absence of estates, which was a great constraint in other countries, made it possible for people so social mobility lifts, those worked very well. And I came across that there's a vertical mobility going back in the 70s, so the Soviet science. So at that time they did not call it social mobility lifts, but that's exactly what differed Byzantium from other countries, neighboring countries. And there was no national discrimination at that time in Byzantium. So Byzantium is the society of Orthodox or Greek religion. So if you were Orthodox, so you didn't, you did not care so what nationality you were, as long as you were an Orthodox believer. So there were many Slavs there, and so Greeks. So Greek was an invective because Greek meant a pagan. So that's why they called themselves the Arameans. They did not, because Greeks were pagans at that time, and so their religion was at a low level. So the army, and so then anyone could. So it was an able person, so could make up his way in life very rapidly, become a commanding officer, and just go all the way up, and all the way to the emperor. And so those emperors, they were not very certain educated, because in the army you did not need much intelligence and culture. So there were many soldiers, emperors who were not very educated, but they were decisive, assertive, and courageous people. And the army in Byzantium was very efficient, very good. Because so why it was so good if it died, the state? But we should ask another question. So how it managed to survive for 1,000 years in such so belligerent surroundings, and for many times, so Byzantium survived because of a very efficient state and very efficient army. Then the second institution that ensured social mobility is bureaucracy. Bureaucracy during the Diocletian epoch. So there was a reform of state governance, and there appeared new institutions which still exist: ministries, diplomatic corps. So then military intelligence, political intelligence. It was all very highly bureaucratic. So the only requirement was that the person should be educated and literate, and so the system of education was very well developed. And in Byzantium, so there were no state schools. It's amazing, and so they existed. So then the education was private but high quality, and because all the curriculum, the structure of education. So it went back to the Roman times, to the pagan times. So trivium and quadrivium. So then, which is the secondary and higher education, where there's Aristotle, Plato, and then Socrates. Literature was studied. So a person should be able to be good at writing, philosophy. So then maths, astronomy, and so more convoluted subjects. And so it's very highly developed. So then the state was powerful, the bureaucracy was powerful, and the person with education could not become a servant of the state. And so that was a good motivation for the poor people to give education to their children. So then trivium, average stage, was the kids. So could get education at their own provincial cities, and the higher education, usually Constantinople, they had to go there. And it was quite possible, and the largest source of education is the Lives of the Saints book, and so that's where they got, and they went there and they studied, and for ordinary people it was possible to get good education. That was the second social lift, and the third was the church, because the church differed greatly from our church. And so because the difference between the black and white clergy was shifted. So this hierarchy was in the white clergy, patriarchs, metropolitans. So then the black clergy is only the monks. It means that so the church was less separated from the society. and then actually, but there was no special religious. There was no seminaries, no special religious schools. And, so because the higher education and the middle secondary education, they were getting some basics of religious learning, and so people who were part and parcel of the Orthodox society, so they imbibed it from their mother's milk, and there was no need for any more education. And the church played a very important role in society. So then let's look at the autocracy. Autocracy at this level, so autocracy, because it doesn't look well, or because there are lots of coup d'etats and etc. But that the superior power in Byzantine was organized differently from Russia or Western Europe. And Western European states, medieval and Russia, so they're kind of patrimonial monarchies, patrimonious monarchies. And so the monarchy appeared after the land was occupied by soldiers, so by people who came from different regions. And so that was our holding, so big holding, and so then and over this holding, big plot of land, huge expanse of land was governed by the emperor. Yeah, because Nicholas II referred to himself as the owner of the Russian land, so because the owner of the Russian land, but in Roman it's the ownership of the people, not the land, and because Byzantium was a republic, and the empire was a composition of the authorities of the Roman people that was devolved to the emperor. And so then that's how the legislation appeared, this European idea. So then the autocrat, the sovereign, so is above and lower the legislation, because all the legislation that was adopted by the previous emperors is a given thing, and so the emperor should remember about that and refer to it. But at the same time, the emperor is the only source of changes in the legislation, and so there was no arbitrariness, and it looks like there is arbitrariness. No, never happened like that. They were not arbitrary. In the Roman Empire and Byzantium, so the core of professional lawyers, the bar was very strong. So the lawyers, professors, and when the emperor, for example, thought of changing legislation or amending legislation, he always just called for lawyers, and usually it lasted for 5, 6 years. So that's why you could not make it just ad hoc changes for the immediate benefit of the emperor. So there's a great deal of doubt that this is the best way to develop new laws. I think that the system, professional development of laws worked very well, and so the legislation of Byzantium was renewed once in 150 years, and so there was at the base was the Roman law, and but it did not reflect the changes, the immediate changes that life brought in, and so that's why the amendments were made. Now about the most sensitive, so the right to ascend to the throne, and so in the monarchy you have the natural king, and he has the right just to pass his land, his people, over to another. This is a dynasty, so the natural legacy. But they did not like this dynasty principle. So in the 1st century AD, so when the empire appeared. And started so 1st century AD. So there was an attempt to dynastically rule Roman, Caligula, Neron, Tiberius, and so that it was a debacle, horrible. So then the elite understood that this is the dead end, and the system won't work And so then the epoch of Principate is that the person who inherited the throne became the son of the previous ruler. And the Diocletian in the 3rd century AD, after a serious crisis of the Roman Empire, so he introduced a system of 4 emperors. And so he divided the empire into 2 parts, and each part had the senior and the junior emperor. It worked very well for a while.
If the senior emperor passed away, then the junior took the throne. And of course, this system had nothing to do with the dynastic system of government, but as Sergei Ivanov, our prominent Byzantine historian, says, all Byzantine emperors were usurpers, because there was no regular system of the change of power. When a strong emperor emerged, he or she wanted to inherit the power to their offspring, but the dynasties existed for only 3 to 4 generations, and the dynasties were severed. There's the book History Teaches, and Yuri Senokosov is quite harsh about the system of Byzantine shift of power, because I beg to differ, and I think that it was quite efficient. When a Byzantine emperor was intelligent, then usually such an emperor reigned in Byzantine Empire for 20 to 30 years. But because many of the emperors were, so to speak, accidental, there was a mechanism of sorting. Let us say an emperor who was a good general, but turned out to be a bad civil servant. Then the system of checks and balances would have come into power, would have come into action, and the church, the army, the bureaucracy played the role of some sort of counterbalance. So there was a general understanding that the emperor is no good. In 2 to 3 years, there was a general perception that the emperor does not cope with his responsibilities, and then such an emperor was dethroned and sent to a convent. And if and this is the soft option, if the emperor started the repressions, and such emperor was usually killed, and the severity of this murder was indeed in any way commensurate with how he behaved. So emperors were generally apprehensive as to what might happen to them if they did not rule well or did not cope. There was an 8-year, so to speak, black spell in the history of Byzantine Empire. So this is the sort of a black exception. If we may, can we come back to Russia? Oh, we will. But the reception of the Roman law was such that Russia, having taken the orthodoxy, must have inherited the Roman law. Well, unfortunately, Russia only inherited it in a very abridged form. If you take the Russian Truth Chronicles, then you could see that this was only the criminal part and the inheritance part of the Roman code that was borrowed. One of the reasons, as some historians claim, were the specifics of how orthodoxy was embraced in Russia. In terms of the swiftness of the Orthodox reception, this was understandable, but culturally speaking, this was not quite consistent, because the Greek language was not spread in Russia. It is enough to say that the full Russian translation of the Bible was only published 500 years after the adoption of Christianity in the Rus, which effectively means that Russia was severed from the Greek world and the legacy of the Greek learning. While Latin was the language of science, of medicine, of merchants, and the Greek, this defect of the Russian culture, of its low knowledge of Greek and Latin, were unfortunately quite harmful for the subsequent development. The second point is that the feudal relations did not come into being in Russia. And while the feudal order may be criticized as compared to the Roman system, however, in one sense, the feudalism was a step forward. In the Byzantine Empire and in Russia, feudalism could not get a foothold. When a small group of the population get privileges, this aristocracy, they get the freedoms, and the general perception is that when the privileges only go to the upper tier, later on seep through to other layers, to other strata of the society. Let me quote a Russian example. In Russia, we're talking about the decree about the freedoms of the nobles, whereby the nobles could not be no longer be beaten. In 100 years, this norm that corporal punishment is unacceptable was spread throughout the society. That's such a cultural contrast was well known during the Crusades, when the Byzantine Empire first came to encounter this feudal characteristics of the Western societies. The concepts of honor were not particularly widespread in the Byzantine Empire, because all people were equal before the grandeur and the splendor of the imperial power. The Byzantine Empire was for a long time fighting the Arabs for Jerusalem without much success. And when the Crusaders, the poorly clad and uncultured Crusade knights from the Western Europe came and invaded and could hold Jerusalem, this was a shock to the Greeks. And while it appeared that the Western Europe and, say, Venice had a much better navy and chain of supplies than the Byzantine army. Thus, this conflict between the Slavophiles and the Westerners, if you go back into the history of the Byzantine Empire, you'd see the same repercussions in the Russian history. This was also superimposed by the clash within the empire, and of course most of the reformers in this country were Westerners, because they understood that that in Russia they had to accept But it is really not about the Roman law, it is about the feudalism. Without feudalism, without this concept of individual rights and freedoms, was something that Europe inherited from the times of feudalism, when the barons and the marquises and the counts and the earls got their privileges, and these privileges were later seeping through to the lower strata of the society. The conflict was so rife that some of the Greeks could even go as far as to say that we prefer the turban to a tiara. And when the Turks came, invaded Constantinople, the Sultan demanded the last emperor's daughter join the harem, and then the son. The idea of Russia as the third Rome, as the heir to Byzantium, was interesting because on the one hand, the stronghold of Byzantium, but Byzantium was indeed a true torch of culture in Europe. If you take Constantinople in the 10th century, there was nothing to be compared to Constantinople, and it is not in any way surprising that Vladimir was christened in Constantinople, which was the only civilized city on earth, or at least in Europe at that time. But if you look at Russia of the 16th and 17th century, this was by far not the case. All the Russian czars were illiterate. That the false Demetrius was literate gave rise to the suspicions that he is not a true Tsar. The Byzantine emperors, some of them were prominent philosophers and prominent scientists. In Russia, there were not enough social lifts. The Byzantine Empire had a very super dynamic army, and indeed the Russians didn't have a single successful war for centuries to go, for centuries to come. The Roman law was not accepted in the full scale, and there was a lot of arbitrariness. The Byzantine Empire had quite advanced machinery. So indeed, this torch of culture that the Byzantine Empire rightfully purported to be was by far not what we saw in Russia. To give it any ground, to position itself as the third Rome. The history of the Byzantine Empire, and because we just had the International Women's Day of the 8th of March, let me say a couple of words about the rights of women. Women played a very important role in the Byzantine politics, and just a couple of historical jokes. The division of power and what the emperor could do and could not do. The history of Emperor Theophania. So she had a general as a lover, and so she decided to murder her husband and then marry the general. So she was sent to a nunnery, and her general became the emperor. Indeed, this topic of the Byzantine and Russian emperors about the patricide and regicides. Oh, indeed, I have no ready-made examples of patricide in among the Byzantine emperors. No, cutting off the nose was probably the worst we could see. But if you look at Russia's subsequent development, that the first Byzantine emperor in Russia was Peter the Great, because and Alexander the First. It was not in vain that he was called a Byzantine by the French, because the campaign of 1812 indeed very much reminds us of the Byzantine wars. The Greeks had to be cautious. They were not very numerous, and the army was extremely well prepared, so they tried to attain their goals with the least losses and casualties, which I think 1812 was the greatest Russian war ever fought. At this I will stop. Well, Marina will have to chair this conference, this session, but I have to tell you that Mr. Vasilyev is one of the most prominent economists in this country, and he has been studying the Byzantine history for the past 2 years, and interestingly, this is a very intelligent discourse because we have to understand and try to follow the fate of the institutions. Because with that, well, frankly speaking, economics no longer interests me, because the key to history's problems is not about economics. That's interesting. Interesting that we hear this from an economist. Well, what I would like to say is that when we as experts try to make some prognosis, but I think that today's discussion may be used for the analysis of our past before we go into the future economic detail. Zinaida from Irkutsk. It might follow from what you said that the fall of the Byzantine Empire was doomed, that the empire was doomed because there was no feudalism. Well, frankly, I was not prepared to talk about the fall of Byzantine Empire, because this is a topic of a special lecture. Byzantine Empire was a state-based on the system of stratiotes, when the peasants were given land and they had to serve in the army, which is in a way is closer to the system of Cossacks in the Russian Empire. Say the Cossacks of Don, and this was the basis of the Byzantine army. Then when the empire was successful, the concentration of the land gentry, the solidification of the land gentry started in about around the 10th century, the proto-feudal, so to speak. But the problem was that the relations were quite different from the European system, because the European feudals believed themselves to be quite self-sufficient. And in Europe, the vassals had to stand up for their sovereign. So on the one hand, the concentration of the land gentry lost the financial sources and the free peasants as a basis of the army, and on the other hand, we could not see the true militia, which was the basis of the Western European armies. Oleg Kuznetsov from the Baikal region. I learned a lot about the Byzantine Empire after the film, The Fall of the Empire. When we speak about the Byzantine legacy, what is it of the Byzantine legacy that we may use in terms of the rule of law? Because autocracy, bureaucracy, and the etatization of the church have nothing to do with the rule of law. Well, actually, the church was always in balance with the emperors, because the emperor, a patriarch, could even banish the emperor. There was a huge dispute about the fourth marriage of Leo the Wise. Indeed, this was more about the division of power. This was a rule of a state based on the law. But indeed, what of the Byzantine legacy do we have? Well, I think that this is an entity of the law and the large presence of free citizens, the basis of the civil society. But this was, of course, the case 1,000 years ago. So we have to make the correction. So the fact that a president is elected every 4 years is not by itself a guarantee of a free state, or excuse me, of a state based on the rule of law. Alexei Portnov from Novosibirsk. Sergei, you have named 4 institutions of vertical mobility. How could you evolve on the Russian counterparts? Well, I think that at the time when the Russian state emerged, these institutions did not exist. And the first attempt was made by Peter the Great when for the first time in the Russian history, social lifts were created. And I think that this is the most important episode. If we remember the civil service, and when Andrei Bolkonsky works for the Commission on state bureaucracy reform, the examinations were abolished, and the general bureaucracy in the Russian Empire was quite illiterate, which was I think, a great difference between Russia and the Byzantine Empire, and even more significantly between Russia and China, which had always had professional, well-trained, educated bureaucracy. And I think up until today we have quite ignorant people within the bureaucracy. I think that the exams are specifically important. All bureaucrats had to take exams in China. When we talk about feudal China, all bureaucrats had to go. They even had to make a poetical exam by writing verse. I'm quoting the example of China. In the Byzantine Empire, the church had to oversee, together with the state, the bureaucracy. Well, usually patriarchs did not become ministers, but metropolitans could well become civil servants or ministers. This lesson, I think, was never taken for granted in the Russian history. Natalia Androsenko. I have a comment to make. Indeed, it is said that the history of the Byzantine Empire was written by its enemies. I think that the Western European tradition never was never defined in the Western Europe, and in Italy we see the masterpieces of Ravenna, and of course other Greek sources were used under the French kings of the Bourbons. What happened later when the Enlightenment figures of the 18th century were fighting the absolutism in Europe by referring indirectly to the Byzantine experience. This was when Gibbon wanted to tell the history of Christianity, and eventually concentrated on the history of the Greeks in Byzantium. Thus, this history of somewhat erratic and distorted evaluation of the Byzantine Empire dates back to the times of the Enlightenment. So why is it that we know the French kings and we do not know the Byzantine emperors? Oh, thank you for your comment. I think that something is being silenced is the Renaissance. I think that the Renaissance would not have occurred without the Byzantium. Why is it that Aristotle or Plato were not translated into Greek, into Latin? Because all literate persons in Europe could and indeed must have read Greek. And thanks to the efforts of the generations of the Byzantine scholars, that the Western Europe was able to study the heritage of the classical antiquity. Yelena Ushkova from St. Petersburg. Among the important point about humility that you mentioned among the virtues of the Byzantine Greeks, do you believe that humility as a characteristic of a Russian socio-cultural portrait is something that needs to be overcome or corrected? Well, this is a difficult question. I have no answer to this, because honor and freedom are not the concepts which have been particularly spread in the Russian history. Oh, yes, please. Denis from Astrakhan. Mine is more of a comment than a question. The irony of history is that in spite of the fact that the Byzantine Empire was a very developed state with the well-developed and ramified system of law, army, culture, in spite of that, in spite of the Eastern Orthodoxy and the theology, the idea of the human rights indeed originated in the West. In spite of all the efforts of the Byzantine Empire, they were not successful. Thank you. Nikita. Nikita Molchkov. If I may express the opinion of a lawyer, if I may be allowed to say that, it would be interesting to deliberate in terms of the feudalism. I think this was written in Richard Pipes' book. The Roman law, I think that we see the legis barbarorum, the Salic truth, Vira and Vergelt. What is interesting is that in the non-feudal society, how can the feudal source of power act with respect to the reception of the Roman law in Russia? I think you have not mentioned one important notion or method. In the 15th century and the 16th century, the Lithuanian-Russian law became another source of the Roman law, primarily the Kiev. We could see that in Kiev's historian Budanov's book.
And then the Roman law just came back in its full integrity only during Napoleon's reign. And as glaciators and post-glaciators, other schools of law in different universities impacted very greatly the way the court system worked, the judiciary operated, and so many glaciators actually they went across the English Channel. And so many of them, so the Roman law, English law, so and they substantiated the difference. And another couple of points, you were right saying in the equality under feudalism. So because what actually, so the rule of the agreement, so that took preponderance because the law, the agreement, the contract. So that was very important. So this is true. So it's not the understanding. So in the way, so then the autonomy of will and legal formality, legal equality, it's not the same form and shape, but still it was the agreement that laid the foundation of legal tradition. And so then another thing that we need to point out, so when we go back to the Roman emperors, so then the 2nd century AD, when all Roman citizens were given, all the residents were given the Roman citizenship. It's a very important point, and because we lawyers are saying that it was a famous lawyer, and he was saying that it's the ethnical type of Roman law actually stops this year, so because when it immediately starts to spread onto everybody. And so, but you touched upon many trends, ideas, and so at the junction of politology and the rule of law, economics, history, and so your system can be evolved on a much greater scale in future. And I wanted to, if you're interested in this subject matter, so let me So it's a very good work about the Roman army, the strategy of the Byzantine Empire. So this came out in Russian very soon, and then another book of Stavorsky, so famous historian, so was translated into Russian as well. And so Alexander Vasilyev, a 2-volume work. And so unfortunately, so these are not the most recent ones, but the most recent ones is the book, the most recent study. So revealed a number of new factors, and because the history changing so fast, and the changes are amazing, and but the translation helps to understand the issue.
What was good about this film? Many facts have been described in the correct manner, and I want to say that what I went into the subject after I visited Istanbul. When I went out into the street next to Ayasofya, I realized this is not a square, it's a former hippodrome, it's just with the destroyed stalls for the public, and I realized this is a special place of force. But as to, he writes that the West is to blame that Byzantium died, but because the meltdown of Byzantium statehood had happened before Crusades, and it's seen at the end of the Macedonic dynasty. There were such two empresses, Zoe and Theodora, were fond of making their lovers emperors. It was a 40 years period time when the state abandoned the fleets. Dynasts, they are rich landowners, they stopped paying taxes. This meltdown had happened before they had contacted Western Europe, much as many people would like to think to the opposite. Dear friends, don't be upset. I give the floor to those Denis, who is from our I class. Thank you. A very versatile lecture full of paradoxical thoughts, but I was most touched by the special quote. It's well known that Russia belongs to Eastern European civilization, which is the heiress of Byzantium. What is paradoxical that for the second half of your presentation you were actually speaking against this fact. You repudiated this, and with good reason, as I think. Maybe it's one of the misconceptions that have to be reconsidered, that Russia belongs to Eastern European civilization, that is heiress. Well, there are many discussions about it. First of all, Orthodox, I would like to draw your attention to this. Our lack of knowledge about Byzantium, because that we have poor knowledge about the Orthodox Church. Almost half of all Orthodox Church feasts, they rose in Byzantium. Had you known the history of Byzantium, you would understand much better, at least our religious feasts and holidays. About humility, the topic of humility, honor and dignity, that's all fine, but don't underestimate this very powerful input of art and pictorial art. Church building and the icon is fully adopted. Don't underestimate it. It's very strong influence. This is something we fully borrowed. We didn't want, we tried to depict ourselves as heirs to Byzantium when it was just an evil parody. This is what I meant. But in point of fact, yes, Peter the Great was the first Byzantium. But indeed, if you speak about what he did to the country, I want to say another point, that Russia, it's hard to make it look like Byzantium, because Byzantium was really very full of the succession of the linguistic tradition of Greek language, and to think of, because they studied Homer at school, so this influence of the ancient language, very old language, and unfortunately nowadays we're in a very different situation, because our language was formed less than 200 years ago. Pushkin is our greatest Byzantium act in Russian history, because without language there can be no empire. Paradoxically thinking, we're now only becoming Byzantium to some sense. In a sense, there is great culture, there are great writers, researchers, scientists, scholars. This culture, this rose some 200 years ago. Again, it gives us thought to think, food for thought. Tatiana Svintsova from Moscow. I have a nick, Tatiana Konkova, and as I do my charity and other projects, I wanted to ask you, what is your thinking on it? This idea that Chadaev was complaining about is that there is no government other than government given by God. Was it borrowed from Byzantium, or is it something that arose here in Russia? Because Chadaev was very upset about the harm this idea did. In point of fact, Byzantium never had this thought. There's quite a late phenomenon that was not always evident when they were, because they had to make sacred the power of the emperor, but the source of life was Roman people. Nobody really doubted. Nobody called the Imperium Byzantic. It's what we call it, Byzantine. They called themselves Romans, Romi in Russian. And it was so clear, the structure was clear. Roman people are the source of law, the source of the Imperium. Imperium is only what the Roman people had. And the law on insulting the greatness of the Roman people. This is what it was called like. And it's clear that we've never had it before, because we had a patrimonial state, well, natural state. There is no such thing as natural basileus. They were all usurpers, whereas with us, yes, Rurik and to some extent, yes, people were, because people elected the Romanov dynasty to be Tsars. So it's a very difficult question. Even in Russia, it doesn't have an unequivocal answer. But Godunov felt very we didn't feel he was a natural and a man who was born as an Tsar. Though silly as they might be, but they had heirs to Rurik, and he never felt quite confident on the throne. Well, dear friends, with the exception of Primorsky, I don't see any activity. Please. Dagestan, I suppose. Thank you. I'm from Dagestan. You were speaking about the social order, but I would keen to know about economic system of Byzantium. Please say a few words. Well, economy, in point of fact, Byzantium, because it rose from the Roman Empire, agrarian sector was the backbone of economy. It was all based on large land estates. To a lesser extent in Asia, one of the reasons why the eastern part of Roman Empire was more stable compared to his period. In the Asian part, they had more people who owned small land plots, and big land estates collapsed after the attack by barbarians. But a very curious thing happened, because attacks by barbarians, they really seriously undermined large land estates. When people there was a huge epidemics of plague, which killed almost 1/3 of the population under Justinian. Feudal economy is only active when there is little land, but when there is more vast land. This is what happened in Byzantium, say 7th to the 10th century. This is a time when the base of Byzantine economy and army were free peasant small land plots. Byzantium was the only country that had regular taxation. It had land tax and per capita tax. This was also a very important factor, because Byzantium could have a big army, big bureaucracy, but the bureaucracy that it had, they mostly got it from the state, not from their own landlords, and this ensured their loyalty and that they could be managed in terms of the structure. Another important factor is the presence in terms of monetary policy, because they were absolute liberals and they tried to make their budget profit and accumulate big amounts of money in the coffers, which helped support the cost of the gold coin. That was the main coin in Middle Age, numisma or solid. And depending on the gold content of denarium, Arab denarium, that was the main currency in the Middle Ages. And despite all the wars, if you look at it, strange as it may seem, usually the wars, they tried to corrupt coins, but horrific wars with Arabs, with Persians, with Bulgarians, it never affected the coin. It just spoke about this meltdown in the 11th century. This is when they started corrupting the content of gold in the coin. That was the crisis of statehood. What was before that, which was in my view quite problematic, is that urban economy were strongly regulated by the government. Prices were regulated, this guild structure that was very similar to Western Europe. There is a book of Euparch. Euparch is like mayor of Constantinople. He was called Yeparch, and he very strictly regulated what the artisans do, which led to the fact that the artisans were not competitive beginning with the 11th century, because despite the guilds, things were much more efficient in Western Europe, and this is where Byzantines started to lose. Although even in the 10th, 11th century, in terms of quality of the produce and products that they produced, Byzantium was certainly an absolute leader, not only in the Western Europe, as compared to the Arabic world. It certainly beat all competitors easily. Well, so much for that. Well, the last point I wish to make is the key factor is the meltdown of this system of free Christian, of the Christian small economies. Once they went through this, their population began to grow, but there is too little land for that. Immediately it's the excess population which goes away. There's too little land and toil, and they go away to quasi-feudal big landowners because they had great overpopulation. Free economies, free small estates collapsed, and feudal land ownership grew. A question from Lena Nemirovskaya. Seryoja, and somehow it's well known that economy of the Arabic world that follows some different laws is at the lowest level. Then what follows are economies. I'm not looking at the East. I don't know anything about it. Of the Orthodox world, which never accepted Roman law, which is the basis of Western civilization. But religion, as is today, it is as is because it doesn't regulate all industrial and economic relations in society any longer. It is just part of my own personal experience and my own talk with the Absolute. Can it be this leap from this world where everything worked in a different way into a certain possibility of legal institutions which would promote further development? When I spoke about the wheel, this is what I meant. There is no other exit. If you have invented the wheel, you're already there. If there is law, there is nothing more efficient, more effective than the law. But I want to say that my second message was that above Roman law, there is also the way how institutions work of trade. This civic law is still private law, and private law relations, rights and the law between individuals. This is the subject for feudalism. The source of personal freedom is different. They don't have it in tradition, but life will show how it will evolve. Yes. Tatiana, our graduate, she never asked any questions. Good day, thank you for your interesting presentation. Tanya Litvinova from Rostov-on-the-Don. My question is very close to what Lena Nemirovska asked. As far as I understood from your topic and from my own knowledge, the main heritage of Byzantium is Orthodox. There is this myth: Byzantium is second Rome, Russia is the third Rome. But Orthodox Christianity is our heritage. It was a great empire for 1,000 years. No other empire existed. It was a unique civilization. But the basis was Orthodox Christianity, and we know there is this well-held opinion, if you analyze today's world, better evolved economies and societies are in Protestant countries. Catholics and Orthodox are less developed. How would you comment on this? The role of Orthodox Christianity in Byzantium, and why is it that an Orthodox country, even an empire, not even a country, was so strong and powerful? You see, well, about the length, Chinese empires, I suppose, existed much longer. If we compare Byzantium, it was the only analog to compare would be Empire of Tan. It's very useful to compare them. In point of fact, it shows that, how shall I put it, culture matters, that it's the most important thing. If you think of it, culture and institutions, because in Byzantium could inherit the greatest culture of Greek and Roman epoch. The institutes of Roman Empire, of ancient Rome, renovate many things. There is Lemaire, who spoke about it. He says, I'm amazed by Byzantium, how conservative it was in terms of domestically, and how well it could adapt and adjust to new objectives. This is it. On the one side, conservatism, on the one side, very big share of certain rigidity, but on the other side, they were very good at answering all the challenges of their day. But the question is, they still perished. They still perished. They gave way to Turks, but what I want to say is you must perceive such things as natural calamities, natural phenomena. Well, barbarians conquered Western Roman Empire and Eastern. That's absolute rubbish. It's just a matter of situation. It's just like a flood. There is nothing you can do. Water just rises. I can actually tell you how Byzantium coped with Han conquest. Han attacked them through the Caucasus to Byzantium and Persia, after which Byzantiums and Persians, they had a truce for 30 years, and they shut down the way through Derbent and Daryal. And the fate of Byzantium was so good, but it was Persia covered it from the east in terms of incursions. About the Turkish incursion, well, it was impossible to resist. Yes, it was like a natural tide. It gradually, as I say, Byzantium was weak, it was degenerative state, as many people used to say. No, but immediately after that, they conquered the young Serbia and very belligerent Hungary. To claim, but on the other side, well, they are the Turks who beat all Europeans at all times. Then Timur, and nothing was left of the Turkish army. They're just different classes. And the fate of Byzantium is just a matter of chance. If Timur had, say, not destroyed Osman state, then the Turks, the Byzantiums could not cope with Seljuk, but then Mongols came and nothing was left from Seljuk. It's a different story, and I will tell you about how Byzantium perished. Well, your question, please, now, second row. We have very little time left. We would like 3 more questions to go, so please, I'll try to be brief. What is your take on this? That given that they adopted Christianity in Rus from Byzantium, only Christianity was adopted. They didn't adopt the experience that Byzantines had in terms of philosophy, in terms of state, public administration, and all the rest. Please remember to give your name. Denis Grekov from Altai region. As I'm saying, it's a sad coincidence, because there was a strategic decision by the Greeks, of the Byzantine Greeks, to teach Slavs how to worship God. In Russia, few people knew Greek. there was no such thing as just transmission of Greek culture at the time. That's just, I wouldn't say it. In a certain sense, it is a misfortune. I suppose if we had, say, our worship of the god in Greek, then our history would be very, very different. There's no doubt about it. Eduard. Amirov Eduard from Bashkortostan. My question is, Sergei, have you met in your studies facts of distortion of historic facts? And what can you say about historic genetics? This is a new term that has now evolved. I don't know what it is, historic genetics. Sorry, I don't understand it. In point of fact, lady said about the distorted Byzantine story in terms of enlightenment. Because, yes, indeed, it was the French school of thought in terms of Louis XIV created a great breakthrough, but later on Byzantium became just a swear word. And the same came true in Russia. Look at Shevkunova. It's obvious distortion that the Byzantium perished because the West did it, oligarchs who are related. It's a great major simplification. Primorsky region, Viktor Akulin. Viktor Akulin, Primorsky Krai. Regrettably, I'm not very strong in my knowledge of Byzantium, but a very interesting topic for me. Tell me, please, can you draw any analogy in relations of the government and self-government? Similar to what is going on here in Russia, Law 131 that regulates these relations. I want to say thank you. Well, it's this interesting topic, it's an important topic. When the Roman Empire, say 4th and 5th century, the Roman Empire had very good self-government, municipal curia, and the role was falling down, and municipal self-government didn't exist in Byzantium in the times of its greatest rise. But the reason for this was when the country is at war, there is no time left for local self-government. And I suppose it helped curtail these relations. Although, in point of fact, in late-time Byzantium, you see the elements of what we call of urban conscience, urban mentality. There was an interesting urban revolution in Saloniki in 1139, if I'm not mistaken about the date. Certain elements of urban self-government, they happened during the decline of Byzantium. The city was self-ruled for 8 years, and it actually rose against the empire. There were religious, certainly, reasons behind it too, but it was the first urban uprising, actually the only one. But the ideology was very interesting. That was really the uprising of the middle class in Saloniki. Thank you. I apologize for there were no more questions. I will just say a few words to wrap up the session, and Lena too. I suppose now we'll listen to a very important discussion, a very important talk, because historical agenda, that is, historical subjects, I suppose, are the only thing which we can appeal to. This is our critical thinking and our comparative analysis, because forecasting and deliberating, you cannot do it on an empty subject. Byzantium today, for an example, now is the time, in my view, the time of simulacra, when people use some words without meaning without using the true meaning. So Byzantine history is not the history, but the way it's commonly perceived among the dilettantes. It's become a stumbling block, because I, for example, recently faced 2 wild evaluations about Byzantine Empire. First, they're looking at it that the rule of law state, it's a state where conscience, where law dominates over conscience. People say, and they say that was the case of Byzantium. And second, about democracy, when they say that minority should obey to the majority, but in point of fact, it's not the case. And we understand that democracy is exactly where minority has its own voice, has its own right. And I urge you all to think about history, to know the history. And I say thank you very much to Sergei Alexandrovich for this discussion. Marina said it all, actually. Seryoja, I left all my previous deliberations about the Byzantine lesson. Indeed, I urge you once again to go deep, as if we can, so that the Roman will should come to Russia. It's actually very important. We think that it goes through civic enlightenment, but maybe this is not the case. I don't so. But Roman will, which I'm here, I imply Roman law, is very important. Seryoja, we invite you. We lift all our objections, and I want to say this is almost unbearable. This appeals to myself, applies to myself and to my audience. Under my very eyes, this is one of our leading economists who says, oh no, I don't care about economics now. I care for very different matters, culture. And this is right, this is true. It's impossible. No development at all, even economic development, is impossible beyond our understanding how traditional skills and culture work, what is important, where we allow ourselves any debates or not, and so on and so forth. And so what Seryoja did today, an excellent talk. First he studied a whole continent of knowledge, and he made drew a very important lesson. And I want to thank him for this. And hoping this, we will continue Byzantium or something else which Seryoja will continue to study. He's such a typically research person who looks into everything and who gets deep understanding of all. And he's a true citizen and our real expert. So, and later on, he's deputy chairman of this bank. But this is not so important here. I'm sorry I didn't say a couple of words. The thing is that Russians, but not only Russians, history really matters for us. Ivan the Terrible is still very much a burning topic. Byzantium would not it would not last 3 years. He will be murdered. Try the difference between autocracy in Byzantium and in Russia. Such a horrible person would not reign longer than 3 years. I want to thank our expert once again. And we announce a coffee break right here behind the curtain.
Мы изучаем то, что интересно. Это естественно.
Нет, я не нас с вами, а вот как бы государственную историю, да, условно скажем так, государственную науку, которая идет на государство. Мне кажется,
Я, например, не вижу, чем занимается государственная наука, он ничем не занимается.
ну нет, например, во Франции же есть кафедра византийности, у нас нет византийности вообще таковой.
Ну, неплохо. Нет, это чудовищно. С другой стороны, надо сказать, что даже в тяжелые сталинские времена не придушили
Ну, антиковедение, да.
Вот, то есть и то слава, и то спасибо. Нет, у вас довольно сильная византинистика в России, на самом деле.
сокращенное обстоятельства визита представитель Дальневосточного федерального округа, то есть ДВФО. Вот. Пожалуйста. И сейчас будет подниматься вопрос, но я вот и Лене, и Марине буду делать предложение открыть филиал школы у нас на Дальнем Востоке. Да, хорошо дело. И вас бы... Хорошо. То есть увидите, где? На ДВФО. Владивосток, ДВФО. Нет, это может Хабаровск. А мы хотим, дело в том, что сейчас полпреста приезжает в Владивосток, и мы хотим сэкономить.
Друзья мои, мы вас немножко дезориентировали. Кофе-брейк все-таки будет, это не только вода, вы не подумайте. И кофе, чай, и все остальное в ресторане. Пожалуйста, проходите туда. Извините еще раз.
Чё? Так, я не очень понимаю, девочки наши, школьные, как вы считаете, в этом шуме мы начинаем?
So we begin continuing our deliberations. So everyone, please stop talking. And I'm honored to open this session because we are going to have someone as a presenter, an expert. So it's the first time that he's going to contribute. And he knows our school pretty well. And he was the unique conduit for such famous American foundation, which started to support our journalist seminar for the first time in this year. That's the MacArthur Foundation that usually supports different educational and study programs. And I think that's owing to Igor Zevilov. So it decided to support, to help the enlightenment effort in the sphere of journalism. So we are sincerely thankful to the foundation and to Igor specifically for the support afforded to us. And because we held this wonderful seminar in December last year on journalism, so it was a wonderful seminar that was made possible. Igor Zevilov headed RIA Novosti in the United States. So now he works at this foundation, and he's a famous politologist, political analyst, and judging by the subject, so he is interested in Russia as a country in itself, and vis-a-vis Russia, the way it projects itself to the outer world, and what may be of interest and relevant from the viewpoint of Russia vis-a-vis the world. And so I will see Igor wearing another hat, the hat of a speaker. I think when you asked me to talk at this seminar, so it was about 2 months ago, and when I suggested several subjects to select. So I never expected how important and relevant this subject matter would be in 2 months' time. So it will be my personal view, and I will be happy if you disagree, and I will welcome it, and because many points you may regard as controversial, and because it's only natural, because we are touching upon a very emotionally loaded subject. I'd like to start by saying that the decision to use the military forces in Ukraine and special operation in Crimea and the annexation of the peninsula to Russia, it does not begin, but it ends the period of formation of the new international doctrine and the construction of the post-Soviet Russian identity, country's identity. So this period started about 2.5 years ago, and so then the response of the Russian authorities to the events in Ukraine at Ukraine. Even Mr. Peskov, the state secretary of president, gives different propositions. So then the reaction of the Russian authorities to Ukraine was, on the face of it, very unexpected, and sometimes it was too powerful. But it was a logical consequence of the ideological and political transformation that started in the fall of 2011 after the decision of returning Mr. Putin to become president of Russia again. And so that actually forces us to reconsider the framework of the international political analysis. So the explanation of Moscow from the classical point of classic realism, of the domineering school of international political Russian thought. So the explanation was as follows: when everything was talking about the balance of power, about the national interests, about the identity, etc. So these explanations are not sufficient. Because from the viewpoint of classical realism, in international relations, so Russia risks a lot. And eventually it loses more than it gains in any scenario, irrespective of what kind of scenario will play out. I think that the most important thing is that the understanding of the ideological benchmark, within which these extraordinary steps have been taken. And within the framework of the system, the policy of Moscow may be regarded as justified, but the only possible. Much depends on the benchmarking. So then Robert Jervis, an American, for the first time looked at the importance of images and perceptions in international relations. And he opened a new page in the history of international relations. And for the purposes of my presentation, allow me to quote only two conclusions made by Jervis. So first, I quote, more often than not, the explication of the reasons and the causes for which the decisions were made requires the justification, conviction of the people who make these decisions and the views and the way they view the world and other institutions. And so the jurist is not who's right, who's wrong, who calculated for many moves forward, but why so the perception of the people about the world become actually differ, why they differ so much. And the second conclusion of Jervis, I think it's of great importance. He posited that the perceptions of the world about the world and other countries differ from reality. And so in a very perceptible way, and for the reasons that we can understand. And so I think that this very wide gamut of ideas that are subject matter for our intellectual discussions about the post-Soviet antiquity of the Soviet of the USSR. And so then 2011 became very important when the transformation began. So and then so this wide gamut of ideas are the ideas that were best fitted to the legitimizing of the political system and strengthening of the independence and power and influence of the Russian state. So those were selected. And so two concepts were selected as the basis. So first concept was the idea that Russia should be a powerful, independent, great power, which is the stronghold of all conservative powers fighting against revolutions, chaos, and liberal ideas instilled by Europe and the United States. That's the first. And the second idea is the idea about the existence of a large Russian civilization, different from Western civilization, and going outside the boundaries of Russia. And both concepts, they combined very well with the dominating discussions in the West, and they were perceived there as some kind of intellectual archaic pronouncements, and it wasn't related to any issues, any problems related to the system of European security, international relations, weapons control, the Yalta systems, etc., etc. I think they thought it was unrelated. So the things that the diplomats are doing every day, and it's exactly why those ideas were not paid proper attention to, and they disregarded them. So that's the reason why then Moscow's actions turned out for the majority of Western leaders and analysts who had not been immersed in this Russian inner fight for ideas. So then the actions of Russia turned out to be quite unexpected, absolutely unexpected. And so this pronouncement, this discourse, is isolated from global trends. So because the agendas are quite different. So not about this Russian civilization, about conservatives. They talk in Europe they talk about something else, but we speak about this. And it's why these two systems of coordinates that don't fit, they don't dovetail, and so they are incompatible. And today I would like to concentrate on two issues which are very close to my heart, in order to understand what exactly evolving, happening with the international political doctrine of Russia, and how and in which way it's related to the national identity. So let me quickly stop at balance of power between the leading areas of international political thinking, because we don't have any unity in that among even the decision-making people. And then I will speak about some concepts that are quite abstract on the face of it, but then based on these concepts, so we always can see. So the results are that the movement of the military, so then the armored personnel carriers start to roll, the tanks start to rumble, and so when then they start talking about the protection, the Russian citizens, residents, and so about the bigger civilization and moving into other countries. And so about the international policy in post-Soviet Russia, Mr. Gelman today identified three approaches to the analysis of our internal politics. The way, so number three is always convenient. So three schools, three approaches. So three schools I identify as well. And so all this versatility, I decide I don't want to touch them right now, but there are three main schools vis-a-vis the analysis of international relations. They impacted the liberal school. The second school was the school of realists, and then the school of nationalists. And so the nationalists can be subdivided into several subgroups. Realists. And so the purpose of the liberal project, per se, is to turn Russia into a part of the bigger West. And Russia and the United States, for liberals, are the most important strategic partners. And the majority of liberals, they instinctively gravitate towards the West, because they think that the partnership with Washington, with the European capitals, would deter the undemocratic movement of Russian authorities inside the country, and so even the Western liberals, so they set their international, not only integration with the West, but the assimilation of Russia by the West on their conditions, on their terms. So then Vladimir Kozyrev, that was his idea. So the second 90s, so the liberal views so were pushed to the boundary, and they stopped to impact the international political course of Russia. And so then realists came. So the statement realist came to the state arena. So the most the school. So then the founder of this school was Yevgeny Primakov. So the realists, and they included some former liberals, internationalists who were disenchanted with the international policy of the West towards Russia. and especially the expansion of NATO, and so they stopped being in opposition to the realists. So the perception of Russia projected by Russia into the international arena is the image of an influential center of multipolar world. And so for the majority of people who shared this view, so the United States wants to go outside the law and order because it's striving just to maintain the unipolar system and to exceed domination in the world. And so then orange revolutions and changes of regimes, etc. The world domination. And the realists, they are not the classical realists. Realists, I'm not, that don't influence much. Our realists, statement, they differ somewhat from other countries' realists, ideologically and politically. So there are different factors. So then they are striving to establish this sovereignty at any cost, and not to allow for an interference in Russia's business. This dominates over other considerations. And the third area, nationalistic. Nationalistic can be divided into three subgroups, which is neo-imperialists, ethnic nationalists, and the new rights. So then in the 90s, so the essence of the neo-nationalistic project was to re-establish the Soviet Union, and as it was obvious that it's not possible to do, so then the task of neo-imperialists so narrowed down, and so now the task was to create around Russia so the buffer zone of dependent countries from the old CIS, from the old Communist Party bloc countries. So that's Zyuganov and Lushkov, so those were the guys. And then the second nationalistic movement is ethno-nationalism. So it rests on the works of a great Russian writer, Mr. Solzhenitsyn. So he was saying it's great that the Soviet Union disintegrated, but it disintegrated along the wrong borders. So for Solzhenitsyn, the right borders should coincide with ethnic boundaries. And in this case, the modern Russia should have included a big part of Ukraine, so the North Kazakhstan, Belarus, etc. But the North Caucasus, Solzhenitsyn was saying that so they could give some independence, because Chechnya is ours until Terek, and after Terek River, so it's not ours anymore. He was writing. And I think that the ethno-nationalism in modern Russia, it's not a well-organized power. But for me, the impact is great of this ethno-nationalism in the last years. And then in the recent years, there is a new one which has not yet taken form and shape, which is the new rights. The new rights position themselves as ideologists of the right anti-globalism. And so they talk a lot about the protection of traditional values. They want alliance with traditional rights in Europe, like Le Pen in France, in England, so they have such forces, so they exist in other countries. So these three schools and sub-schools, I would say, so within the framework of the nationalistic school, so they hate liberal values, and they're anti-Western, very much anti-Western. And so then the combination of this, so the liberals dominated very short period of time, only 2 to 3 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Then after that, another force moved on the stage, realists, realists. And it's interesting that the resurrection of liberal approach is partial, not certainly under Kozary, but certain impact on influence on real estates. So liberals made twice certain impact in 2001-2002 when Putin attempted to do his own version of reset with the United States on the wave of joint fight with terrorism. It didn't work out, and the second attempt is the resurrection of the similar attempt. That's 2009-2011, which related to President Medvedev. So the impact of liberal ideas dominated, hence the president, Mr. Medvedev. And in my view, now just we're moving towards then the ideas of realist statesmen will be supplemented with some selective ideas of nationalism from all three schools of nationalistic schools, because nationalism is a wide notion, and I speak about the neutral notion without any connotations, any ideological loading. And so while liberal approaches are minimized, so they are almost considered to be traitors. And but I think that the representatives of all three approaches that I wanted to describe to the international politics, so they rest upon certain ideas that evolve in the society, and at the same time, so the representatives of these areas say they develop these ideas by themselves. So exactly, so Russian world ideas, protection of Russians abroad, so the bigger Russian civilization, etc. And so then coming up to the second and the final part of my presentation, I'll make a short conclusion and answer questions. And after the collapse of the Soviet Union, millions of people who considered themselves Russians, and so they were divided by the political boundaries, and for the first time in many centuries of the history of Russia, they started to live on territories of several neighboring countries.
And by the end of the second decade of the 21st century, in Russia we have two main approaches to what they call the Russian question. Is it all fine? First, this is quite moderate concept of diaspora, of the Russian world, as well as policy towards our compatriots that is pursued by the state. And on the other side, it's radical nationalism discourse about a divided nation, which so far yet has not influenced seriously real policy. May I say a few words about moderate approach? The concept of compatriots, this term was first used by Yeltsin and Kozyrev back in 1992. This concept was further developed beginning with 1994, and they just shaped itself in shaping some specific policy in government-adopted laws, programs, and very cautious ideas of foreign policy activity. In Russia, according to the law and the existing tradition, a compatriot or fellow countrymen are those who live beyond Russia, but they realize that the historic, cultural and language ties to Russia are there, and they want to preserve them and to keep them just no matter what is their nationality, meaning citizenship. And another point is, and it's very important to understand what is now going on in our relations with Ukraine. I will dwell upon it in greater detail because of these two different concepts. The concept of the Russian world grew later. It has its own history, and in our active circulation, the concept of the Russian world entered only back in 2007. That is, many years after the notion of compatriot evolved. And usually when they say the Russian world, they understand a network of Russians, people and communities beyond the borders of the Russian Federation that are in this or other way a party to the Russian language, culture and cultural life. It's something like compatriot, but it's a more philosophical outlook. It's an world perspective of the Russian world. And to a great extent, it has to do with the social, cultural approach rather than state activity, because compatriots usually, this is what the state looks after, but the Russian world is something more like a public notion and social notion. And before this spring, these two notions did not even overlap altogether, but the situation has changed radically, and I will later say what it's like. And the policy was very moderate and cautious. May I say a few words? Back in the 1990s, Russia did not support secession moods in the Crimea and northern Kazakhstan and other places where Russians live. Because in Crimea, back in 1994, they wanted to hold a referendum and they wanted to join Russia, whereas at that time the president of Crimea traveled to Moscow and Yeltsin did not receive him and the referendum did not take place. But the situation has changed radically by today. The situation in outstanding matter in Turkmenistan, when to ensure their own interests in gas sphere, Moscow ignored violations against people who held dual citizenship, Turkmen and Russian citizenship. Gross violation. It was ignored altogether. And until very recently, there was no such thing as how to find an easy way to convert your status of compatriot into Russian citizenship. This is what was the aspiration of many organizations of our compatriots who lived in the near abroad. Russia took a very conservative approach in this matter. And any shifts were seen in 2010, and now we can hear that now the Duma will adopt an amendment. Again, the situation is being changed. Again, all these very moderate concepts of the Russian world, this is philosophical concept, these non-efficient, they have suddenly been reanimated, these sluggish programs. They're now very actively used to justify our very decisive action, which is not being done. They don't at all engage radical discourse. We'll see up to what time this will not be used on a divided nation. This is something which would be very serious. Which is the best names we know is this Loshkov and Zyuganov and Zhirinovsky and Sergei Baburin and Natalia Narochnitskaya and Alexander Savostyanov and many others have made their contribution to develop this concept of a divided. Not on this question.
As far as I know, from 1998 through to 2001, we have tried to render to this concept the format of legislative initiatives, and the committees of the State Duma were discussing different draft laws about the divided Russian nation, and but these initiatives were never passed by the Duma because it was believed by the executive, and especially after the control of the executive over the legislative branch, it was believed that such initiative undermine our relations or Russia's relations with its neighbors, Kazakhstan, the Ukraine, the Baltic states, and would mean the remapping of borders. A couple of words that I would like to say about yet another concept, which is the concept of big Russian or the Great Russian world, the Great Russian civilization. Two approaches have been crystallized. One was indeed developed by President Medvedev during his Berlin speech when he said that after World War II, the true conditions of cooperation between Russia, the European Union and the United States as the three branches of the European civilization were established. That's a very interesting approach. Yet another approach was that of the political decisions or the politicians, the decision makers, such as the foreign minister, Mr. Lavrov, that the Western values is only one of the possible alternatives, whereby Russia is purporting to indeed develop another approach whereby competition is becoming globalized, acquiring a civilizational dimension. And in 2009, Foreign Minister Lavrov, for the first time, used the concept of the big or the Great Russian civilization, not as a branch of Europe, but as something distinct from the West. And this second formula, as it appears to me, is dominating. So I think that this Russian civilization, as it is viewed within this concept, is the Russian state together with the Russian world, which embraces not only Russia, but also all those who strive to be in the orbit of the Russian culture, or civilization, if you wish. I think that this cohabitation of the two approaches that I just mentioned, as Russia being one of the branches of the European civilization or as a separate civilization, opened up yet new possibilities for manipulating these two approaches, having shown the new interpretation. I think that we're now departing from this situation, and it is becoming increasingly clear that the concept of Russian civilization is now becoming a domineering point, as something distinct from the West or the Western civilization. I'm coming to the conclusions, and I would like to say that these discussions and the debates about the Russian world, the Russian diasporas and the Russian nation could well exist for a long time distinct from the foreign policy and indeed the security policy. But however, now we're seeing a new security dimension being introduced into this concept of the Russian world, which is a process of rendering the concept which is rendering the sense of security, the point of survival, the point of mortal danger, the kind of discourse that we're seeing as eloping. Thus, the discourse of security, and security is always important, one of the most important ever aspects. So these philosophical approaches need to be taken into account. The press secretary of the Russian president, Mr. Peskov, said that Putin is the guarantor of the security of the entire Russian world. From being the guarantor of the security of the state, he is becoming a guarantor of something more than the state. Thus, we're rendering security or the dimension of security to the item or to the general concept of the Russian world. There are some very serious reasons for this process. After the end of the Cold War, Russia was never accepted to the leading institutions, to the leading and indeed the relations between Russia and these Western institutions were far from being serene. So the question of introducing Russia into the world architecture or the global architecture of security was never resolved. Russia was left overboard, which indeed led to a situation whereby Moscow started to carve its space within this architecture of the world stability based on the ideology of big ideas and reinterpretation of the Russian history as something isolated from the world history. This is our kind of history. This is the Russian world, whereby many European and American countries say that we are bound by certain relations and certain ties and certain conditions, and if we have to change the order of collecting garbage in our little European country, we have to go to Brussels, and Brussels will let us do that in 14 years. But we are based on the big ideas. This is a very dangerous, a most dangerous situation. This is a most dangerous situation of as to how the international system is viewed in the West and how it is viewed in this country. What we see today is the actual consequence, the result of this incompatibility, and I am extremely alarmed about the outcome. Thank you so very much indeed, Mr. Zivilov, for this most interesting presentation, which I think puts us into the perspective of the reality that we are undergoing, that we go through today, that we live today. Within this Russian world, is it allowed to talk about the rule of law? Well, I think that it is a must to talk about the rule of law in all worlds, including the Russian world. But it appears to me that these are concepts which are in somewhat different fields or different strata, because the Russian world is primarily about culture, the rule of law is primarily about our everyday life in its legal dimension. I am not saying that in any way that the Russian world is doomed to be in some outside of the rule of law. This is not what I in any way intended to say, but I think that these are somewhat different spheres of our being. But could we talk about some specific items, or it would be ideologically forbidden? Oh, this is an interesting question. My first reaction, although I have to think about this more, but I think that the Russian world is about the cultural ties. And I think that these are somewhat different questions. Marina, as I think is a better chairperson than I am. Zhenya from Kostroma.
задать. Вот вы перечисляли очень много, рассказали о многих концепциях, а вы как считаете, какая...
What do you believe? What do you believe should be the national identity, the Russian national identity? If I had known the answer to your question about the Russian national identity, that would be grand, but I don't. I think that the national identity, any national identity and its development is a process of construction when participated and co-participated by different strata of a society. Some participate more or less actively. What I would like to do is to distinguish three groups: the intellectuals, the philosophers, those who work within the educational system, because no schools of thought, no philosophical systems can be taken to the public without the educational establishments. And this is otherwise, I think that we would be confined to a theoretical debate. And finally, the politicians or the political circles which hammer together this identity. This is not a given, and I think that Renan's famous phrase about the national identity as an everyday plebiscite or a daily plebiscite. We get up in the morning and we do something and think something, think about something in such a way that each individual is a part of the nation. If we do not make this effort or do not think about something, then we shall be dismantled. So this is a constant effort, not only within the groups that I have enumerated, the three groups that I have enumerated, but also everyday behavior of every person within the particular state, within the political society. Because I was talking about the national identity, because there are other identities, professional or some others. And in this sense, the national identity is always a process. It is always a field for bringing or clashing ideas. System of education, the result of the work of philosophers. This is how national identity is being formed. And Russia, I think, has not yet come out of the period when the answer is still posed. If a nation state, if the state is going to be built on the civic or the national or ethnic basis, because there are the civic nations, primarily related to the state institutions. The ethnic nations are those which are primarily based on the cultural background and the cultural ties. And the discussion in Russia about this means to an end is still open. I can't say that that we as intelligent people can come together within this room and develop a national identity. This is not something that we're doing within any specific time frame. This is something that is being done in the minds of millions of people every day. Well, we have some time for a discussion, but I have a remark or a question. If you have your hand posed during the actual answer to a question, if you could please be patient and have your time. And we are talking about very sensitive matters, so it is very important to instill our words with meaning. Evgeny Asenkov from Voronezh. You said that Russia is missing the so-called radical discourse, but I have an impression that the discourse is getting radicalized because we see that in the double standards of the mass media, the state media, the discourse is getting radicalized on the part of those people who support the government. I'm talking about the so-called patriotic forces which might be voting for Russia introducing its troops into the Ukraine. And a so-called anti-war rally were assaulted, rally members were assaulted in Voronezh only a few days ago. This assault was perpetrated by those who identified themselves to be with the patriots. So I believe that we do have some degree of radicalization. But with respect to the Ukraine, do you see any compromise which would be viewed as a compromise both for the Ukrainian people and the Russian people and even the Russian government? Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that when I said that the discourse is not radicalized, there is the radical discourse, of course. It is that it has not been particularly influential in the Russian politics up until today. Of course, the radical discourse has always been there and will probably persist. But talking about the three approaches to the foreign policy, it might be of interest to say that many nationalists, including some of the most radical so-called nationalists on the left, they're very supportive of the politics of the Russian government with respect to the Ukraine and indeed instigate to go further, to reconfigure. So I think that we are having a reconfiguration of the political field when some of the radicals are now becoming supportive of the government. Talking of the compromise and the possible compromise with respect to the Ukraine, I think that we have passed a point. We have missed the point when the Crimea could remain a part of the Ukraine. I think that on the 21st of March, the State Duma will discuss this. I think that when we talk about compromise, we should rather speak about two things. First, the recognition of any government in Kiev on the part of Russia. Those who are not aware, there was a 10-minute statement of Mr. Yanukovych in Rostov-on-Don when he said that he is still the legitimate president and commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian army. But I think this emphasizes the fact of a non-recognition by Moscow of the government in Kiev. Such is my interpretation. I may be wrong, but this is my opinion. So I think that a compromise must have included two things. One is the recognition of the government in Kiev. I do not know if this might take place after the 25th of March, and today's statement by Mr. Yanukovych evokes certain doubt that the elections of the 25th of May will be recognized as valid. The second thing, or the second point of a compromise would have been the recognition of the territorial integrity of the Ukraine without the Crimea and the federalization of the Ukraine. And I think that the government in Kiev would not have believed that this is a compromise, but rather would have believed that this is more of a capitulation or a surrender. But I think that we unfortunately have gone very far into this process, and this notion of compromise is shifting. I think that Kiev in this sense is a very weak process, which is a source of high risk. Oleg Prokhorenko from Kirov. Mr. Zivelyov, you have said that we're taking a great risk in any situation, and all these processes have more minuses rather than pluses. What consequences do you mean specifically? Well, let me say that again, that we are risking from the standpoint of the school of classical realism. But from the standpoint of or other standpoints, there would be other evaluations. Let us try to analyze this in terms of this classical school of political realism. We might remember that we have already gone through discussions. If it is more important for us to retain the Crimea, or what is more important to us, the Ukraine or Crimea? There was even a big treaty about friendship and cooperation between the big treaty with Ukraine, when the territorial integrity of the Ukraine was signed in 1997 and was only entered into force in 1999. And at that time we had the most interesting polemic, and two camps of political coalitions were formed. One was pro-treaty, the other was anti-treaty. The coalition which was anti-treaty claimed that in this way we shall say goodbye to Crimea and to Sevastopol forever. We should and must never sign this treaty, should never ratify it. And the debates were most interesting in the Duma and the Council of Federation, the Chamber of Federation. Mr. Zhirinovsky, the mayor of Moscow, Lushkov, were among the notables in this coalition, as well as some other politicians whose names you might not remember. Mr. Rogozin changed his belonging to the two coalitions several times. The pro-treaty coalition included Mr. Primakov, who played a pivotal part. Mr. Zyuganov, interestingly, was also pro-treaty. The second coalition, the pro-treaty, were saying that the Ukraine, which is our friend, which is our partner and good neighbor, the Ukraine which we influence, is so much more important to us than Crimea. And at that time, the pro-treaty coalition prevailed. My particular opinion is that today we are indeed saying goodbye to the central and western Ukraine forever. Yes, we may be getting a territorial plus, but something that the fact that the political nation think we have helped the solidification of the central and western Ukraine on an it is all true that they have quite a few radicals there, but they also have other people. There is other truth. So I think that for today, we are probably losing more, because we shall have at our side a nation consolidated on an anti-Russian basis, which would be striving for NATO. This is totally inevitable, but yes, we would gain Crimea. Dmitry Shizhukov from Stavropol. I would like to go back to the question of political.
Российской идентичности, они более-менее понятны. Но как у нас вопрос стоит?
So talking about this international strife or the issue, because I come from Stavropol region, from the south of Russia, this is indeed a question of critical importance for my region.
Thank you very much. In no way do I think I'm an expert on this issue, on this matter. May I speak then? May I share my personal opinion here? But it's not sufficiently it's not well founded from the expert's point of view, because the sphere of what I'm responsible for and what I know of is somewhat different. But again, going back to my response to identity as it's construed and so on, there are different points of view on what is going on within the country. One viewpoint is well known. It belongs to Valery Tishkov, an outstanding expert in this area. He was a minister on the affairs of nationalities, now director of the Institute of Anthropology. He thinks that we have now seen the shaping up of the political Russian nation, and we do not acknowledge that political nation is there, as he thinks, along uniform and the same national state institutions, at that various people may feel that they belong to different ethnic affiliation. You may be an ethnic Tartar and Russian and a Chechen and Russian citizen, a Chechen, which would be the right way to put it, not Chechenians. And ethnically, you could be, it means culture and language, we may belong to a certain group, but at that, we belong to one and the same political nation that was shaped up around our state institutions. My personal viewpoint is that I would very much want, and I would dream of, I could agree with my well-respected and Valery Tishkov. But it's very hard for me to do so, because what I think is that the trend certainly is there, and it's silly to deny it, towards shaping up of the political Russian nation. But the simple example, the very word Russian, Rossiyskiy, well, you're young people, and you do not remember the times when Yeltsin first addressed the nation in the 1990s. He just spoke to dear Россияне, Russians, once a week or once a month, and he would always start his talk with dear Россияне. It was really dissonant. We Russians, not ethnic Russians, but Россияне. But in the early 1990s, it sounded awkward. It really was awkward. Something is wrong. It's just a minor thing, but we've traveled a long way towards it. But at that, we cannot but notice many other things. We cannot notice the growth of huge xenophobia, nationalism in big cities related to uncontrolled influx of migrants, corrupted system of hiring of employment, and this displeasure with the system is then moved towards simple people who have come to make some money, and very horrible processes are underway, which act in a very opposite direction, which make the political civic nation weaker, which underline ethnicity first and foremost. Besides, in my view, there's this question that civic political nation is still a product that is closely related to democracy. Through democratic institutions, we can feel that we belong to this big community of people. If we as a nation, we are a nation because we can do something, all of us together, we share similar problems and we try to address them. If this is not the case, if it all comes from beyond, this feeling is so much weaker because historically, generally, nationalism, modern nationalism, was born in the epoch of the Great French Revolution as a nation that went against a monarchy. We are a nation, we are together. It's a very democratic notion per se that traveled its way and has gone through its evolution, but it's not moved away, far away. It's connected to democratic institutions, and we will be more united as a political nation. Stas Danskich, Stas, you alone, please. Well, I wanted to share my comment with you, like constitutionalist. Can you hear me all right? Like constitutionalist. What is the outlook of a constitutionalist on the shaping of national identity? It's pretty simple in the sense that for constitutionalist, construing national identity is possible only on one basis, on the basis of constitution, as one and only national ideology, as the only program for future development of Russia. And this ideology is the only national state that should imbibe everything, including national textbooks and history. Besides, you were speaking about democracy and so on. It's important to understand that philosophy of constitutionalism is something that was born in the Western tradition of law, was something that was born in the tradition of liberalism, when individual, his dignity, his freedoms and rights are the cornerstone. In this sense, we want to decide whether we want to live in the wild, like Asian patterns, or we want to live in the rule of law state. And we would like to have some understanding. If we speak about the constitution, we always speak about liberal values. Nowadays, now liberalism becomes a swear word, an anti-state. In the state thinking, we can hear this logic that whatever is liberal is oppositional. Whatever is oppositional belongs to the enemy. And this certainly cannot but have far-reaching consequences for the fates of the rule of law and the rule of law state in Russia. This will be my comment from the perspective of my judgment of the Constitution. And two questions. First question is, you identified schools, liberal and nationalist, and the new right. Does it mean that you think that an established category today is like a pair category? They are less instrumental, such as, for example, like very much we're accustomed, the left and the right, liberals, conservatives and centrists. It's not a pair, yes, but left and right are a pair, make pair. You speak about liberals, and who do you oppose to them? You don't oppose conservatives, as was truly done in a discussion which was organized by Maxim Trudolyubov in Vedomosti, dedicated to the ideology of liberalism and conservatism. And you make an opposition with Maxim is standing here in the corner. Lena wants me to say this, and maybe you will comment on this. And my last point, you said, maybe I did not hear you right, that after the end of the Second World War, Russia was never accepted into main European and North Atlantic structures. Maybe I misheard you, but we are part of a Council of Europe. Oh my God. We are the jurisdiction of the European Court on Human Rights, which is recognized in Russia, and it works in our legal system. Besides, nobody has abolished the membership in G8. Well, so much for that. May I hear your comments? Thank you very much for your comments. I'll try to take your questions. Well, I don't think that for the purposes of characterizing the approach to foreign policy, it was just more feasible to identify these three schools as I see them. The right and the left certainly don't work here, and to analysis about our ideas about the world. And I was not moving away about how many they should be, 2 or 20. No, what I meant is what I see as I analyze this. So I was really quite pragmatic in my approach. As to question number 2, certainly Russia is a member of many international and the Council of Europe and the OSCE, but the G8 has stopped to exist as a G7 or G8. You can remember the Security Council of the UN. But what I meant is not this. What I meant is that I spoke about the architecture of security institutions, be it good or bad. I suppose it's rather bad, that which are the basis of security in this part of our world. Regrettably, it's a matter of evaluation, but what I meant NATO and European Union. And it's not necessary to be members of this organization, but without serious institutionalization of our relations and agreements on key issues, how we go on further. Again, the key issue here is that was raised before the architects of the system of security in this part of the globe after the end of the Cold War. Russia is still beyond these institutions because OSCE and CE do very different things. The Council of Europe nowadays, it's just speaks about human rights and democratic institutions. OSCE is observation, and they are observers at elections. These three baskets in the portfolio of OSCE, this is a reminiscence about some starting point which we never came through. These institutions are useful, certainly are there, certainly membership of Russia is there is also useful for it. But, however, this is marginal compared to what I'm speaking about. Military planning, and which in Moscow and in Washington and in European capital is done to a less extent, mostly in Moscow and Washington, doesn't take into consideration whether Russia is a member of the Council of Europe or not. The reality is quite different of nuclear planning, realistic objectives of the structure of how we place of the armed forces. It's not. Whereas as to these issues, we do not have agreement. It's still unresolved. This is where we are, beyond it all, which is the foundation of the architecture of security. It's non-existent, for that matter, shared without Russia. This is a fundamental problem here. And another point I wish to make about your interesting comment, whether it is Asian or not. As a man in Oriental studies, I speak absolutely against using this term. Certainly, we spoke about Asian way of production. Let God, if we could reach the stage where most Asian countries are. Evgeny Kukshinov from Moscow. What I wanted to say, I want to criticize the realistic approach which you voiced first at the beginning of the discussion. Regrettably, legitimization of the regime in this country is taking place at often in the best tradition of totalitarian regime, which took place. I mean fear, which is used by our powers that be, that use conflicts and other things and other tragedies so that they could create an image of an enemy which suddenly arose in Ukraine, very close to us, next to us, and certainly to distract attention from domestic problems, because they don't use these conflicts within this country and beyond it. What I wanted to say is the question is, certainly there's this point that it may well be that Russia took active part in two parts as it organized a conflict in Ukraine. There is this opinion voiced, but it's not about that. The thing is that I do not believe that Russia will actively escalate this conflict and will not try to take it to military action. Thank you. It's rather a comment, not a question. Well, who has not asked questions yet today? Please, Volgograd. Good evening, my name is Pyotr from Volgograd. Tell me, please, in your opinion, what should the Russian government act towards Ukraine so that people in central and western Ukraine should change their opinion and should look towards Russia, should move towards Russia? Well, as it seems to me at this point, as I'm realistic, I don't see it. I don't see it's a realistic task. Short-term prospect, because still this violation of territorial integrity of the state, it's very serious for all citizens who live in the state. We waged a war, 2 wars to maintain territorial integrity. I mean, 2 Chechen wars. And many states, well, it's clear that this is a young statehood, that it's just fledgling for that matter. I don't accept the term about the conditional character of borders. All borders are conditional. There is no such thing as natural border. There's always this land where we are now, right near. You know that it's quite recently it became Russian, but it used to be Swedish and Finnish and you name it. It can all go, if you look back, it may go very far. So I think that I don't really know how to answer your question so far now, because we have not yet left this stage from a very acute stage of the conflict, and much will depend certainly upon what will be done in Kiev, but a lot will depend too on the behavior of Moscow. Nowadays the situation is such that I do not see it. Alexander Khorikov from Ulyanovsk. I would like a question where I would like to have a yes and no. Don't you think that the presence of Limonov yesterday, who attended a rally in Pushkin Square, and his just defeat in this war that he waged recently? And my big question is the idea of Russian national identity, special Russian path, which is cultivated recently. Is it not just a big trick to justify domestic and foreign policy that the country is pursuing? can you just clarify this first question about Limonov? What do you mean? It's defeat his war in his war, yes. Well, like, how do I evaluate this? I suppose Limonov does not look at it in this way. In this particular situation, he behaves like a politician who is against, say, one directions and in the state, but supports others. Finally, he has seen something that he feels he can support, and that is why he joined the rally for Crimea. And this cannot be perceived as his defeat in a war. I suppose it may be that you can just do wishful thinking, just daydreaming and thinking that out of a marginal, anti-systemic creature existence, he, in the new position, he will be the one who has his own very minor but still niche in a more systemic policy, where we cannot fully exclude it. And from this perspective, this final support that the government gained from him may mean this. So much for all these philosophical special searches for whether it is justification of a domestic and foreign policy. Well, you know, for a long time I thought that this is always a cynical choice. But recently of the government, what to choose, what ideas to choose out of the ones we have in the desk, in the shelf. I wanted to show that all the ideas that being produced, they were there, lying on a shelf, and they had been developed back starting from 1992. There is nothing new about compatriots and about the Russian world and about the Russian civilization and so on and so forth. And they were just, now they're rewrapped, sort of. But you know, sometimes government works being guided with big ideas. And your question, I suppose I can interpret it as a question about manipulative, cynical use of some ideas to justify some other hidden purposes, hidden agenda, which we may not be aware of. Or it may well be that politicians are after big ideas. I suppose both things come into play here. And what I see is that today, now, we see big ideas coming into play. It's not cynical, manipulative use, no. I suppose that big ideas now on the table. It is my great pleasure. A question from Yaroslavl. I give the floor. Good day, Viktor Kiselyov from Yaroslavl. My question is to Igor Alexandrovich, to somebody who worked in the United States for a while. How does American society settle the national identity? Let me put it this way, how they are dealing with this, how they're raising their national identity among Americans. Is there something we can borrow from there? Are there mistakes we can avoid in the experience? As you understand, that this is probably a topic for my next 20 lectures. So far, that was just a brief introduction to my foreword to the first lecture. But America, in some way, is a unique country, but like any national identity, they're shaping up in their own way. What is unique about America, that ideologically it's not a mono-ethnic country. It's a country built along certain institutions and values. And America is not certainly an only country of this kind, but American exclusivity, as they see it, which most Americans believe in, and they're convinced for that matter. And we think we can convince them that it's not the case. So this exclusivity is built along these lines that we have unique institutions. Our constitution was adopted over 200 years ago. Our constitution still works, and we have created fantastic institutions, independent, irrespective of your color of your skin, of your religion. We all belong to this great political nation. It's almost in this ideal of this political nation where no factor of ethnicity is there. How is it raised from a very early age at school, for that matter, where they, in many state schools, they still swear pledge of allegiance. When children, 4-year-olds for that matter, they put their hand on their heart and swear pledge of allegiance. Around it there are lots of debates whether this is needed, with this right or not. Opposite views are being entertained and voiced by different politicians at that. Once we've said that it's not an ideal political nation, but at that, if you look at what Samuel Huntington wrote and his paper, Who Are We? This paper is about America, where he says that yes, this is so around political institutions and values, but still the basis is Protestant Anglo-Saxon values, and there's no way to go around it. But this is what Huntington wrote, and at that, if we look at it, what is the biggest holiday for Americans? It's Christmas. Thanksgiving, it's just the most American holiday, but Americans spend most money on Christmas. And from their perspective, this is the main feast, but this is a Christian holiday, and because of political correctness, and they've come up with now touched one of the Jewish holidays, which is close by in calendar, and also the Afro-American holiday, having forgotten that Afro-Americans hail from different regions of Africa. They were brought, not voluntarily, but to put it mildly, and also they set up some sort of this multiculturalism, which they seek to entertain, and they try to follow European lines, sort of. American political nation is certainly experiencing certain tension now because of this major philosophical discussion about multiculturalism. Namely, if society, and to a certain extent the state, shall support all the cultures in an equal degree which are there in this country, this will be cultivated, then will they not lose it? As I say, this culture may have this or that. As a rule, these are all invented holidays. It's all intellectuals who came up with this, and political entrepreneurs. And shall we not lose something that we share, that brings us all together? And this is a great experience that now is underway between liberals and conservatives. Does it really underline that we're all Americans, or do we underline our diversity? It's good to say that unity is in diversity, but it doesn't work, when indeed there are quite a lot of people who oppose these two positions. And again, this is a process which I spoke of in the very beginning, of construing the nation. It's not an everyday, it's never a result. It's always a process, and nations undergo change during its history. And it sometimes changes up to the point where you cannot recognize it. But there is a certain core in America which nobody disputes. They are the institutions and liberal values. Who's sitting next to Piotr? Is it Sergei? Kolisov Sergei from Volgograd. My professional activity has to do with agriculture, and may I explain to you how it works. You spoke about the level of big ideas, about macro ideas, the Russian world, it's just philosophical idea and for the planet as a whole. But at the level of micro ideas of some individual regions, let me put it this way mildly, what we see is chaos and lack of understanding of what goes on. How does it reflect on agriculture, which in principle is the basis for the economy? It means, bluntly speaking, you buy foreign-made equipment, you work like American farmer, and you work like a Dutch farmer, and you just plant vegetables like in Israel, for example. And how does it all agree, this technology, this lagging behind and full adoption of Western experience? Now we have a situation when the leadership of the country at the regional level says, don't invent things. This is analogous how it worked elsewhere, and go for it. You don't have to reinvent something. The same about Superjet. We tried come up with something ours and it didn't work. Then they say, okay, here is we'll build a Canadian bombardier. How do we agree this technological imitation with philosophical identity of the Russian world? Can it be balanced in some way? Well, this is a tricky question, but I suppose that some agronomical or achievements or discoveries or technologies used in about aircraft construction, it's very much like laws of physics and or say law of gravitation or entropy, or they are the same, they're universal. Some countries have traveled and are ahead of others, but it's still one and the same thing. It's all about fundamental physics, about basic agriculture, and here I would not even say that this is something that is ours and this is something that doesn't belong to us. This is probably something common, fundamental, but at that it doesn't exclude most serious competition. And this competition often follows not national borders, transnational cooperation. Some international chains change it when competition is not so much between countries in some area, rather it is between transnational corporations that may be represented in different countries. So I would not put together a discussion about the Russian world, about our originality, about our identity, with the questions of technical borrowing technology or creating our own technologies. This question that should be very pragmatic, very much down to earth, and in no way should any ideological ideas stand behind it. This is only where economists should work, not specialists on ideology or the Russian world. And as illustration, I wanted just to give you an example. Like today, when I read a message, I don't want to say, because I don't remember, one by our leading information agencies, that announcement, Mr. Yakunin of the Russian railroads, who said that a Western economic model which construed upon some quantitative indicators is a threat to morality of Russia, and we will work in a different way. This is something that somewhat disturbed me, and I wanted to know more about this kind of argumentation. So far, it doesn't seem very convincing to me.
Thank you. And unfortunately, our time is up, and effectively, the question that has to do with the self-identity of Russia. So when we are counterbalancing ourselves with the rest of the world, has become a very unpleasant watershed that split the society into two warring factions. And I think that in this discussion and for the next 5 days, we need just to speak not only about the meanings and the hidden agendas, but we need to understand that the rhetoric and emotions matter. and we managed for an hour and a half just to discuss one of the most acute topics. So without any expletives and without any forced language. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy that everyone just managed just to stay within the proper civilized way of debating. So thank you. Thank you for your questions. I was very much interested, and I hope that we all not just knew the answers to the questions, the most challenging issues, but even maybe you got thinking about the questions that we never thought about earlier. And judging by your questions, I actually begin to think of the questions that I never thought about before.
Ребята, кофе-брейк точно вот здесь теперь.
Я попрошу опять вашего внимания.
Attention, please. Be very, very attentive, and you will not be disappointed. So now we. So what does our seminar mean? What's the whole point of our seminar? It means one thing: just broadening your personal horizons. We do not insist on any point. We just offer you a variety, so to meet different people who can analyze things from different viewpoints, from different angles, and then you develop something inside yourselves that later can refer to as your own points of view, and your own outlook, and your own ideas, and that's the whole mission. That's the whole point of this seminar. When when the discussion slowly is turning into a field of discussion, because the opinions are better worded and viewpoints are better finalized. And I'd like just to introduce you to someone, and it's not just to broaden your personal horizons, but for your so making new wonderful introductions, and so meeting new wonderful great people. And Sonia Licht. And that's for me, and for the school, and for Jura. So this is an event by itself, a great event. So that we've made her acquaintance, because we are accustomed to our own Russian heroes, and there are Russian heroes, and we've got used to them. We know who they are, and so then so there are heroic, very clever, very smart. And Sonia is a wonderful analyst, so very accurate, very sharp, very intellectual. So she's Sonia Licht. That's the kind of lady she is. And today we've heard so different words, so the world, global, civil society, and all the terms, but at the end of the day, so there's always just a person behind all those terms, behind all those notions. And it has always been that way, always a living person behind all this. And so that is why I will start my list of such people with Sonia Licht. And meeting with her, it's an event by itself. And that's the reason why I'm honored, I'm happy to to introduce our school, our seminar, so to her. And every year just we ask her to come, and every time she can't make it. And so because we really wanted her to come every time, just we hold our seminar so that she could meet a new cohort of listeners, because she set up a school in Belgrade. With her help, so many other schools have been founded in the south of Europe, so in Turkey and Greece. We heard about that, and so it would be great just to set up a similar school in Western Europe, because democracy and the legal society and the rule of law society, it's always a creation of man. It's not been given by God. And I would like you to meet a great, wonderful person, a beautiful person, Valentina Dors, who is the director of the Belgrade School of Thought. And she is the representative of the young generation that Sonia has been helping to cultivate and to raise. And so then we always are so happy to talk to her, to associate with her, and you will share this happiness with me. Thank you.
So much on this really two beautiful introduction. And I must say that every time I meet the participants of the Moscow School, I feel in a way blessed. Because if there is anything I believe in, that is the necessity, the ultimate necessity of civic education and civic activism. I fall in love with the Moscow School first time. I heard about it, which was a long time ago. And then I visited first time in 2000. At that time, I was running a different institution, the Soros Foundation in Belgrade. I went back and I said, I want a similar school in then Yugoslavia. And I was trying to look for people who could establish such a school. There were many who expressed interest, but there was one single thing I couldn't find, and that was enough passion. And I said, after what I saw in Moscow, in Galitsino, in fact, this thing can't be done without passion. So at the end of the day, I decided to leave the foundation and to start the school. And I'm very, very grateful to Lena. Without her, it wouldn't happen, and my life would now be in a different shape and form than it is. I feel also today very lucky, extremely lucky, that I was given the chance to speak after von Studnitz and my dear friend Hakan Altenay. Because I have a hope that in a way we will kind of complete a story of the day. There were different stories, but the story of why the civil society is such still a complex phenomenon and why we can't do without it. I must say, and now I'm going to contradict Lena, she always says I'm an analytic and an intellectual. I usually say for myself, I'm neither a scholar nor an academic. I am first and foremost a civic activist. And if there is one thing I believed in during my civic activist life, and it's lasted longer than 50 years. It started very early. It started when I was 10, and when I joined the youth of the Red Cross. That is how it started. From then on, there was one thing I believed in very, very passionately, and that is education. So this is how this title also was born that you have in your program. I don't want to bore you with my history, but I feel I have to say a few words about myself, simply to understand in a very short form, what does civic activism means today in the part of the world I'm coming from, and although it is quite different in many ways than yours, it is still closer to your experience than, for example, some people coming from Western Europe or the United States. Of course, I was born in Yugoslavia, and at that time it was a one-party state. Communist states, somewhat different than the others in Eastern Europe and quite different from Russia, but still far from anything one could call democracy. It was a multi-ethnic, multicultural, multi-religious state, and it managed to fall apart during my lifetime into weak, multi-party, not anymore so much multicultural and multi-religious statelets that unfortunately until today remain quite weak. The communist Yugoslavia was a pretty strong state. These successors of Yugoslavia are small, weak states. Even those who are part of the European Union. I just read today, for your information, that the Prime Minister of Croatia, the latest member of the European Union and our neighbor, received a new sentence of 9 years of prison because of corruption affairs that he went through. By the way, this was the man who managed to liberate Croatia from a very tough nationalist regime, although being the head of that tough nationalist party. So in fact, he was the one who changed a very, very nationalistic party that played a serious role in the falling apart of Yugoslavia into a pro-European one. And this is, in fact, how Croatia made it to the European Union. We have a quite similar situation in Serbia right now. Former tough nationalists and pretty ugly nationalists turned pro-European, and they will win our elections in a few days with a great majority. I don't want to go into the political description of what is happening in Serbia, or for the matter of fact, in the entire Balkans. We can touch on it during the question and answer period. What I simply wanted to put in front of you in a nutshell is that you start as a child believing in the ideals, a very strong ideology is putting in front of you, such as brotherhood and unity, equality, a successful dictator, whom we of course didn't call dictator. I don't know whether that name means anything for these generations anymore, Josip Broz Tito, but that person was able to run a quite successful movement against the fascist occupation of former Yugoslavia and to say no to Stalin in 1948. So he had guts, and he had a quite serious skill how to place himself very high on the world political agenda, among other things, together with two other important personalities from the 60s, Gamal Abdel Nasser and Jawaharlal Nehru, Nasser from Egypt and Nehru from India. They created the non-aligned movement. So that is part of that history I'm coming from. The other part of the history started with the falling apart of the country, the disintegration of the country. The most important, of course, name that resembles, I imagine, to everybody at that period was Slobodan Milosevic, the first leading person in Yugoslavia, then in Serbia, and whose pragmatic but also vicious nationalist and warmongering politics, together with others who helped him from different other parts of the country, helped the country fall into parts and still not able fully to recover. After a successful movement, popular movement, in the late 90s and 2000, we managed, contrary to many other electoral or democratic revolutions that some also call colored revolutions, we managed to topple Milosevic and to start a democratic transition. Unfortunately, what we did not manage, and I would say today we couldn't manage in many ways, is to have a transition which would be different than in some other countries. Unfortunately, in my personal opinion, all these countries were faced with a transition process that was in many ways doomed to lead us where we are today. That we have a multi-party parliamentary democracy, but that we lost our values, we lost our trust into the political elite, into the economic elite, and often also into the intellectual elite. The transition was performed according to a model which unfortunately put market fundamentalism as a number one priority. Please don't get me wrong. I have nothing against free market. On the contrary, I believe it is necessary. But without institutions, without a strong rule of law, the free market turns into everything but a free market. It turns into the Wild West. And this is what happened here. This is what happened in Serbia. This is what happened in most of the transition countries. A new primary accumulation of capital in the moment when never, ever anybody expected something like that. So what happened is, instead of building institutions, people were getting rich, destroyed the industry. For example, the entire Balkans is without almost any industry. There was this myth that with services only, we will build a heaven. We didn't. We have poor countries. For example, the poverty in my country doubled. Those who are below poverty line doubled in the last few years because of the economic crisis. The entire ex-Yugoslavia, or most of the ex-Yugoslavia, plus Albania, are now countries living on the periphery of the periphery, as the Bulgarian analyst Dimi Bechev calls this whole set of states. And we are still very lucky because we all have a perspective that other countries, other post-conflict countries don't, and that is the perspective to become members of the European Union. In 2003, there was a very important summit in Saloniki, Greece, and the Saloniki agenda was accepted, saying all the Western Balkan countries, meaning ex-Yugoslavia minus Slovenia, which already became a member in 2004, plus Albania, have an open path toward European integration if they fulfill all the necessary criteria. This became the common denominator and the common dream of the Western Balkans. And again, what a challenge and what a paradox. We first destroyed the country instead of reforming it, and now we are hoping that we will become a member of another integration that will bring us something that we could make much easier if we would not fall into the trap of former communists turning nationalists who, in fact, in my opinion, most of them were not. They were just riding the tiger of xenophobia and nationalism and manipulating citizens who, in fact, brought up in a communist party state under heavy propaganda all the time and a very, very doctrinarian ideology, were easy to be manipulated. And this is, in fact, I think, one of the major messages of our calamity, of our tragedy. How to try really to find ways out of this danger of citizens, instead of taking active part in their own life and in the design of their future, fall into the trap of manipulated objects. We are not out of that trap. On the contrary, I would like to quote you just a very recent poll that was conducted by a coalition of think tanks from Eastern, Central Europe, and Southeastern Europe. The acronym of that coalition is PASOS. You can find it under Google. And they conducted an opinion poll among young people of 6 Balkan countries: Albania, Macedonia, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, and Kosovo. Ask.
1 minute. Just,
Sorry.
sorry, I just technical problem. Хочу спросить, у кого это работают рядом телефоны с микрофоном?
So then there is a phone. Will you switch off your phones, please? Because interference. Yeah, put away your cell phones from microphones.
Спасибо.
The opinion poll says clearly, young people were asked, among other things, whom they trust the least in their countries, which institutions, which organizations. And there are differences. Some, for example, in Albania, they trust mostly the NATO, in some other countries the EU, in the third the church, in the first the army. What do you think? Who is the least trusted organization in each and every of these 6 countries? No? Political parties. On the bottom of each of these countries, this is the opinion of youth of these countries. Now, where are we now? Do we have any other model that works better than parliamentary democracy? Unfortunately, we don't. Winston Churchill used to say, parliamentary democracy is not a good model. Unfortunately, we did not invent anything better. The same was repeated by a very smart Hungarian reformer. Even in Hungary, many have forgotten about him, István Bibo, the same thing. Nothing better than parliamentary democracy. Not perfect, not flawless, but better than anything else. Now, if you come to the situation that after 20 years or 25, depending on the countries, of a multi-party system, of a multi-party democracy, young people trust the least the political parties and their representatives. What are we faced with? A very clear chance for, again, having an autocratic system or systems. Because if you don't trust democracy, if you don't trust the representatives who have to basically take care of the democratic political order, there is a real danger, in my opinion, let's discuss about it, that they will say, why not a good autocrat? Why not someone with a strong hand? Maybe that would be better. Look, they would learn quickly that it is not, but then it is too late. So this is for me one of the major issues, that the entire society, and including of course civil society, is faced with. How to achieve, to have a strong voice in favor of democracy, how to make a real pressure from below to make our political elite better, more serious, more responsible. It is our duty. It is not their duty to make us a better society. They won't. It is our duty. It is your duty. This is, I'm deeply convinced why you are here. And you know that this is why you are here. How to achieve the necessary level of knowledge, power, and influence to influence your first and foremost political elite. This is a major responsibility. Hakan Altinay talked today about global responsibility. I cannot but agree with him fully. I saw his film several times. I read his text. And I became very convinced, because obviously I was convinced earlier as well. I just didn't call it global civics. It's a perfect word. I go a step forward. I think that we also need something which would resemble much more a global governance than we have today. But you have to be aware, there is a major opposition to this, both east and west, north and south. I don't want to go into that now. I want to come back to our own situation. What are the skills we as civil society have to acquire to make sure that we won't destroy our own democratic order? In my opinion, the most important way is education. Education, education, and education. Lena knows that I created a small scandal once in the Council of Europe in 1992. Our dear friend and the best Secretary General ever of the Council of Europe, Catherine Lalomier, was in charge of a huge conference. The conference was about racism and xenophobia and how to combat it. And I was very upset, very upset. My country was falling apart. I gave you part of the story. I was terribly, terribly sad, and I was angry. I was much younger than now. I was more passionate than now, and I was very angry.
Sonia, you were still great with this.
So I think I was shouting at the end of my presentation, and everybody went on my nerves, including the West, because they did not understand what is going on. They didn't act in time. They were talking about preventive diplomacy, but they didn't know how to make preventive diplomacy, et cetera, et cetera. So at the end of the day, I wanted to come out with something positive. So I said, please let me at the end of my presentation quote Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. What should be done? To educate, and to educate. Teach, learn, and learn. So what happened, poor Catherine Lalomier was obviously somehow taken with my passion, so she also put in her conclusion a quote from Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. It was not the most popular thing, as you can imagine, at that moment to quote Lenin, but it's a great quote. Learn, and learn. The question is, of course, how we learn and when. I personally strongly believe that it is never too early. I think you really have to start as early as a child is able to communicate. My grandson was last year in the first grade of elementary school. They have a wonderful young teacher. He's wonderful not because we have good teacher colleges, but because he happens to be a great person. We have very bad teacher schools, unfortunately. And by the way, no one speaks about teachers. The most important multipliers in the world were not one single time, I think, mentioned in our election campaign. And they are usually not mentioned in any election campaign. Who cares about teachers? Badly paid, not respected, low credibility, etc. And the only thing we are doing is giving them our children to be raised, to be socialized, to be educated. I think it is one of the most responsible things one could do. Anyway, this is a wonderful young teacher, and he convinced the kids to collect the plastic tops of these bottles in order to give them to an organization that is recycling them and helping children with handicap. And my little grandson, 8 years of age, of course spoiled as all these grandchildren are, started collecting this cap because they are helping and they are competing with each other who will collect more in order to help those little handicapped children. This is how you start. This is civic education. And it never ends. I'm absolutely convinced it never ends. So from the beginning to the end, from children in the elementary school to something which we all experience again in our region. And this is regional cooperation among those who were fighting even a dozen years ago. There are many excellent examples. And there is a process which obviously is very present among at least part of young people how to, in fact, overcome the past by creating a new agenda. Sometimes that agenda is cultural. Sometimes that agenda is on the new possibilities of social media. Don't ask me about the details, I'm too old to understand. But definitely, for example, we have something in Novi Sad, Serbia, which is called the Exit Festival. It started as an opposition to Milosevic regime. It became one of the most outstanding rock festivals in Europe. They even received, I think, award or something as the best festival. Kids are coming from all over, but especially kids, youngsters, from our former country. There is another thing they invented, the Share Festival, that I understand even less. They are doing all these, the most advanced new communication skills. These are I think, internet natives, Web 2, Web 3, whatever. Anyway, they are inventing a new way of communication. What worries me quite a lot is that I'm not sure that this new way of communication is based enough, grounded enough again, in some basic universal values. Because there is almost no one who is advocating those values. I am these days quite critical also about the European Commission. If someone was a complete Euro enthusiast, that's me. I still am. But I'm quite critical about many things they are doing, especially during the crisis. I'm afraid that many of the members of the European Union themselves have forgotten about the others. They are talking about a re-nationalization of the members of the European Union. I must say here, as a footnote, why I'm still a Euro enthusiast, because I believe that there is not a better project in the world than the European Union. The most successful peace project of the world and the most successful political project. Again, not perfect. Unfortunately, in front of our eyes, it is being seriously threatened. I would suggest to all of you to try to find on the internet a very recent speech of the great German philosopher, Jürgen Habermas. Jürgen Habermas was at they call it sealed meeting of the social democratic leadership of Germany. And you know how the world works today. Sealed meetings are not really secret meetings. So someone, thank God, leaked his speech. I read it in one of Serbian weeklies. It was published in El País, Corriere della Sera, a number of other places. Very, very serious, critical thinking about EU today, but especially about the role of Germany. I suggest that reading because I think it is still a clear sign that there is a critical mind still around, but we are unfortunately not paying enough attention to them. Because this is only from these critical minds you can derive the values of solidarity, the values of empathy, the values of how, the basic values of how to live with each other. Europe is also, and not only Europe, you also know this situation well, and everybody does, faced with some major challenges, such as, and Hakan beautifully talked about it, such as the growing immigration. I think, in fact, that Europe has two major tests that it's facing. One is immigration, and the other one is the position of the largest genuine European and most diversified European minority, the Roma. This is the test for France, for Germany, for the Balkans. I don't know enough to be able to say that this could be also a test, at least parts of it. I know immigration is and migrants are for Russia as well. Are we able to accept the fact that we are fearing the other, that we want to close down ourselves from the other, and are we able also to understand that without that other, we will simply not exist, because that other will not disappear from our lives. Now, how to live with the others, how to accept them, and I'm not thinking only here, yes, migrants, yes, the Roma, but also the people, the LGBT population, also the people living with AIDS, also the people living with handicap. All these minorities are others to most of us, and we still are not ready to open up that topic seriously enough. I am watching one of our almost neighbors, Greece. Used to be a fascinating country. Everybody wanted to go there to have a nice summer holiday. And suddenly it's collapsing. It's collapsing because of the crisis, and it is collapsing under the pressure of the migration process. Not only Greece, the entire southern part for the time being of Europe. Spain, Italy. You remember the story of Lampedusa, one of the most, I think, shocking stories of the recent few years. 20,000, mostly well-educated, French-speaking Tunisians arrived to Lampedusa. And Mr. Sarkozy, at that time the president of one of the most serious democracies in the world, I mean, it's a great shame for France, but that's a different story. They elected him, what can we do? Decides to close down France. And I was at a conference in Bulgaria a few months later when many outstanding Europeans were asking our Arab friends, what can we do for you? And the lady running a human rights organization from Tunisia stood up and said, don't ask that question. If you were not able to accommodate 20,000 of these people who could be a new bridge between you and Tunisia, don't ask that question. I don't believe you really mean it. So they have their own test, but this is our test as well. Greeks were so proud that they are the most ancient, that they are the success of the most ancient democracy. And suddenly, when they were faced with the migration issue, they have forgotten about it. And it goes on and on and on, including in our own countries. Of course, that problem is even more difficult because we are more poor, because we were not really taught enough how to develop solidarity with the others. What major empathy means when it is not an ideological category, but a human category. So I personally believe that we are back to the question how we can recover our humanity. And recovering humanity, in my opinion, without a strong society, without strong civic activity of every citizen is simply impossible. Our great friend, Ivan Krastev, one of the leading world analysts from Bulgaria, wrote a wonderful book. It's short. You can find it on internet. It's called In Mistrust, We Trust. And he analyzes on something like 70 pages how dangerous the mistrust I was talking about, the mistrust in your representatives, in your governments, in your institutions, is for the very body of the society. He also has many questions, not too many answers. He offers one. His only answer, how to get out of this situation, is active citizen. Citizen who will care for himself or herself, but also for the society they are living in. Active citizen as an answer to some of the major, as we can see today, challenges of the world we are living in. And I would like to finish with this sentence, and of course I'm at your disposal for all your questions. Thank you very much.
Огромная благодарность.
Thank you so very much, Mrs. Licht. Indeed, the topics that Sonia Licht has mentioned will be relevant for us for so many years. Serbia's democratic transit has been one of the most tortuous ones, and there are quite a few examples that unite us. We understand well enough what could be the feelings of the people in the dismantling Yugoslavia. We can probably understand better than many what the Serbians might have felt and how vulnerable they were. Still understanding that there's hardly any other way than a democratization and entry into an integrated Europe. So I think that it might have been very, very useful for us to have joint seminars with our Serbian colleagues. We will gladly take your questions. Maria Gulov from St. Petersburg.
More a point of clarification. Could you please explain what choice did the people have in that poll you mentioned? The youth of the 6 countries of the Balkan Peninsula, what choice were they given that they chose parliamentary democracy to be the last one, the least trustworthy, if I understood correctly? Could you please clarify that? Thank you.
It was an open question. So, and they didn't choose parliamentary democracy, they chose political parties. So I was quite surprised that I also thought, as Lena did, that it will be the government, it will be the courts. No, the least trusted, the political parties. And let me give you an additional piece of information. Before Milosevic fall, in Serbia, the least trusted or most disliked, not to use a stronger word, was the regime. Then the regime's media. And I must say, unfortunately, on the 3rd place, the political opposition. So we had clear signs, even before the change, that there is a major problem with the political parties as such. My very strong feeling is that we have things upside down, and people who go to politics, not only in our countries, but in our countries, in these new democracies even more, are unfortunately the wrong people, most of the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. It seems to me that in Serbia there's a very responsible civil society. So it seems to me, and the situation and the example of the Novi Sad festival a neo-Nazi rally was precluded by very responsible citizens of the city who did not want this to happen in the streets of that city. What do you think is the reason for this negative activism that you have also mentioned?
Has still a quite strong civil society, and I must say, the main reason for such a strong civil society, in fact, was paradoxical enough, the Milosevic regime. We were building in the middle of a civil war, a civil society, quite an unusual way to go. But due to many, many different elements, and especially because the people who were active as citizens felt also, I would say, a great mission to build islands of freedom and resistance. So that was not a neutral civil society. That was a very political civil society, and of course very different people came together. We had one single enemy. It's always easy if there is one enemy. That we didn't know now, that at that time so much, we know it now. When there is no one enemy, it's more difficult. Exit, as I mentioned, was created in that situation. The independent media were created in that situation. After the democratic transition, almost all independent media disappeared. The flagship of our independent media was the famous B92 radio and television. They were very small, but they became a movement. And so many people knew about them, and they were publishing the Samizdat publication. It was called Samizdat, the publishing house. And they were supported by different donors, including very much by the Soros Foundation or the Fund for an Open Society I was heading. After the change, donors disappeared. Commercial entities started to be stronger and stronger. By the way, B92 was bought by an international company. And they still have a few programs that are important, but they also have the same kind, unfortunately, of programs as everybody else, which I simply call stupidization of a nation. The reality shows on our televisions, and most of the televisions are private, are really serving to stupidize the people. And to my total regret, they started at B92. The Big Brother show started at B92. I felt as a slap in my face. And I said it to my friends who were my closest allies in the 90s. I mean, as people, closest allies. From their negative activism, as everywhere else. I wanted to mention that. In my opinion, in fact, we are at a crossroad also with the European elections. There are many, many people, including myself, very worried about the outcome of the elections for the European Parliament. You know the story, that there is a fear that the majority will be Eurosceptics and that the fascists will come in bigger numbers than earlier. I don't buy the argument that there are more fascists or many more Eurosceptics in Europe. I think the problem is different. The nice liberal majority is also a silent majority and very lazy. We are talking about lazy majorities everywhere. If there is a nice sunny day, they will take their children and go for a walk. Why should they bother to go to vote? Those with tough, sometimes very ugly ideologies, they will go to the ballot boxes. This is what we experience everywhere. The silent majority of those who do believe in democratic values, in my opinion, is our major challenge. How to make that majority go to the ballot boxes, how to make that majority really active. It is not enough to believe in nice values if you don't act upon them. Those others, as you said, the negative activism has a real chance. We have in Serbia a number of very ugly, some of them I would clearly call fascist groups. I don't even like to call them neo-fascists. There is nothing new about them. You know, the Golden Dawn in Greece or the Swedish fascists, they are simply fascists. They absolutely advocate all the necessary values of ugly fascism in somewhat different format. The problem with the format is that we sometimes don't recognize them in time. And then I'm afraid at one point we can be faced that those people will elect the European Commission. I don't think it is going to be a doomsday, but it will be very tough if the silent majority does not go out and does not start acting.
Коллеги, прежде чем прозвучит следующий вопрос, еще раз убедительная просьба, пожалуйста.
Dear friends and colleagues, before the next question is asked, would you please switch off your mobile phones or else remove them from your microphones, because this background noise is unfortunately quite annoying. Thank you. Yes, please. Yes, you're welcome.
Could you please tell to the microphone?
Do I just speak? Yeah. So I thought your presentation was really interesting. I'm originally Romanian, but I used to work for the OSCE mission in Kosovo back in 2012. And I have a bigger question and a smaller question. Basically, it's regarding the Serbians' European path. So how do you see Serbians' European path in terms of the Kosovo question? And what I mean exactly by that is you speak of a common dream that the former countries of Yugoslavia share, the one of eventually joining the European Union. What do you think about, is the Serbian society now ready to make a symbolic sacrifice? I mean symbolic sacrifice because de jure Kosovo is not in Serbia anymore. Are they willing to make this symbolic sacrifice to give Kosovo away symbolically in order to pursue this European dream? Thank you.
The Serbian society did already make that symbolic sacrifice. And I will give you some very clear data about it. Although, let me start it in the other way. When all the opinion polls years back proved, and other serious sociological research proved one thing, that emotionally for Serbs, it is a very difficult issue to simply break with Kosovo, a very difficult issue. Rationally, they understood, the great majority, that it is a necessity. A necessity simply because the overall majority of the population of Kosovo does not want to be part of Serbia, because there is a very ugly recent past behind us, and because the international community definitely supported the secession of Kosovo. I'm going to talk straight about this, especially nowadays. You know, because, as you know, Kosovo is being mentioned not only by your president. Kosovo case is being mentioned also by the New York Times. It was said at one point, this is a sui generis case. It is easy to say, it is difficult to convince the geopolitical actors in such a statement, as it was very well elaborated in an article in New York Times 2 days ago. But the reality is, Kosovo is not part of Serbia. And now I am going to the data. In fact, there is only one single party in Serbian parliament which is now anti-European Union and anti-recognition of the Brussels Agreement that was achieved, signed 18th of April 2003, about, in fact, de facto, if not de jure, recognition of the independence of Kosovo. It is not called like that. It won't be called like that for a while. But, you know, I mean, the two Germanys needed quite a lot of years to get together. So why would we expect us to be so much different? I mean, there is a need for time. The important thing for me is at the moment is that the very great majority of the political representatives that are voted for are belonging to the pro-European politics. As I said, some of them were, yes, on the other side of the coin, but as so many times it was said, de Gaulle and Nixon were those who were, in fact, all the conservatives de facto bringing up the détente. So this is nothing new. When President Tadic was the head of the Serbian state for 8 years, he was attacked by the nationalists, the same nationalists, that he's a traitor if he does a step more toward the final independence of Kosovo. When they started running the show, they did it, and obviously the Tadic party or parties close to him did not attack them of being traitors. This is history, this is politics. We can like it, we can dislike it, but this is unfortunately how it works. So definitely I would say Serbia is not only aware that Kosovo is not part of Serbia anymore. There are many different initiatives, including our own organization, Valentina's and mine, that are running, in fact, a number of very important dialogues between Serbian and Kosovar actors, different actors, not only civil society, local government, even politicians. Right now we have a visitor in our office from Pristina. She's part of the Kosovo, of the Pristina School of Political Studies. We have an ongoing project with local government officials from Kosovo and Serbia on the issues of environmental protection and environmental policy on local level, and we are participating in a major project together with OSCE from Serbia and from Kosovo on bringing women activists and women parliamentarians together. And there are many, many more of this. And this is what I also, when I talked about regional cooperation, called a very important part of civic education.
Evgeny Kuznetsov from Ulyanovsk. Sonia, in your presentation, you were saying that it's very important to teach people to be tolerant, especially when it's not elements of dialogue, when it's everyday need for this. In my view,
and the conditions of our multinational, multi-ethnic, multi-confessional country, it's very important. And secondly, it's a very important question because quite relevant, quite burning is problem of attitude to sexual minorities. This is my question. I more often face this position that in principle, people personally are not against sexual minorities. They treat them pretty calmly. But when the matter is about adopting concrete, specific legislative acts that would support the rights of these people, they begin to refuse, saying this may provoke some negative position in society or some uproar in society, and not ready to take some specific actions. How can we move from tolerance as simply passive personal attitude to tolerance as specific steps to find like-minded people, to shape up opinion and to coming with some kind of demand for the state? Thank you.
In one of the most serious polls immediately after the democratic revolution in Serbia, I like to call it democratic revolution, October 5, 2000, they were also trying to find out what are the strongest intolerant, or against whom is the Serbian society, the Serbian citizens are the most intolerant. And the conclusion was two groups, Roma and sexual minorities, Romophobia and homophobia. One is purely racist. You know, these days we are planning a huge project, the Belgrade Fund for Political Excellence, and I hope that we will be joined with a number of our schools from the Western Balkans and a number of Roma organizations. We want to start a European Roma School for Political Studies. We want to educate, help Roma, educate Roma to become mainstream politicians, not only Roma politicians, to enter mainstream politics. Because as it happened in the United States, as long as they don't enter mainstream politics, there is no political emancipation. Obama is the result of many young intellectual-activist Afro-Americans or blacks who entered politics and who entered the public sphere. Otherwise, there would be no Obama in the United States. I learned from my American friends that we are all racist. It's only a question how far we are going in admitting it. I would say it is very similar with homophobia. We all feel some level of homophobia. The question is how far are we able and ready to admit it. These are major issues, again, major tests for a different kind of civility. I would love to know all the answers to your question. It's extremely difficult. Not only to teach people tolerance. It is very difficult to go beyond tolerance, to really, because tolerating someone is, can be also a very repressive term. We should, in fact, strive for something else, to be able to live with each other. I was part, and I'm very proud of it. I think last time when I was at the Moscow School, I was talking about that report. I was part of a group of people called by the present Secretary General of the Council of Europe to write a report on how to live together in Europe of 21st century. We had major discussions exactly about this. Is tolerance enough? How can we overcome tolerance with different concept. And obviously we couldn't find a better one, but living together. I remind you, this was in 2010, 2011, when some of the major European political leaders declared that multiculturalism is dead. They might be right, but what are we then talking about? Some people said multiculturalism, in fact, can't work. We should try to achieve interculturalism. These are all, it can be like a theoretical debate about terminology, but it has much more meaning behind it. And this is where we are coming to all these phobias, the Islamophobia. But, you know, we made some people also nervous because we were not only talking about Islamophobia in Europe, we were talking also about Christianophobia and still existing anti-Semitism. All these things are around. Who were nervous, who were hoping that we will talk only about the one and not the other. All these strong, intolerant attitudes toward the other, and the sexual minorities are also the other, I think is exactly the core of the problem. How can we live with each other, although we are so different? We are in this room, we are all different. I want to give you another very interesting data, that story, I would talk about the story, that was very quickly hashed away, and it should, in a way, from the Balkan media. There is an institute in Switzerland who made a genetic research on the Balkans. And it turned out that there is more Slavic blood in among Greeks than among the Serbs. Then we are all a complete mixture. So this blood thing is completely a myth. We are creating our identities, as we talk today, from very different elements. I'm reading a fantastic book at the moment. Amos Oz, the famous Israeli writer, and his daughter, who is a historian, wrote a book about Jews and words. It's an essay. Amos Oz is mainly a novelist, but he also wrote some wonderful other pieces, including his fantastic autobiography, The Tale of Love and Darkness. So they are writing about one of the oldest nations, and they are coming to the conclusion that, in fact, it is not about chromosomes, it is not about bloodlines. In fact, probably many of those stories are very questionable. It is about letters. It is about words. It is about culture. It is, in fact, about our creativity. What did a people left to the world and how they can identify with those words? Some, of course, the cultures, as we know, were oral until very, very recently. So they will also have to, of course, obviously, figure out what is the basis of their identity. But to come to the bottom of these things, I think we simply have to teach our kids to recognize why different is beautiful, why being the other is a quality and not a threat. It's not easy, but that's the only thing I can figure out. I can't say anything smarter than that.
Thank you very much for your presentation on a topic which is very interesting to me. In your presentation, you touched upon the importance of getting civic education from very early age. In this case, as far as I understand, getting civic education from the level of just, well, school, high school. Tell me, please, how does it work in Serbia? Civic education at schools, and most importantly, what are the ways to evaluate the civic education? Thank you. In Serbian schools, thank you.
You forgot to give your name. Chukayev Alexander from Tula region.
There is a subject which is called civic education. I must say it was introduced in a way I deeply disagree with. I'm trying to be very diplomatic here, not my usual style. Immediately after the change, our first democratically elected Prime Minister, Zoran Djindjic, as some of you probably remember, he was assassinated, in fact, on March 12th, 2003. So tomorrow is this very sad anniversary. Had to make major compromises. And in order to try, in fact, to tackle, among other things, Kosovo, he knew that he needs the church. So he suggested a step, in my opinion, a very, as I say, complicated and complex one, and I disagreed with it, to introduce religious education into schools. And not only to introduce religious education to schools, but to make it as a subject that children can choose, either religious or civic education. And now this is where I was pissed off. Because, to make this choice, to put families, parents, in front of this choice, religious or civic education, you are sending, in my opinion, a very, very dangerous message. That civic education is something you can opt for or not. I have nothing against religious education, especially when it is done outside of the schools. Since in our constitution we are a secular country, and I think that secular countries should have religious education outside of the schools, but by the way, there are many countries in Europe, except France, who do have part of the curricula religious education. What I really disagreed with is to make it this dichotomy, civic or religious. I think civic education should be a must and not necessarily as a subject. And this is another story. It should be incorporated in many different subjects. If you open a history book and you see that the only ones who are really known as important figures are characters coming from, and you know this, you have the same story, characters who won some battles, etc., very little about scientists, very little about writers. By the way, in those history books, women are usually martyr mothers. Again, never important authors, never important politicians. So there is this very misogynic approach as well. And all in all, weak history books, but not only history books. There are other important topics, including literature, including languages, including all other, a whole range of topics where one should really put a strong emphasis on civic education, I would say on basic values. Instead, you put it into one subject. Very often, some of those who used to teach Marxism earlier, as it happened, for example, in East European countries, many of those who were teaching dialectical materialism then started teaching civic education. I mean, this is not what I mean by civic education. Let me give you one example. First of all, I don't think it is only school. School is very important, but I also think that we need a lot of informal, alternative forms of education, even for children. The first major program of the Soros Yugoslavia Foundation, at that time it was called like that, in 92, were summer camps we started organizing for refugee children who came to Serbia. At one point, Serbia had 600,000 refugees, more refugees per capita than any other country at that moment in the world. 600,000 refugees, a country of then, Kosovo was still part of Serbia officially, of then something like 9 million people. And plus IDP, so it was around 10%. And there was immediately a strong also animosity to the refugees, so we decided to organize summer camps for children and young people, both locals, refugees. They were very multinational. They were organized in parts of the country that is quite still multinational, multi-ethnic. By the way, Serbia is the most multi-ethnic country of all the former Yugoslavia, ones except Macedonia. That should be also known. This is not known, even without Kosovo. So we organized these summer camps, and they were all about civic values. I must tell you, at the beginning we had one lasting 3 weeks, lasting 2 months. I remember we made a video about the programs, and George Soros, who experienced a lot of different things, said to me after he saw the video that he's ready to support many more of those programs. Never ever a Soros Foundation had such a program before, because he said to me, and that was one of the most touching thing I ever heard. He said to me, "You convinced me that there is life after death." That there is life after death. He said, "I'm not a religious person. I didn't believe that there is life after death. But watching the video of your summer camp, I'm convinced it's possible." Meaning the death of Yugoslavia, the death of that whole idea, etc. Until this very day. Then we developed clubs. We had clubs all over the country, open clubs. Some of them still exist, although they are not funded by the foundation for 15 years now. Until this very day, believe me, I am met by adults wherever I travel to our country and beyond, who tell to me, I was formed by those clubs. I became a different person because of your summer camps. George Soros never questioned the sustainability of the project. Recently, please don't get me wrong, I'm not here to be so critical only about the European Union, but recently we offered a project to the delegation of the EU in Belgrade to work with 100 teachers on anti-discrimination, using tools of arts, what we did in all this, most of the time in all these formats of education. More than 10,000 kids were at once part of these clubs and summer camps, etc. Using these tools in order to teach minority, majority children tolerance, how to be together, how to live together, to make a toolkit. You know what was the reason why they didn't support the project? They said, it's not sustainable. So I asked them, and what is sustainable? 100 teachers will work for 40 years each, will at least teach, will have 30,000 kids in their classrooms. It's not sustainable. What is sustainable? How can you make civic education sustainable? Only by persisting and only by being really committed to it. I mean, our schools are not sustainable maybe either. I'm absolutely convinced that we are changing our societies. As I said at the beginning, I'm convinced that you being here is already a major value for Russia. Who recognizes it, who doesn't, I don't know. But I'm so glad that you recognize it.
Пожалуйста, Биктур и Александр Хрусталев следующий.
Ibragimov Ibektur from Kyrgyz Republic. Thank you very much for lecture, Madam Licht. We understand each other very well because in our countries revolutions took place in our countries. We had bulldozer revolution and we had tulip revolution. Well, and that we have had two revolutions. Well, after the second revolution of the 2010, we adopted a parliamentary rule. We are now parliamentary democracy. It has been 4 years now, but this doesn't work. What to do to make parliamentary democracy make it work in our countries? This is the only country in this region that is a parliamentary republic. Thank you.
I mean, you realize that you are asking me such difficult questions that I would really be, I don't know, I'm more than a genius, probably someone coming from the outer space to be able to answer all this. I traveled once to your country and to that part of the world. It was a very exciting time. It was 1996. Talked to many, many different people coming from civil society, visited schools, and it was quite clear that there is, you know, in Kyrgyzstan, the most touching thing at that trip, it was a wonderful trip, happened to me in Kyrgyzstan. When my colleagues were explaining to me that Kyrgyzstan will be supported from everywhere because it's such a multi-ethnic place, so multicultural, that everybody will recognize the value of it. Unfortunately, with my experience, I knew this is not going to be the case, but I didn't dare to say anything. I was a coward at that moment. I felt a little bit like an adult with children. You know, you can't tell them the whole truth and the entire truth at once because they will become very disappointed. And I can't forget that moment, and I can't forgive myself that I was a coward and didn't dare to speak out how I feel about it. I think the major problem, obviously, is in all our countries, including your part of the world. On one hand, weakness of institutions, weakness of democratic culture. On the other hand, obviously, in some of these countries, you know, a major wealth. I heard from my American friends that they call Azerbaijan the favorite gas station of the West. Did you get the translation? I must mention here, our colleague, the head of the Azeri school, the Baku school, is now on trial. Ilgar Mehmedov is on trial. He's in jail from February last year, and I mention it everywhere whenever it is appropriate, so to say, to the topic, and if it is not. Yes, it's true that he was also involved in an opposition movement, but obviously the major problem is that he dared to think and act differently, and he's tried. And everybody is very timid. They were not timid with my own country. They were not timid with the Balkans. No one was timid. They were playing with the Balkans as with tennis balls. Everybody, including Russia. With Azerbaijan, everybody is very timid because they have what we don't. So it is, we know that. To have resources, obviously, in today's world, natural resources, is both a blessing and a curse. Blessing for Norway, a curse for Saudi Arabia, not to go further, to many other places as well. But of course, natural resources and the whole Africa. I mean, look at Congo. Congo is probably the saddest case of all. going on for so long. Terrible things happening, everybody turns a blind eye. Look at what happened to Sudan. Sudan fall apart. There is no resolution of the story. Obviously, oil is behind it. I mean, we know this. We know it all over the place. And this is where I think, again, let's not be a doomsday, have a doomsday approach. I think, again, also in Kazakhstan, in Kyrgyzstan. I was in Georgia, I was in Armenia, I was not in Azerbaijan. But I mean, I can't say I know these countries, but I think I feel their pain. And I feel the potential. So again, my only answer, more knowledge, more education, more self-conscious citizens, and it will happen. It can't be that the dictators are of longer life expectancy than our future generations. It has to end. But it depends very much how we bring up our future generations.
Alexander, Leningrad Oblast. So just I was learning English and the seaports of St. Petersburg and Moscow. I will ask in Russian. I'd like to ask to start asking my question with this very simple statement. Because I love Paris. That's first statement. First time I went to Paris in 2006, owing to the school's effort. Last time, 3 weeks ago. And over this period of time, my attitude towards Paris has not changed. But I just love this wonderful Arab African city of Paris. That's the change. That's of the first time when I just loved Paris. And so I enjoy your talk, and this is wonderful. I listen to you, and you put the stresses correctly in the right places. Everything depends on if we go back to the Lenin phrase, that children should try just to get some of the knowledge that the modern science and culture gives them. So modern science gives, but we should not forget about that the textbooks are written by adults. And going back to the people, when we talk that the textbooks are written by the elite, and so the tolerance depends on the attitude of the elite towards this notion, and what the elite understands by the word of tolerance. And here we come up face to face with the issue that we talk to European countries with the elites of self-appointed elites in European countries, because what we mean by elites are the people who actually 50 years ago they could have kept a very low profile and learned without speaking loudly. What do we do with this? Because the problem of what we give to the children as a body of knowledge, what kind of tolerance notion they get in each and every country. So how can we not teach the children, but how to teach the elites what the tolerance is? And they need to realize that the responsibility for proper level of tolerance lies on the elites.
I was first time in Paris in '83, and my host was a very good friend of my best friend, who was a Moroccan Jew. My first meal in Paris was in the restaurant of his relatives. So it was couscous with many other things. And somehow when I think of Paris, instead of many others, I love French food too, that couscous and that Moroccan restaurant is there to stay forever. Now, and this is just a little bit of a footnote to you mentioning Paris and that side of Paris. Now, about the elites, well, I wouldn't fully agree that the European elites are self-appointed. They are much less self-appointed than in some other parts of the world. The European elites were established through a very, very treacherous process of maturization of those countries. And I mentioned one of them. I mentioned Jürgen Habermas. There is no doubt that he belongs to the European elite. And so does Zygmunt Bauman from Poland and many, many others whom I don't have now, of course, the time and shouldn't go into names. There are still people around who, in my opinion, are a genuine elite. But in a way, in our consumeristic and postmodern or whatever we are society, they lost their importance of a few decades ago. This is why I was so happy that the Social Democrats of Germany invited Habermas for this sealed meeting, or secret, almost secret meeting. I thought this is maybe a good sign that the Social Democrats of Germany are gaining back their soul. They lost it quite a while, and their wisdom as well. According to what this article said, Martin Schulz, who is one of the head of the European Parliament, one of the serious candidates for the next European Commissioner, said that what Habermas said was a symphony to his ears. If this is true, and if he becomes a head of the Commission, we are there to remind him, especially his own citizens, his electorate. And this is where I go back also to the textbooks. Look, I am not buying that it is only the elite who is in charge of the textbooks. We as parents, we as grandparents, if we take our role seriously, can also be in charge of those same textbooks. I promise to you, if there would be a boycott in several schools in Belgrade because of a bad textbook, they would, I mean, all our politicians are a little bit more or less populist. They would not dare to stick to that textbook. We have a bad Ministry of Education for a long time. I am pissed off because of that thing. But my friends that who were from the Democratic Party in power earlier, they are also to be blamed for that ministry. They gave it over to another party. It was not of strategic importance. Now that they are in opposition, now they continuously talk about education being of strategic importance. I questioned them publicly. Why didn't you say that a few years ago? But even that Minister of Education, whenever there was a real movement of parents, backed off. So I call on you as parents or future parents, don't let your children learn from bad textbooks. Raise your voice, and you will see that it has a strength.
Сейчас у нас есть возможность пообщаться с еще одним
So we can talk to another representative of Serbian school, Valentina, and she will say a few words and probably about her feelings. What's her take on what we have learned today? So what's the
to thank Lena for inviting me. I know this was a project for several years, but finally I managed to arrive. And I have to say I'm completely impressed. Not only, this is my first time in Russia, so I feel like a little kid in a candy store, and I'm completely in love. And I want to thank all the speakers for excellent presentations, and each and every one of you individually for an excellent brain exercise and for taking my mind off the final week of elections. And you can imagine how fed up we are with the political campaign. So thank you so much. I learned a lot. I learned immensely. And to end with a joke, because I know that we all are feeling the hunger already, there is an internal joke in our office that I will probably never get married. Last night we had a great driver who took us by car through St. Petersburg for a short visit, and I was completely mesmerized, and I said to Sonia, now I finally can get married. I saw this, and this is it. I can get married.
So the first thing when we go back, I will tell Valentina's long-time partner that he should really propose now.
Мне очень хочется поблагодарить Соню.
So I'd like to thank Sonia Liv and Valentina for the passion that we saw displayed at the end of the day. And the Serbs, because they're Serbs, naturally they're passionate. Just during this day, maybe just a few days ago, so you saw time that we have only strong experts. So certainly we have some controversial issues and some issues that can be debated and discussed, but all experts are very strong actors. So religion, culture, economics, politics, so they're all professionals in their own ways. And they know exactly what they're talking about. But some experts, so they clearly see. So they speak about very valuable things that which are basic for the school. So the values that are basic for the school, and that's what we are here for, because we want the people who will share these values. Who will be party to these values. And then Sonia was talking about that. She was talking about tolerance, she was talking about value of discussion, about trust, about education. She was talking about that. And so as we remember Churchill and his famous phrase, and education may not be the best, maybe it's not sufficient, maybe it's not the only one, but accept all others, because there is nothing better to overcome our post-imperial syndrome, our nationalism, our vulnerable self-consciousness, whatever. So education is the best cure, is the best medicine, and that's exactly what our school is working on. And I'd like to say that we touched upon this issue many times of education, of civil society, and so forming a citizen from the first days of a person's life. That's exactly what school is doing. So we're offering a new project now, so where we include school teachers, the principals, and so understand so that the citizen should be educated starting from school, from the first grades of school, because if it's not, if the proper knowledge, understanding, the benchmarking is not formed, then the person would not be able to navigate in this world, will be at a loss, confused in this world. That's why we need to start it at school at an early age, and I hope that Sonia will be coming back and will help us to. Like to invite you to November seminar, so where the audience will be different, because it will be composed of teachers of high schools, of higher education institutions, and I hope that you will give the benefit of your knowledge about the Balkans experience, about your country's experience, about Serbia. Thank you. Tomorrow we start at 10. Please don't be late. So see you tomorrow at 10.
Работаем допоздна, поэтому будьте к этому готовы.